Hi, Carol. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? We're live. Carol. Hello.
Assalamualaikum, Claire. Sorry, I was just on the phone with somebody when you got on. Okay. Well, I'm very excited about our little show today.
So am I. So am
Yes,
I.
I like practical. I like practical kind of things, and I like things that have to do with education. And so I think it's a good idea to talk about this.
And class is about to begin.
All right, let's say okay.
And I'm sitting quietly.
Oh well, no, I
And
thought you were gonna. At first, I think you should explain A school and B school, and how B school is bastard school and why it's a good thing. Yeah, I think people need to really learn what this is all about.
okay, so under secular Koranism, which is a stickler for maintaining the gold standard of marriage as a eugenic practice to stop people from degenerating and not being what they could be and not being as good as their ancestors or parents were. Um, so the importance of good parenting is paramount, and obviously, parents who care about the future of their children will try to send them to a good school, or at least try their damnedest to make sure that schools are teaching the correct things. And to reinforce the point um, that we must have a marriage license before we are allowed to have children, we will have to follow chapter 24, verse 2 of the Quran that treats unmarried parents as sex offenders by lashing them in public 100 times.
You
And
want to quote that? You want to quote that verse for the people listening?
chapter 24, verse 2,
Mm-hmm.
um, you
I should have
wanted me
brought my
to
phone.
actually read out the, the bit.
Yeah, read it out loud so people can.
Okay,
So people maybe haven't heard of this before, and they can get a little bit better idea what you're talking about.
yes. I actually have a copy of the Quran to hand, and perhaps sometimes it's just quicker to do it online. But there we are. The adulterer and the adulteress shall each be given 100 lashes. Let no pity for them cause you to disobey God, if you truly believe in God and the last day, and let their punishment be witnessed by a number of believers.
And
So,
this I think people always focus on the punishment there when they start talking about this, but I think it's fair to emphasize that it's really emphasizing how that is a very bad situation for society. To have adulterers and fornicators just running around, that this is really bad for society. And if people understand that, they can understand that it's very bad to go do this stuff, and there's a different way than that, right?
indeed, and I just have to point out that in my translation it says adulterer and adulteresses, but actually it means anyone having sex outside marriage, and this includes fornicators and fornicatresses. But if you look up the Quran Corpus website, you will find a range of words such as illicit sex and that kind of thing. There is some ambiguity even in Islamic sources, and I guess they don't like to enforce it, because I know some Muslims say it doesn't count unless there are four witnesses or something.
Well, it elicits sex. It's talking about activities that are not legal. And that's, it's not a
Yes,
legal activity. That's
Having
what
sex with somebody not your spouse. And I think the most conclusive evidence is having children without a marriage certificate. And this is something so open and shut that I don't think people are going to dare argue about it, because if they're going to claim it's a virgin birth, that excuse has already been used by the Virgin Mary. But
well,
I just,
it doesn't take the part of if the woman was a victim of a crime. It does not take that into account, and a victim of a crime shouldn't be punished. But
but
we don't have
let's
to talk
assume
about that.
that the
Yeah,
victim was not a rape victim, and yeah, she did all the things accused,
but
such as not being married.
it would be hard to prove that if someone didn't actually see it happen. So yeah, I don't know, but that's a different. I think that's a different discussion, and we can get bogged down in that here. Okay, so you got the. Okay, so we're gonna have the kid. We're gonna teach the kids not to live like that. That they're not going to start living like that. That they're going to be, an asset to society instead of dragging it down with all these illegitimate kids. And I'm going to agree with you that illegitimate kids will have a harder time than the kids from legitimate families. And that is just how it is. And it's true, whether people want to say it is or not. It's absolutely true. So now you talk about the schools. What do you think about the schools? You have A
Well,
and B school. Why are you separating the kids?
because it's necessary to make the point that um, that the next generation will be affected. And currently, in the UK, the illegitimacy rate is over 50%, and this means most children don't have married parents, and this will be a difficult rule to enforce because they are in the majority, and therefore I'm suggesting that the children of married parents need to be protected from the children of unmarried parents who might have behavioral issues, or for and might wish to ostracize the minority, and therefore for their own protection they should have a different school so they don't bully each other. And which is not to say that the children in B schools will be given a lower standard of education. They have to be segregated for the purpose of making the point that they are in some way different, and special attention will have to be given to them. But this is not to say that this is intended to be forever, because obviously, as more and more children are the children of married parents, these B schools will close down in due course over the years.
So, okay. So, if they don't start doing this, England and probably the United States is going to run the risk that all schools will be bastard schools, right?
Yes, and have difficulties with maintaining discipline, and maintaining educational standards, because the we have discussed previously a dumbed down education, and it must be very tempting indeed for educationalists to not be to hide the failure of the education system by saying, oh, more children now are getting A's and we're doing better now, but by changing the curriculum, changing the way educational achievement is measured, to confuse everybody and hide the failure of state education.
Okay. And I'm not as familiar with the English school system as I am in the United States. You guys can set up separate schools. Is that right? Like you guys can set up and get tax money and open up a school for a specific purpose. Like that the lady that has, the strictest schoolmaster woman.
Oh yes, Catherine Burble Singh.
Right, right.
Yes, yes, you can get tax breaks. I suppose it's the idea of school vouchers and things. But really, I think for the sake of national unity, um, all schools should be good and free, and there shouldn't be separate schools for rich kids and poor kids. And I'm saying, if you're going to restore masculinity in men, then secondary schools would have to be single sex. And I know this will be profoundly upsetting to Americans who think of high school as co-ed, with prom kings and prom queens at the end of their graduation.
Okay. I
Because
think
I
in
think that would be very difficult to accept for Americans.
Well, it wouldn't be hard for Muslims to accept that, but yeah, Americans don't like it because it had sort of an unequal education. The women were not getting the same education in the math and scientists if they were separate. That was part of it. Like the good teachers would end up with the boys, but actually in a setting where it's mixed gender in high school, the girls are paid less attention to. They do better in a school that's women, and then the men are men. Like Mills College used to be an excellent college for women to go to. It was a women's college. Rich people sent their kids there, and upper middle class whites or whatever, they sent their kids there, but there was no men at that school that were students. It is now
Mhm.
co-ed, but it didn't used to be. And I think they had an unusual, not unusual, but because of that, they were not competing with boys when they set up student government. So those positions were all taken by women, and they had uh, uh, quite a few women who graduated from that school who went into politics in the Senate and in Congress
Mhm.
and this sort of thing because they had experience with student government that they would not have got if men were there in the same way. And and it was a college, so of course they were already more educated to begin with. And it was a little weird. Mills College, it was not, let's see. Uh, okay, 1947, 47. Yeah, early 60s, late 50s was when women started going to college in the United States that were not upper class. Like they were not from really rich families. It's when middle class women started getting into colleges. But I think they
Mhm.
do get a better education if they're not in a class with men. I don't know if the college.
And men also do better. I mean, boys do better. Uh, isn't that the case that
I
single-sex schools have better educational results?
I think I think from what I've seen, single sex schools in the high school are really important. And because you know how they're always talking about the high school ages and stuff, the kids are really the majority of back when I was taking child development classes, the majority of illegitimate children that were being born in the United States were sixth grade girls. Of unwanted pregnancies were sixth grade girls from being around these boys that are a little bit older. Those
Sixth
girls,
grade is how old?
uh, 14, maybe
Hmm.
13,
Hmm.
14.
Hmm.
Let's see, fifth grade. Fifth grade is, let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, about 13, 14. So the six, they were the most unwanted pregnancies in the United
Hmm.
States at that time.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think it's good. I think they should be separated. And in that way, the girls, I mean, most kind of nice girls and nice guys, these girls they're meeting when they're younger is at school. Okay, so if they're not even meeting each other at school, then they're away from each other. There's going to be less of these unwanted pregnancies. There's always the ones that are going to play, we're going to run down the street and meet the guy at the corner, but they got to meet the guy first. So
Yeah.
the argument is, will the girl learn how to push off unwanted sexual advances if she's not around boys in school? Right? Because you learn how to start pushing them off when you're in high school. I'm not saying the guy's grabbing, I'm not saying that they're together having a relationship or something, pushing the guy off. I'm saying that's where you start learning how to push off unwanted advances. You get scared out of your mind when you're real young and an older man comes up and tries that if you have no idea what to do.
Mhm.
So there's different social problems with it. But if we're thinking about education, if we're thinking about education as primarily academic, they're better off separate, I think.
Sure. Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad we agreed on that, because that would, they'll concentrate better and do better at school, and be less likely to get knocked up.
Mhm.
And there's
Mhm.
plenty of that of time later for that sort of thing
That's right.
within wedlock.
That's right. So what do you think would be the difference in curriculum between the two schools? And what does A stand for?
Um, being children of parents who manage to marry before having children. I think that that's the minimum standard of sexual morality that affects all other kinds of morality.
But
Because
B school, you obviously know everyone's going to call that the bastard school. What A, that you need a letter for the A school that means something that will get passed around in colloquial speech, like, okay, oh, they went to bastard school, right? So you need one for the kids who are not from those kind of families, but you can't say A school. You need a new
um,
name for it.
okay, let me think. Um, um, what idea should it convey? I was thinking authority, ace, maybe something more neutral. Um, a well, perhaps I need to think of it for a bit.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay. Can you think of anything? Do you have any suggestions?
No, I don't, because you could say whatever letter that school is, and you could say B schools. You don't have to call them B schools on papers, but society will know what it means,
Yeah,
right?
but you see, I wanted to introduce the idea of the B plus school, which is kind of for most people, it's sort of like, um, well, our parents know they did wrong, but they're sorry they did wrong, so they get B plus.
So how are they going to vie to get their kids in these schools? How are they going
Well,
to?
I mean, all they have to do is just put themselves on a list of repentant unmarried parents. Just say I want to be on this register, and then their children will automatically go to B plus school, and the parents who don't bother will go to B school.
Hmm. I think if you have a B plus school, it should be maybe the kids were illegitimate, but the parents got married.
Well, then they would go to A school.
Oh, if they got married after the fact, they would go to A school.
Yeah,
Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so you got B plus, and
that's it. I don't want to have D school or F school.
B plus, and I just can't think of a name for the married kids school. But okay, I mean the married parents. Okay, so how would you see the? I'm kind of interested in the curriculum here. So how do you see the curriculum being different between the three schools?
Well, I guess there would be kind of carpentry and metalwork for boys' schools, and home economics and cooking for you know
Okay,
girls'
so
school.
we're okay. So after elementary, we call it elementary school. I don't know what you guys call it. What do you call it? Firstborn?
I think we call it primary school.
Oh, primary school. Yeah. Okay. So after primary school, you're going to separate them. So you're going to have the B school for girls, the B school for boys, B plus for boys, B plus for girls, and then you're going to have the A for boys and the A for girls.
Yes, but the idea is they want to be in um, the same that they'd have the same. Oh, in France, it's so centralized that all schools in France would be um, doing
The same
French,
curriculum.
yeah, at 10 o'clock, on Wednesday, for example. It's that sort of idea. So
They
so
all do it even at the same time?
yeah, I mean, okay, that's the impression I got. But if you do it, if you kind of do it like that, then it becomes easy to make these transfers. So that should um, you know, uh, the parent of a B plus school marry, or even a B school child marry, they immediately go to A school, and there would be the minimum of disruption. And also, I think it's important. I know you'll have a few problems with this, but they should really be teaching the same curriculum. They should have the same version of history, and I think it's important for um, a sense of national identity to be taught the same version of history with the same syllabus.
Mhm.
But I mean, I know that there's always this temptation to make um, to make politics out of history. But I mean, let's assume that there is no problem and everybody's happy with the narrative after the Islamic Revolution, for example, and then it will just be done in the same way, because you sort of need to make sure that people know that the narrative is going to be different from now on. And I think history is enormously political. So it's important that people, do the same thing. But let's assume that the good guys win and they do the same version of history. And it's like, oh, we are better people now. We went off the straight path and we fell into a ditch, but because God in His mercy provided us with this wonderful guide, and we decided to follow it after centuries of not following it and denial. We are now better people, and blah blah blah, that sort of thing.
Okay. So, okay. Yeah, I think that would be the reason I don't like a state curriculum across all the schools is because it ends up being weaker than it would have been in some areas. That's why I don't like it.
What do you mean weaker in some areas?
Okay, these people that come from affluent households that can pay for those tutors and they do pay for tutors for their kids and do all this kind of stuff, people who with money, I think they should have access to an education that's not dummied down for them. They have families that can provide for that. It's unequal, I know, but I think they should have access to these private schools. Not for the state paying for it, but I think if people have a lot of money, they should be able to put their children somewhere that they're going to get even a better education than what the state can provide. I believe that. I think they should. Because if you can apply for tutors, your kids uh, you, you're going to have you can be in a school where the students are more advanced.
Oh yeah, I mean there would be streaming. Um, did you ever have streaming in any of the schools you attended?
Oh, Claire, there was no streaming when I was in school. There was no computers.
Okay, it's nothing to do with computers really. But okay, how it worked in my school was um, there would be, it was a big school, so it wasn't just one class of, you know, 1 year. So there'd be, I don't know, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't know, maybe even more because it was a big school, and obviously it would be streamed according. And it would be done in this way. Um, all the subjects would be marks out of 100. Okay,
Wait,
and then
I don't understand the streaming here. You mean it's uh
let me explain. Let me
uh-huh.
continue, and it will become clear. So so because it wouldn't be very efficient if the teacher was stuck with mixed ability students. So because then there would be people who couldn't keep up and people who people who would be bored. So what happened in my primary school was this. For every subject it would be marks out of 100, and well, everybody goes to random classes, but after that year, people will know what your yearly average for each subject that you do is. So, like, 60 for history, 70 for geography, 40 for, whatever. So, and then you get, there would be 3 terms. So there would be a, an annual average for your achievement in maths or history or geography or whatever. And then there would be a global average where all your annual aggregate would be totted up. To get your annual average of all the subjects you've done, and then out of that you would be put in. You would have a position in class. So if you have 50 in a class, to be 50 out of 50 meant that you were bottom of the class, and to be 1 out of 50 meant you were top of the class.
Oh God, this is so English sounding. It's like reading
It's
a
not English. Well, actually, I don't know. Okay, so this was the
to rank each kid. I'm not against it. Okay, I'm just listening to this.
yeah, because so that would be easy, so like I still remember my report cards is like my report books, and it's like if you fail, and it's like I think 60 was the pass mark. So 59, it's in red, and everything above that is in blue. So it's like your parents will know immediately, like, red, my kid has got a red mark. Oh dear, better do something about that. And then but then it makes it easy for parents and teachers to know how you're doing, because you have your class position and your annual aggregate from which your position would be derived. And you get a position in class every term, and then an aggregate position in class for the whole year, that sort of thing. And then obviously, if you manage to stay in a band for the A class, you keep being in A class, like my cousin was for her entire academic career. And if you're not so good, you'd be in the B class, as I was. But there were obviously worse classes to be in. So that was how it worked. So you kind of immediately know how your kid is doing just by saying, so which class are you in?
So you could use standardized tests in that case, and
Yeah,
then
I mean,
each year somebody could be in a they could be like each subject they could go into the harder class, or they could be put into the easier class of those students, right, where they're kind of together. Don't think there's like some advantage for people seeing the smart kids in the class?
well, it's sort of like, if you're in A class, you're obviously a smart kid. But and you stay in the same class. It's the teachers who, move around. So all the kids stay in one class. And obviously, you have to be within, a band of achievement in order to, stay within that class. You could fall down, I suppose. But nobody was ever, moved from another. I think maybe there was, but a very few people. So that was how it worked. And so, that there's always a kind of range of achievement you're expected to be in if you're in a certain class. So there would be no streaming for different subjects. We're just in the in the
Tracking. We
same.
call this tracking
Okay.
in
But
America.
that, yes. But
Okay.
that's a better way of doing it than having mixed ability classes. So when I came to the UK, I found that there was a lot of time wasted. Like, oh, divide yourself into different groups, and I'll come to you and talk to you about blah blah. And you think, what a waste of time. Whole class teaching was so much more effective. So everybody look in the same direction. Everybody listen, and questions will be asked if you're not paying attention. because all this divide yourself into little groups is just time for mischief making and empty chatter.
Mhm.
Am I being very old fashioned and fascist?
No, what they did here where I'm at when my kids were in school, they'd started tracking. And what they did was they took these kids and gave them tests in first, second, basically they decided by third grade if that kid was going to go to college or not.
Hmm.
Did it a test. So those kids got thrown into the regular class. Then they had kids that they put into Avid, at the end of uh, I don't know if it was, I think it was fifth grade because I think oh no, it was the end of sixth grade, but it went to the end of fifth grade because they changed the system to where the junior high is 3 years starting at sixth grade. And I was very against this because of this problem of these sixth graders getting pregnant. I didn't think those sixth graders needed to be around those older boys. But what they did was they took a test. So they decided, okay, you guys go into the GATE classes. That's supposed to be gifted and talented education.
Ah.
Okay, and so that was basically what I think Ronald Reagan had started it because they felt they were not getting enough scientists in the United States. Those were the kids they thought were smart enough to go into the sciences. Okay, but of course they didn't tell the parents that. Oh, you just thought your kid got into this program. On top of those kids, they had seminar. Those kids are the ones that scored even higher than the GATE kids. They're the ones that had like the high scores on even the cultural stuff, and the Muslim kids are a little bit lower. They score lower, Muslim kids, because they're around too many different cultures. People don't understand this. They don't realize what should be there and what shouldn't be from some of these tests. But
Hmm.
basically, what the test for GATE was basically based on was you were looking at shapes and drawings of shapes and stuff, seeing if you could figure out what the opposite side of the shape would look like. Okay,
Hmm.
that was the
It
big.
sounds like an IQ test.
I don't know if it's exactly IQ, but if they could visualize it for that. So one of my kids got into GATE. She actually should have been in seminar, but she was culturally confused.
Sorry, in seminar. What does that
Seminar was
mean?
higher. Seminar was higher. She was actually a brilliant person. So
Hmm.
she should have been in the higher one. So, and then one of my kids, I used to go up and help her. She was falling behind in school. She didn't do good on standardized tests. She did pretty bad. She had a learning disability that she was going to outgrow by third grade. It's usually a learning disability boys have where you forget what you're looking at. Like you forget
Hmm.
what you saw. Like you have trouble in reading, not because you're too stupid to know what you're looking at. You just forgot what they said about it. You forgot what you saw when they said it. And I
Hmm.
figured out something was wrong because she couldn't put the VCR tape. She couldn't remember which button to push. I thought, there's no way a kid is going to forget which button to push to watch their little movie, right? So I had it
Hmm.
tested, and they fought me about the testing. So I did. I forced it by doing it, requesting in writing, and got the names of every single one. They did that, but I went up to that school and I made sure she didn't get 3 years behind. If she had gotten 3 years behind, Claire, is when they were going to start helping her. I made
Hmm.
sure she didn't follow 3 years behind. And that teacher, because she saw me up there and I got I'm not trying to toot my horn here. I'm saying as I was an active parent, I got involved here, made sure my kid did not end up in that retard class. Okay. Because she wasn't retarded. And
Hmm.
that teacher put her in the AVID program, which was a program where they had social. It was a program where you had the same teacher for several subjects. So the teacher really got to know the kids and they would help them learn study habits and stuff. The GATE kids, they didn't really teach them study habits and this stuff. They didn't bother with that. And those kids were earmarked and promised that if they finished the program, they were going to college. right?
Mhm.
Because some are called, so they were promised a place in a college if they finished the entire program,
Mhm.
going up through years through high school. So you had the
Mhm.
gate, you had the regular kids. I mean the whatever that lower, whatever they call those. You had the avid kids, you had the gate kids, and you had the seminar kids, which
Mhm.
are pretty much the ones they thought were sort of close to being genius or something.
Mhm. Mhm.
So it was set up like that. But I like the idea of using a standardized test to decide where you go in each subject and not bothering so much with this gate stuff and everything. Because what happened was, if you got relegated into the lower one, you weren't going to get out. That was it.
Yeah.
You couldn't get into the gate class. But if they did standardized tests and somebody could get tutors and help their kids, and their kid scores high on the standardized test, they should be able to be moved into these different classes that are harder and better. Oh, and then they also had, uh, oh gosh, I forgot what it was. If you had good grades, you could also take college classes in high school if your grades were good enough. They did let anyone, if the subject wasn't taught at the school. Like some kids could take, I forgot what it was called. They could take like college English, junior senior
Mhm.
year. Maybe they could take that. Like they did have some different programs. But I do like that idea of just doing a standardized test each year. If the kid does really good on it, they go into the harder class.
Yeah, there is, possibility of advancement and also of falling behind, but there would be a ready class for you to be in, kind of thing,
Mhm.
to cater to your educational needs. Yeah.
So, what would be different in how the curriculum actually looks? Like, are you going to use a single subject curriculum where it's just the subject itself, or are you going to go for the integrated curriculum stuff?
Integrated curriculum, do remind me of what that is.
Oh, that's like I I don't like it personally, but what it is they'll teach a subject and then they'll bring other subjects into it. Like you're trying to do math, and all of a sudden social studies is going into it, or you're doing all of a sudden they'll have an art project in math. Say they'll do art in math.
I don't quite see, but since you don't like it and I don't know it, I can't see the point of it, I suppose is what I'm trying to say.
I think it was supposed to create interest and supposed to have kids have an integrated idea about education, but I thought it kind of created dumbing it down because if and also it had theme teaching. Theme teaching was sort of part of it. We're going to do a month. We're going to talk. Okay, in the lower grades, this month we're talking about dinosaurs. Whole month.
Mhm.
What if you hate dinosaurs? Most kids like it, but what if you don't? What if you don't want to have a math problem about dinosaurs? A reading lesson on dinosaurs, a science project talking about dinosaurs. Like beat that dinosaur to death the whole month. Then you're going to move to the next theme. I think it caused kids to become disinterested in all the subjects when it was on a theme they didn't like.
Mhm.
I like math as it is math. They teach the math. They teach what you can do with math. And if they want to teach some practical thing about, like for example, if you're taking wood shop, let's say you're taking wood shop. Okay, you're going to bring the math into the wood shop, but I don't think they need to bring wood shop into math. See,
Mhm.
that's what I'm saying about that. I like the idea that people can excel and be able to move into a higher level easier instead of being relegated and being stuck in it. Like stuck in the underclass. That's what I thought this tracking did here. It stuck a large group of kids into being a underclass. They decided these teachers are teaching those kids. They already decided they were not didn't have the stuff to go to college. They already decided that about them by third grade.
Uh-huh.
That wasn't right doing that to those kids because that's
Well,
not
in the
true.
UK, what they have is the 11 plus. I don't know if you've heard of it. Have you heard of the 11 plus?
No.
So basically, if you wanted to go to a grammar school, and this assumes that you can't you can't afford to pay school fees. So you can get free but good education by going to grammar school. But your kid has to pass the 11 plus in order to go to grammar school and then be considered a bright child. But if not, it goes to a secondary modern and will be destined for, I don't know, clerical work or,
Yeah, I don't like
vocational
that.
training and that kind of thing.
Hmm.
So that was how it worked. And then they um, brought in the comprehensive system where it's more streamed, but they never streamed properly, and it's a it's like it's actually okay from the sound of it. It's just that for some reason it just didn't work, or it wasn't followed properly or something. And I'm saying that the fact that so many children were brought up in fatherless homes meant that their behavior was poorer, and there would be class disruptions, and and nothing would be learned. So classroom discipline would be very important, and once you have good classroom discipline, you can have up to 50 in a class, as I did when I was in primary school.
What did
um,
they what did they call the first one you talked about? Something plus?
11 plus, 11 plus. So in the UK, um, if you wanted to go to grammar school, you would have to pass your 11 plus, which is an exam. You took at 11 to see if you were, clever enough to survive grammar school.
Oh God, this is like tracking kind of. Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like it like that, but I do like the idea of starting to test these kids, and then you get into the class you can test into. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. That's a
Yeah, and
really
I
good idea.
suppose, yeah.
Now let's look at this from the B plus and the other school. So it's all going to work the same then, and it's the same curriculum, is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't want anyone to feel, not, discriminated against. But obviously, I guess in the B and B plus schools, the emphasis on discipline would be paramount, or classes would be disrupted and children underperform. But I think that's it. I mean, if they're all sitting quietly and respecting teacher, and there will be things like when teacher comes in, you stand up. You don't just slouch there and not do anything. So I mean, these little um, uh, changes in behavior would just sort of make you respect teacher.
The reason tracking didn't work so much is they didn't have the same expectation level of the students. Well, my kids, I noticed that when they went to a Catholic school, my kids at one time went to a Catholic school that was almost all Latinos, okay, for a little while.
Hmm.
And it kind of didn't work out because um, they weren't Latino, and Latinos are kind of tight. They're kind of tight with each other. So um, I noticed one of the teachers, how can I put it? They just expected at that school that these Latino kids could do the work. That, yeah, you can speak English correctly and you can pass this stuff. But those kids, if they've been in public school, would have been in a class with a dummied down education. They just refuse to have a dummied down education at this school, except for science. Catholic schools, always the science is somewhat on the rinky dink side because they don't have the extensive labs and stuff. I don't know about in the high schools, but they're elementary and middle school and all that. They have rinky dink science, but they just assume you could do your homework, you were going to do it, and you could learn this. And those kids didn't know grammar. They actually were getting a way better education than the public school. I had my kids doing both. They were public school, homeschooled. Sometimes went to the Catholic school. One time went to a different Catholic school. One of them went to a Lutheran school one time. Right? I had them all in different things, and I saw what was going on because I was Susie housewife, and I could go over and find out what was going on, and I did. And also at Catholic schools, you had to you had to do little jobs as a parent at the school. You had to go do something over there. So it was better. So, but I don't like this tracking with little kids because they have decided way too young whether these kids were going to be anything or not. Way too young. And I don't agree with doing that to small kids, but I do agree with doing standardized tests and starting to move them along. I don't believe in a push down curriculum. I don't think they should even teach reading at all in kindergarten because anyway, that's a different thing about education I have about it. I don't think they should teach reading until they're 7, which is an Islamic view, which is actually a little bit younger than 7. That's but not because of the Islamic view, because kids just end up getting tracked, getting so far behind, and they're behind because they pushed the curriculum down. They were so upset kids were not graduating high school, being able to do anything. They pushed the curriculum down instead of making the classes excellent. You see what I'm saying? And the
They
teach,
lowered standards.
yeah, yeah, and they didn't. And the teachers, they refused to test the teachers. The teachers rebelled against that. They didn't want to be tested to keep their jobs. They didn't want to
Mhm.
produce. They didn't want to show excellence in teaching. So yeah, I can see all that stuff. I like the idea. I like the idea of the tests and the kids going to that. And you want the same curriculum across all. I don't think we can do that in the United States. And I think we're moving away from that hopefully because it's led to a dummied down education, trying to centralize the teaching, what they're going to teach everywhere. But I think it's a good idea, especially in
Yeah, I
England.
mean,
Small, I think it's good.
well, yes, because I think it's particularly things like history. I mean, now it's so broken up. Like you can have different examination boards, and it's like some examination boards are easier to pass, and you know, um, other examination boards. And then some years ago, I discovered that in Africa and places outside the UK, they're still doing the O level. The O level being the one with the higher standard and the more rigorous marking system. And that kind of explains why, Zimbabwean white Zimbabweans and white South Africans are always so much better educated than the local white people
Well,
because they're still using the old system.
In the United States, okay, I was brought up in California. I had I worked, I used to work and stuff, and I worked at this place, and there was another lady there who had come from the East Coast, and she'd read more classics and this kind of stuff, and she told me that when she first came to California, she was really surprised at the number of people who didn't know any of these classics and stuff when she was talking to them. Not that she was talking about classics all the time, but she said, they just didn't seem very well read to her. They were
Mhm.
graduated and stuff, but she came from a snowed in place. So you either went outside, you were skiing or doing that stuff, or you were inside. And you get bored inside because they didn't have this wide TV and this computer access and all this stuff where you're being passively entertained.
Mhm.
And she said after she came out to California, she didn't get it. And then she said she got it one day because you could be outside all year round here doing sports or something.
Right.
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 So I don't think they can have the same curriculum across the country, but they can provide excellent education, and I think they can in school. They should do this. I think they should.
Sorry, why did you say you can't have the same curriculum throughout the US? Because
Because
of the snow?
it leads to schools, because what they'll do is they'll do some kind of national standardized test, create a curriculum that goes on the average of that test, and then it'll be imposed in an area where the kids actually are way above that, and they end up with a dummied down education than what they should have got. That's why I don't
Right.
agree with it. If they
Yes.
try to do a one thing fits all, and then what happens is the kids that are really high up get dragged down, and then you have the
Mhm.
lower, the really bottom I don't want to call them bottom feeders, but the kids on the bottom can't even get up to that level. It's not a it's not a good way to do things. You need extremely educated people in society, not just people with an average education. And they should be able to get that if they live somewhere, if their parents had enough money to get them that kind of an education, they should be able to do it. Because we need brilliant people in society too, not just um, regular. I'm a regular person. I'm just a regular person. Okay, I'm not acting like oh, I had bad. Oh, there's Vincent. I see you, Vincent. Hi.
Yes, hi, Vincent, because Vincent has had a very interesting education being a Jehovah's Witness.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Hello, Vincent.
Yes, yes. I think I've always said if I was in charge of education, I would do the Jehovah's Witness education standard model of educating, because you have to understand Jehovah's Witnesses will take you, and basically, if you're a good student, within 6 months, you'll know the whole Bible, and you will be able to start knocking on doors and preaching very complicated doctrines. Um, they claim, or not claim, they actually do it. They can turn you into a door preaching, you know, cover to cover Bible read Jehovah's Witness in about 6 months. And that's just,
Did you do that?
yes, I did. I did knock on people's doors, and I was, yeah, I was within a short period of time. I converted to Jehovah's Witness when I was 8. I left when I was 16. So probably I was young. So probably by the time I started knocking on doors, I was probably around 10. But you know, I would go out in field service before that. But yeah, no, their standard of education, I think, is, so basically this is what they would do. They would only give you 1 to 3 paragraphs to read at a time. They wouldn't give you more than that. And you would read the 3 paragraphs, and then there were 2 to 3 questions that went along with the paragraphs, and you had to answer the questions in your own words. So, you know, you would read it, you would have to read it out loud, and then after you read it out loud, you would then answer the questions in your own words to a teacher or to a prompter or to whatever, and they would determine whether or not you actually understood what you just read. So I know that in a teaching setting, that extra part of putting it in your own words would probably be a little bit more difficult, but I think they should just give them 2 to 3 paragraphs at a time, ask a question, and either there's multiple choice selections, you know, in a different wording. You take it, you give them, you write it for them, then give them multiple choice questions that are either in different wording, so that they have to select they have to be able to select the correct wording with the wording above, even though it's written differently. Or you would just have to have them type in their own answer, and then it would have to be reviewed by a teacher. But if you just want really quick, yeah, like, and then the thing is that,
like a reading comprehension test for a couple of paragraphs, and you're picking the best paraphrase of it.
yes, yes. So, and yes, and I think that this way you could get rid of studying and tests, because you would just put them in front of the computer and they would just read short bits of information and answer, and then, you know, you move on. It's like that was your test. Your test was to rephrase what was said differently and prove that you actually can understand what you read, and just
So
move
you
on
want
to
computer. You want to do this comprehension on a computer.
yeah, even though I wasn't taught on a computer. Jehovah's Witnesses don't do computer tests. They do, yeah, but but also I would eliminate, even I had to study. So what I would do is, before my teacher would come to my house to teach me, I would have to study over the paragraphs. I'd have to read them, and I'd have to underline the answers in the text that, you know, went along with the questions that were going to be asked. And then my teacher would come and we would sit down and either they would read the 2 or 3 paragraphs or I would read the 2 or 3 paragraphs. We would go back and forth so people wouldn't get tired. And then they would ask you, okay, can you answer this question? The question would be asked and I had to put it in my own words. I couldn't just read what I had underlined. I had to rephrase it, and so that they knew that I knew what I was talking about. And I learned the whole Bible very quickly. Very, very quickly. Jehovah's Witnesses are very good at the Bible. They know all the scriptures. I'm rusty. I mean, I couldn't quote scriptures off my head anymore, but had I stayed in that. But yeah, as a young children do door-to-door work. I mean, if you're born a Jehovah's Witness, I mean, you could probably start speaking at the door as soon as, well, they take their children out with them when they go to do this, so you watch your parents doing it constantly. I've seen like maybe 7-year-olds preaching.
I agree. I think they should do. Yeah, I think we used to have something like reading comprehension, sort of like that when I was a kid, but we didn't use computers, so there were no computers, so we used a pencil, and we had a sheet, and we had to put our answers down, and then they check the answers. But I think they should be writing with their hands, with pencils and pens. I don't think going down to the computer like this is such a great idea, but they do need to learn computers before they get out of high school. But I think they should be writing with their hands. And what they've done here is gotten kids onto practically totally not using pen or paper or pencils by 3rd grade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
Book, not even having a book. It's all on the internet. I don't agree with this.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it probably that's why, Claire was making fun of the Jehovah's Witnesses because she doesn't think they have an X account. They are very much obsessed with face-to-face teaching. They do not make online propagation of their ideology their main concern. Mm-hmm. I noticed, which I think, okay, that's a detriment. I mean, is it good to do face-to-face learning? Yes, but okay, are you going to grow as fast? No, it's very time-consuming. It's very energy wasting. So if they coupled it, if Jehovah's Witnesses were just, okay, I got not annoyed, I just think it's stupid that when you go to their website, you cannot get just right there and then an online Bible study. You have to. It's so creepy. They force you to give them your address so they can go to your house. And you know what I mean?
But they're doing other things there. They're trying to create a community and stuff. I think it's better to have face-to-face education. I think it's better than watching videos and learning from that. There's something getting abnormal about this lack of human contact that's been going on in society. It became really evident after COVID. I mean, you're starting to see normal people who probably are nothing's wrong with them acting as if they have autism or something. I mean, this is enough. They need to be around other people. They need to have a human teaching them at least a good part of the time.
Yeah. No, I mean, this would be my suggestion. Well, just because, okay, you cannot completely translate the Jehovah's Witness model to modern day American school system, because you can't sit down 2 teachers for every 1 child. Like Jehovah's Witnesses, it's usually, not always, if it's not possible at that time, they don't do it, but usually they will send 2 people to do a Bible study with a single person or with a family. So, so you have 2 teachers. And when I did my Bible study independent of my mother. So I had 2 adult teachers teaching me. It was a 2-to-1 ratio, which, you're not, this is not possible. And also the, verbally, you can't just ask every child verbally to rephrase what they just read. That is a very good way. You could ask them to rewrite it, but that would mean a lot of teachers checking, which maybe that's not as time consuming as I'd like, to think it is. And maybe they could do that, maybe if they weren't so lazy. But just to modify it, I would just say, give them rephrasings of what they just read, and only one of those rephrasings is right, but you can try to trick them. You can try to make it complicated for them, make something look right when it's really wrong, look something, or, just kind of get that. But I think that would be a very quick, I think that if they adopted that system, we could get kids graduating college in 1 to 2 years instead of 4 years. And if it was done in high schools, I think that we could really move forward and see how much they can learn. Because, a lot of these things, look, the Jehovah's Witnesses, there's one thing that you learn from Jehovah's Witnesses is that unless you're stranded on a desert island or something, you always have your Bible with you. It's not like you don't have the book. It's not like in real life, if you're a scientist, you have a shelf full of books you can look at any time in your life. You don't need to sit there and reread. The way we do it is very time consuming. First, you have to study the whole text. Then you got to study it a bunch of times because you're not going to have it with you. And then you have to go in and you have to take the tests, and then you have to pass the test. So it's a lot. It's very time consuming. This is a very time consuming process. So just give them the answers in the text, and then let them, either rewrite it or do multiple choices in rephrasing, which I think would be a hyper sped up way to do it. And, I think, because yes, in real life, you have the book, don't you? In real life, you have the internet, don't you? You can always look it up. And that's why I was always a proponent of open book tests in classes, because in real life, you have the book.
Well, not anymore. Not anymore. Now it's going pretty much all online. They give you a computer.
Yeah, well, you have the computer in real life. So simulate real life, and then you're just seeing if people can read something and comprehend it. And, if they can read something and comprehend it,
you can see that. You can see whether they got the right answer or not. Yeah, you can see that, but you can't see if they can write. You can't see if they can write, and you're not picking up on if they're even using grammar correctly when they write something. It's a shorthand. It's a faster way to do some of this stuff, but it's leading to not a very good learning skill in some of the other areas.
Yeah, I don't know how. Well, yeah, you could have, instead of multiple choices, you can have write-ins. They have to write essays sometimes. Sometimes they would have to write an essay, but you can give them, write an essay on, you give them a block of writing. Let's say that you give them nothing too long. You don't want to give people too much. I mean, maybe 2 to 3 paragraphs is a little too little. Like, you want to challenge them a little bit more than that. But yeah.
Well, you would build on it for each grade, obviously, as they're going up. Yeah, I think comprehension tests. I think in general they should do comprehension tests like that. But this is the kind of a question I want to ask Claire. Now you got the A school, and are these on different campuses? Right?
Not necessarily, because I mean they just I suppose they could be opposite each other.
So you have okay, so you have the genders, you have the boys. Oh, you're getting more people here. So you have the boys in one school, the girls in another one. Maybe and then I'm wondering if you're in B school, and all of a sudden, you could not. I mean, this is just for the subjects, obviously, but for these kids with B school, bachelor school, and all this, those bachelor schools, in order to get into A school, they would have to actually change campus, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but it would be local. I suppose the idea is that they would be local schools.
Okay, but can't anyone see it's immoral to give children a lesser level of education just because their parents were adulterers? Doesn't that? Why are you punishing the children for this?
I'm trying to make the point that they would have the same access to educational resources.
Okay, why would you? Okay, and then everyone's going to point at them and be like, "Your parents are adulterers."
No, but they'd be the majority now, because most people have unmarried parents.
Okay,
so they'd
you're
be the
punishing
majority.
the children. You're punishing the children for what the parents did.
But it wouldn't be getting a substandard education.
It's a little odd. It's a little weird when you start thinking about socially. I'm wondering if you have a bunch of B kids. I'm trying to think. What was that movie I want? Okay, remember the movies To Sir with Love? Remember that old movie?
No.
It had Sidney
Silly
Poitier,
Poitier. Hmm.
and he was teaching these. I think they were working class kids. He was teaching working class kids, and he was trying to teach the girls to be ladies, and we're going to make a salad today. I mean, he was trying to help them, and of course, is this woke stuff that was about, it was basically about prejudice and stuff. This movie, but anyway, and about coming, this one student coming to, her becoming to adulthood. It was kind of a cute movie. People liked it, but he if you have kids and you've decided they're going to be in the B school, okay, how are they going to see the difference of the kids who were not from families, whose families were from married families? I went to school. Most of the kids were married, but there were a few. We saw, you could see the difference. How are they going to see the difference? That's what I'm wondering. You
What
understand?
in terms of the quality of the education provided? Is that what you're asking me?
No, the difference of the quality of the education. If I'm in a school and okay, in every single kid, let's say I go to school, I'm a kid, I go to school, all the kids are bastards in my class. How am I even going to notice that the married kids actually have a better situation than I do? How am I going to notice that?
Because socially, they're supposed to be better off than you, and also you can compare their, marks. Their,
But you're not
um,
seeing them, Claire. You're not seeing them. You're separated from. That's what you guys do in England. You separate the classes pretty much. What I'm saying is, if the classes are separated,
Did you shower? Oh,
oh,
go ahead.
Vincent,
Sorry,
Vincent,
that was me.
no, that's okay. No, I just meant, we all know. Yes, there you go. Anyway, what I was trying to say is, you won't see. Okay, like in America, we can see this. You can see, the rich kids got things. If you're in a school and you have these different types of kids, and you can see that, but you do end up with a more dummied down education that you probably would have got, right? So, I mean, I'm seeing pluses and minuses here, but I'm wondering how, for example, in England, you have the kids and they're all at a working class school. How are these kids even learning there's a difference in how to live and how to move up? You guys seem so closed off in your classes to me. In
well, we
America,
don't know.
we're closed off too, but we just had such a huge middle class, right? We used to
Yeah,
have such.
which you're losing
Right.
because
Yes.
your
Yes.
government doesn't care. But
Right.
okay, well, I suppose obviously we don't know that one kid in has a different family life to another kid. But I guess the assumption is that the rich kid is better off because he has access to tuition or holidays, and the having two sets of grandparents giving them treats, more cousins to play with, blah blah blah. But that is a given. I mean, that's why you want to encourage people to marry and have children and have the benefit of the
Okay.
extended family and
How?
supporting.
How in the B school? Okay, if you're in the A school, those kids also see they have parents and stuff. Now you have the kids in the B school, and they all, dad's gone. I don't know if my dad's the guy. I'm not sure if my dad's this guy over here. Or we've got photos of a couple of guys that might be my dad. I mean, okay, you got the in the B school. How do you convince these kids to not be just like how they were being brought up at home? How are you going to convince them that?
But by the fact that they are in B school and A school is over there, where if they had been fortunate, they would be in, because
No, no,
it's
no.
just this idea of a status.
I'm trying to say, Claire, how are you going to
Okay, but there's no
think
there
about the
there's
vision of how they're being brought up to accept the vision? These people, not just looking at, oh, those rich kids got it better. I mean, anyone knows that. Oh yeah, the rich kids got it better. Everybody knows that. They also know the rich kids have pretty good access to drugs because those kids have a higher spending amount. We also
Yeah,
have,
so I guess it'd be role models and fathers in the home that B schoolers are lacking.
well, how are you going to get role models in their homes? Or how are you
Well,
going
I
to get
guess you have maybe extra.
an extra class? That's what I'm asking. You're going to give them an extra class, right? You're going to give them some sort of social class.
Or just sort of more, improving stories about, people who marry before having children and the outcomes for those who don't, that sort of thing.
So you could create a reading curriculum where the stories in the book is actually a lot of
Well, it might be just the kind of pet talk that the principal gives, catering specially for B schoolers,
Well, Claire,
recognizing that.
if they're not getting anything less than the A scores, then they might not care. If they're getting the same education, same lunch, same playground time, same this, same that, then maybe they won't give a shit.
Okay, I mean, I know you don't want to do anything about that, but okay, I
What do you
get
mean?
it. You don't want it to be
Claire, just because
acknowledged that
Claire,
there's
no,
anything wrong about being a bastard.
no, Claire. Just because I don't want to separate children based on what their parents did doesn't mean that I don't care
Well, I
and
mean,
don't
there
want a
has to be some
solution.
kind of moral
Oh,
judgment.
okay. Well, go after the parents. If I would be okay if
Yeah, I
would.
will, treating them as sex offenders.
Okay,
Okay,
well,
listen,
that's enough. That's enough.
listen,
Don't go
No,
after
it's
the
not.
kids.
You
listen.
don't have to go after the kids.
I was trying to do a nice lead in here about I am actually talking about this seriously, even though I'm starting to laugh right now. What I'm saying is, what I'm
Yes, what do
saying
you
is,
think, machine?
listen, what I'm saying is you have curriculum, you have math and that stuff, you have the arts, but you also have curriculum and music, right, Claire? Somebody sang 12 Days of Christmas with Stephen or something. You were talking about that and you're saying, what's your favorite Christmas carol? Carol? What is it?
Hmm.
Well, I mean, I can't sing. Truth is, I haven't sang in over 50 years. I got terrorized in elementary school and never tried to sing the rest of my life. Okay, I don't know one single song all the way through. But I started thinking about if I'm developing a curriculum and I'm trying to teach a bunch of bastards in bastard schools that they can live a different way and to start thinking different about themselves. You can do this through media, and media is music, right? I mean, you can do this through music. So then I started thinking, you brought up the Christmas Carol thing, and I thought, if you taught them some of these songs with different lyrics, that even when they grew up and left school,
They still remember the words.
they would still remember the words they were taught in school, which was not the Christmas Carol itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's a song. So I'm wondering, are you going to have songs? Could you have?
Yeah. I mean, I really hadn't thought about that, but thanks for
Listen. Because I see these, I'm saying, okay, so you can have the school song. Ours was red and gold is in the air, blah, blah. I mean, that was a high school one. You sing that and they run out on the football field, right? But I wonder, are you going to have kids, for example, singing? Please forgive me because I can't sing. I can't sing good, and the only reason I'm even doing this as a Muslim is because I sing so bad. If trying to do, I'm so bad that no Muslim could possibly call this singing very good. Not to think that this is attracting anyone. Okay, all right, but I'm wondering, are you going to teach these kids these little jingles like here's the bastard schools song, part of the chorus.
Yeah, we had school. We had every school. I don't know. Our school, the schools that I was in, they had like each school had its own song, and they would like
school song.
Like mine was something like far above the Catskill Mountains, reaching for the sky, something, Caro Durham high. How we love and praise, respect you, my school so dear.
Okay, so now I'm asking. Here I am in bastard school. Here the kids are in bastard school, and you've got 50 bastards in the class on the class. And you're going to have your school assembly. Are you going to have them all stand there and sing a song that goes like, I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing.
Yeah.
You
We
gotta
have to think
program it.
about that.
In other words, why not a curriculum that uses music to start programming these kids? Like,
Yeah.
okay, listen.
Yeah, why
Let
not?
me see. We are.
All our parents. Oh, go ahead. I was about to sing one. Go ahead.
This is a chorus. It's a prototype of a song for a bastard school, for the entire school. We are bastards, one and all, but we don't have to pass on this fate. We will create a great society. We will marry before we procreate. Now, every time they go out in society,
We
as
will
they're growing up
marry
and they
before we
leave,
procreate.
they're going to hear this Christmas carol and they're going to remember the words of these songs at least for 2 months out of the year. Right?
That's a brilliant idea, Carol.
All right. Now here's
Oh
another.
God, this is horrible.
Machine, what do you
Listen, just
Well,
trying to think of this as prototype and the idea of learning music to promote. Now here you have the boys one, but I can't sing. I can't make my voice low enough for a boy. But you want to pick a song that's low enough, right? Because when they have their voice change, they can still sing the song, right? Right.
think?
So we got. Hark the herald angels sing, I shall grow to be a man. I will keep
oh,
my
you might
hands
be offending some Christians soon.
create a bastard land. I shall work, I shall toil, I shall not a girl defile. I shall not on couch sit with loaded bong in hand. I shall not in drunken states cruise girls or boys across our land. As a man, I shall to grow grow to be a true society, a true man in society. I mean, what can I do this?
Great. You must give me the words.
Here's another one. Okay, here's
You can
another.
sing it
These are
together.
prototypes. I'm not saying that to be adopted, but I'm saying we can look at music curriculum. And then I'm
Yes.
saying, now for
What a
girls,
great way. What a great way of making the point and a fun way.
yeah, and the girls have higher voices. So let me try to think here. I wish I could sing. I can't. I said,
Well, you can carry the tune enough.
yeah, okay. Do you hear what I hear? Do you hear what I hear? A married woman I shall be before I have children. Before I have children. Do you stop this? I'm trying to be serious. Do you hear what I hear? Do you hear what I hear? I don't have to lift my skirt. I can live in dignity. I can.
I think this is gonna be a recurring clip on my show.
Okay, so I don't know. That's what I was thinking. Oh, I forgot the rest of the song for the other ones. Let's see. Anyway, I don't know. I was kind of thinking
Well,
that.
that idea is a great one because then it gives people identity and and makes them know it's something to be ashamed of and something that's a problem that can be solved.
But I like the idea of bringing, like, these are choruses, but I'm liking the idea of, if you have some of these songs, but in the song itself, it is also creating the vision of the married parents with their children. Like, it creates a vision saying that I don't have to pass on this fate. I mean, I think they could come up with I don't know. Okay. Anyway, this is my idea, but I'm trying to picture it in real life. I mean, I still remember some of the bad little songs we had on the playground when I was a kid. I still remember some of them. There was a really bad one. There was one that was bad. I don't want to sing it. I don't want to say it because,
Right, the
But
naughty.
I still remember, like, they were kind of making fun of stuff, but why not sing? Why not stand up and sing? And why not bring that heritage of music, of the culture in? And why not be these Christmas songs that people hear every year outside everywhere. You're going to go to the store, they're going to hear the Christmas song, and they're going to remember the words to that song when they get out of high school, because that's a serious time. You get out of high school. What are you going to do now? You're going to run around and play, I don't
Mhm.
want to humpa humpa. I mean, you're going to do that when you get out of high school right away, as soon as the parents aren't watching. I don't know. I don't know. That's kind of,
Mm. Do, do you know any school songs, Machine?
yeah. Yeah.
No, no, but I know in Pakistan, we went to school and we did have to sing songs, patriotic songs. And if you didn't listen to the teacher would be allowed to hit you, even as kids, right? So, it was fascinating, that they had public schools. The teachers were allowed to hit you. If you went home and told your parents that the teacher hit you, they would not care. They would say, "Well, that's your fault." The fact is that they had a different sort of trust system in the society and in the schools. But I think public schools are a dangerous idea. The fact that kids, allow, I mean, that parents would allow their kids to go to a place where they don't know the people who teach there, right? I think old folks'
Mhm.
homes, public schools, and also hospitals. I think the doctors should have to come to the house, to visit people, when they're sick, and those types of things. These sort of public institutions that sort of are, take care of families and all that sort of thing, that are, a bridge between the state and the private individual, and their family. I think that is a, you know, not dignified position. Right?
Well, I don't agree that they should be able to hit kids. I don't agree with that. But I was
Well,
telling Claire the other day. I was telling Claire the other day. I had a great grandmother. A teacher hit her son in school, and she beat him up with a horsewhip in a field. Tell him don't hit him. Yeah, she did a number on him. This is, of course, this was going way back in time. I'm kind of old. I was telling Claire about this. But my husband went to a school, in a Muslim country and stuff, and they decided his mother called the school and complained about him. So
yeah, it's because even in the Muslim countries, they're infested with this idea of universal education that they borrowed from the West. So they're all already, fucked up in the head, because the fact is that this idea of universal education, it came from people like Jan Comenius, people like Thomas Jefferson, and they meant it as a sort of socialist project within society, to influence people to follow these ideas of civic virtues, democratic virtues and principles. And the fact that that people are being educated to this instead of, working with their father, right? Because before that, you'd work with your father, right? So I think they should bring that back. The kids should, be trained with their parents to work in the family business. I mean,
well, anyway, what happened? I was going to tell the story about my husband. His mother got mad at him about something, called the school and complained. Right. So they took him down to the principal's office, hung him up in a falak, and beat the bottom of his feet until he couldn't walk, and he got to crawl home. And his mother hid for 3 days. Right? That's what the school did to him. I don't agree with doing this kind of stuff to kids, but I do agree with getting troublemakers out of a classroom. Okay, and then they should be isolated and forced to excel, not just dumped in a classroom with a bunch of other troublemakers where they're going to just be making more and more trouble. Right?
Mhm.
But I think it's a good idea. A lot of this is a good idea, Claire, and then people need to work on it and come up with a good curriculum.
yeah, and I think what Claire is saying is true also in that way, because where did the troublemaking kids come from except from parents with bad family situations, all right? So the fact is that there needs to be social stigma attached to a status being linked to family relations again, instead of just economic status, right? Because that's all they have now. Is that the education system is based on how much you can pay for the education, right? So
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
you
No, it's
so
based
has to
so
on
be.
you
it's
so
based on
you believe in taking children and separating based on whether their parents are married or not.
No, because I don't believe in public schools, right?
Well, what about in the
Before that,
Muslim private? Okay, let's say that we could do this in private Muslim schools. Would you separate children whose parents were involved in something indecent?
well, if
they
it's a
do it
private
already.
school, then
They do it
if it's a
already,
private school, then they agree to it, right? So that
Vincent.
would be a
They
different
do it
situation.
already. You think those parents let their kids go play at somebody's house whose parents aren't married? They
Right.
already do that at
Yeah, they
Muslim
definitely
schools.
do that. Yeah.
They do that. They do that. And it
Okay,
used
well
to
that
be
shows
back in
that you
the
don't.
day.
Well,
Look, I'm not saying, look, I'm not, the point is this discussion has to become real. We need to really talk about if you're going to do this, what kind of a curriculum would it be? How can it keep from creating instead a stagnant class society where you can't move up or down anymore? This is kind of the objection I have about England is you can tell the classes are so hard to move in and out of compared to America, but America, the big class was the middle class. You understand? How can you do this and not create something like a permanent underclass of bastards, in other words? How could you possibly do this? Because bastard school needs more than whatever the A school is getting. They need more to pull them out. And if they're separated, they're not seeing the examples of kids that are not behaving like that. But then the kids who know how to behave, do they have to be around kids acting like that? They're getting dragged down. So we have public school in California with the big circus state of America. Kids are maybe behaving okay. They go to public school, and all of a sudden they're calling CPS on their parents. It's a circus. It's so bad.
CPS, Child
Yeah,
Protection Service.
that is
Yeah.
another horrible thing that's going on is that the kids and the teachers are allowed to call CPS on the parents, you know, right?
well,
And
they should be
yeah.
because there's reasons CPS got invented. Like people say, what do you think that some nefarious evil person was like? Let's set up child protective services to get children out of the house. No, children were being beaten and starved to death. So that's why we formed child protective
Right,
services.
but there's absolutely cases of child trafficking rings being linked to the child protective services.
Oh, you know what? That's like most child protective service workers are not child sex traffickers. Like,
I know, but there has been cases of it. So
okay, and parents do it to their own children too. There's cases where parents molest their own
of course,
children. Yeah.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Look. If somebody thinks someone's being molested, yeah, you're gonna call them. But what is
But the
going
law,
on
I'm
is
saying
kids are using the law to
yeah.
overpower the parents before they're adults.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard about this.
It's crazy what's going on.
Sister, Carol, and the brother Bruno. But the thing is that they actually invented laws in some of the states that the kids and the teachers can call CPS on their parents if they're not, if the kids want to get transgender reassignment, take hormones. So, do you agree with something like that?
I believe that if the question is if like okay, I'm gay. So I was raised in an anti-gay household and I was told that I wasn't told
yeah.
personally that because I didn't come out as gay, but I was gay. So let's say I was openly gay. Let's just say I was an openly gay 11-year-old, which happens. And I was, and my parents were telling me I was going to hell and all this other kind of stuff. Should I be able to get out of that house? Yes, I should be able to get. I was raised in a very spiritually abusive household, and I do believe in spiritual abuse. I believe children have religious rights. I believe that even Muslims, I'm very much against Islam. I want Islam wiped out. If my child at 9 years old said, I don't want to eat pork anymore because I'm a Muslim, I don't believe I have the right to force my religion on my children. If they want to be Muslims, that's their, I believe children have spiritual rights. My spiritual rights were taken away from me as a child. I was not allowed to engage in my own spiritual practices. I was not allowed to learn or have any of my own spirituality. I was told I was evil. I was devil possessed, demon possessed, because I had my own spiritual feelings. And the same thing with
I'm definitely sympathetic to you, but the fact is that my brother is in a similar position, right? And my parents said all the same stuff to him that your parents may have said to you. but now they have a good relationship with each other.
No,
Do
I
you
don't. Well,
now?
I don't. Well, I don't, and I
Right.
don't care. And no, I don't. I wouldn't do it to my child. Look, if my child came to me, I hate Islam. If my child at 8 or 9 years old said, I have a strong conviction that Islam is right and that what you're teaching me is wrong and destructive, and it was like hurting them, I think that uh, I wouldn't. I wouldn't take their Quran away from them and force them to eat pork. No, I wouldn't do that to them. A
Well,
Muslim would do that to their polytheistic child, though. They would take, if they found that they had any polytheistic pagan books, they would be taken away. If they had any diet, let's say they wanted to be vegetarian for religious purposes, they would not be allowed to be vegetarian. They would be forced to eat animals. Anything,
I
any
don't know
spirit.
anybody that I don't know about force feeding kids. I don't know
No,
anyone.
no.
yeah,
Okay.
I
So,
mean,
would you
Basically,
agree? If what would you say? Okay, I'm a polytheist. What would you say if my daughter came to me and said, "I want to be Muslim," and I said, "No, you can't read the Quran and you have to eat pork every night"? What would you think?
well, the fact is that there's societies, right, that for hundreds of years, right, they were Muslim, and so they taught their kids to be Muslim, right?
You're
And
not answering the question. You don't want to answer the question.
no, he's getting to it. Let him get to it.
Yeah, yeah, I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. So this idea of universal rights, right? Like, where did that come from, right? So hundreds of years, right? So you were born a Confucian, right? You were born a Mayan, right? You were born into a tradition of your ancestors, right? And you
Which
followed
you can
that for
rebel,
hundreds of years.
which you could rebel from. People rebelled.
Sure, they were outcasted from the society when they did that,
Yeah, but
right?
you can rebel. It's not like you have no choice or free will. You can rebel from that.
Right, but they were outcasted from the society when they
Okay,
did
well,
that.
but it's still, just because there's consequences doesn't mean you don't have free will.
No, of course. No, of course. There's people who did it and it brought change throughout societies over time. I agree with that. But the fact is that, you know, um, this idea of universal rights was invented, at a certain point in time in history, right? So it didn't, so it's not just that, they had this idea since the beginning of time of societies where people said, well, we could raise our kids and, our kids at 11 years old, they'll decide what religion and what sexual orientation they want to be. This is a relatively new idea, right? Is it
Yeah,
not?
it's new. It's new, but it's better. It's a better idea
I
than.
guess,
Okay,
but
but you
for
didn't answer
hundreds of
my
years.
question.
Okay.
You didn't answer my question. What if my 11-year-old daughter came to me and said, "I want to be a Muslim," and I said, "No, Quran, and you got to eat pork." And let's say I did it purposely to her. I said, "No, you're going to eat pork every night." What if I
Wait a
did
minute,
that
wait
to
a
her?
minute. She's going to come and say, oh, to a non-Muslim parent. You mean come and say, I'm going to be
Yeah.
Muslim now, and they say, no, you're going to eat pork.
Yeah. So do I have the right to do that to my
If you're a
daughter?
I knew
Muslim,
somebody. Let me finish. I knew
yeah, of course.
somebody who was. I'm sorry. I'm a blabber now. Anyway,
Okay. Blessings.
um, I knew somebody who was brought up uh, Mormon. She was brought up Mormon, and she decided to get into Islam. And her father said, "Well, as long as you're in this house, you're going to have to go to, uh, the Mormon. You're going to have to go to the Mormon church service because you have younger brothers and sisters. You're going to have to go." He told her that. He says, "This house, we're Mormons. You're going to have to go. You're going to have to show that example to your kids." But she ended up eventually leaving and lived as a Muslim and got married and still is, and they all get along.
Okay, but don't you think it's
Idea
abuse?
that you're going to shove pork in somebody's mouth. I mean, this is a little bit weird, but
Why? No, what? Okay, wait, whoa. Let's say there was
listen,
no religion. Let's say there was no religion involved, and I just said, tonight we're eating what I cooked. That's it. You're eating what I cooked. Nobody would have a problem with that. But I'm asking if my daughter had converted to Islam, and I said, no, you're going to eat pork every night, or when I make pork, you're going to eat it. Is that correct?
well, we don't. It's not common anymore. It's not common in the West to force someone to eat food like that anymore.
No,
They used to do it
I
when I was
said no.
younger.
If
That
yeah,
was your
you don't want to
question.
answer the question. You don't want to answer the question. No,
Yeah.
you're not. You're just saying, oh, that doesn't happen.
The answer is that
Answer.
it's absolutely wrong. But the fact is that way of life that you're talking about would absolutely have to be imposed in the same way that the Islamic way of life is imposed.
Not imposed. No, I'm talking about.
Oh yes, it would have to be regulated by laws and CPS.
No.
As you said, it would have to be regulated by CPS and a
No, it
government
wouldn't.
regulatory
No,
agency.
I'm talking about. You're missing. No, you're not getting it. I'm saying I'm a polytheist, and my daughter at 8, 9 years old says, I want to be a Muslim. If I took her Quran away, refused to let her read it, and on nights where I serve pork, I made her eat it, is that okay?
How old is she?
Let's say she's 9.
She's 9 and decided to be a Muslim.
Yeah, I was 9 and decided to be a polytheist and got in trouble for it.
Who are
So
you talking
yeah,
to?
a 9-year-olds become Muslims. It happens.
No. Listen to what I'm saying here. What's going on? The problem is
You're not answering the question.
It's not okay to force feed someone. Period. Okay.
No, parents can tell their children to eat what they made for dinner.
No, you can't force feed somebody. I don't agree with force feed.
Okay, so then I say, well, if you're not going to eat what I cooked, you don't get dinner tonight.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they're going to refuse to eat, they refuse to eat.
Okay,
yeah, so what you've demonstrated is that parents can control their kids. They absolutely
okay,
can.
how about this? Fine. You're playing games with it. So let's say I took her Quran. Okay, let's say I took her Quran away and I said she wasn't allowed to read it. What about that?
Right, you would win, right?
So you say that that's moral for me to take my daughter's Quran away from her and tell her she's not allowed to learn about Islam anymore? That's moral.
Well, what if your daughter said that she wants to go meet up with the 18-year-old man?
No, I said, why? Excuse me, that's a totally different subject. I'm asking you.
Well, no, it's the same subject.
No, it's not. One is it's religion.
They get to
it's
choose
her
who they want to be with.
This is not choosing. This is her personal.
How much control do you think parents should have over their kids?
I don't think a parent, if your child is converted to a new religion, I don't think you have the right to, number one, take away their books, number two, not allow them to practice.
So you think that kids should be able to have their own books?
Religious books? Yeah.
So where do they acquire these books from?
They could acquire it at a library.
So exactly, you're getting public institutions involved with the family, is what I'm pointing out.
Okay, so you think that in America, no young children should be allowed to become Islam if they want to?
I don't think that.
Okay, so then is it right or wrong to take away your child's Quran?
I think that's up to the discretion of the parents.
Okay, no, but it's up to the discretion of the parents. So you would be totally fine if you're a Muslim man, right? Are you Muslim?
Sure.
Okay, you would be totally fine if you found out that I had an 11-year-old daughter who said she wanted to, number one, be Muslim, number two, read the Quran, number three, wear a hijab, number four, not eat pork. And I took her Quran away, refused to allow her to wear a hijab, made her eat pork, or made her go to home without dinner if I was cooking pork. Would you just think I was a...
This cooking thing's gotten kind of ridiculous.
Okay, forget the cooking. Okay, hijab. She wants to wear hijab. She wants to wear hijab, and I tell her she's not allowed to.
Here's the fact: is that if Muslims want to follow Muslim rules and non-Muslim rules are imposed on them, then they're judged by what rules they can follow.
No,
so it wouldn't matter.
Okay,
in other words,
it doesn't matter.
To her being Muslim or not.
So if my daughter,
not even affect her.
So if my daughter says I feel naked without a hijab, and I say too bad, that's okay.
Yeah, I think parents should have discretion over their kids for safety reasons, yes.
So even when it comes to the one true religion, these children should suffer until they're going to hell.
Yeah, because where are they going to acquire books from without their parents' permission?
So I'm from the library, yeah.
I think that's wrong.
That's how I became pagan.
I don't agree.
Paganism.
Yeah, I don't agree that kids should go to the library.
Then let it go. It has to go both ways.
It has to go both ways. If you're not going to allow your children to become pagans, then we don't have to allow our children to become Muslims. It's going to go both ways.
Well, no. Any parents can impose whatever they want on their kids, right?
Yeah, it'll go both ways. Okay, well then.
Just a minute.
Right.
It does. Okay to start to try to have children change the religion that their parents have in their house. That is not okay to undermine parental authority like that. Some
Yeah.
adult talking to a kid about whether they should or not believe in God is not their business.
Yeah, it's not their business. Yeah.
It's not
No,
their
no
business.
adult. I did this on myself. No adult came to me and said, "Hey, here's a book on paganism." No, I went to the library and took it out myself.
Okay.
And who gave you the book? The librarian, right?
Oh, come on. Yeah, she gives books to everybody. It wasn't like she was.
Yeah,
in
she
some-
gives books to everybody. She
wasn't
gives
scheming.
books
This
and
wasn't
advice
some-
to everybody.
This wasn't
Yeah.
a scheme. So you think this librarian was like, hee, let me give Christian children pagan books. Hee. Do you really think she was sitting around doing that?
Is it possible?
Well, Vincent, when in my junior
How do you
high-
know she wasn't a Christian? You think every librarian's a pagan?
Vincent,
That's slippery slope.
listen, in my junior high, which I guess we're talking about older kids, we had a teacher that was totally indoctrinating his students to become communists. They had to read the Iron Heel. They had to read Karl Marx, and he was really trying to turn them into communists. Was that okay?
No, but wait, we're talking about adults. I'm talking about a
A
child
kid in
on their
junior
own.
high is not an adult.
I'm
Not
talking.
in this society.
No. You are talking about adults coming in and preaching to children. I am talking about a child of their own conviction, of their own doing, decides to become Muslim, and they are humiliated for it. They are told they're going to hell for it. They are not allowed to wear a hijab. They are not allowed to have a Quran. They are not allowed to. They are told to either eat pork or starve. So, in your world, this is all okay.
Right. Like in
I
what
just
world
told
are
you
kids?
It's not okay to force feed somebody. I've already
Okay,
said
but it is okay to take away their holy books, which they believe are important to them.
I think
Right. Where are they getting the holy books
you
from?
have a
From the library, with a library card,
Right. So they need a library card. They need to go to the library.
which their parents
right?
gave them. Their parents got the library card for
So
them.
their parents allowed them to go to the library and get the
Well,
books. So you're
because I was
contradicting
allowed,
yourself.
so now parents shouldn't allow their children to go to libraries. Is this where it's going now?
No, you're saying they did allow them to get the books.
No, but now are you saying that we should just not have libraries because somebody might check out a book the parent doesn't like? Should we not have libraries?
I mean,
Well,
the
Vincent,
point, the
Vincent,
fact
when I was
is,
a kid,
well,
Vincent,
well, the
when I
fact
was
is
a
that the parents monitor, when their kids go to the library and what books they get.
when I was
Okay.
a kid, when
Okay,
I
so
was
then
a
what if I said, okay, wait, what if I said this? What if I said, you know what? Parents might not want their children checking out the Quran, so it needs to be in the adult section away from where children can get their hands on it. What if I said that?
That would be up to the city and the parents in the city, right?
So you're gonna persecute your own religion for your ideals. Okay.
Vincent,
No,
when I was a kid, when I was
my
a
religion's not based on public and private laws, right? It's based on
Okay,
parents,
well,
parents being
okay.
able to control what their kids learn about, right? So,
okay, including Islam.
yes.
Okay, well then if you
Yes,
if
if you don't have a baseline where you say parents are allowed to teach their kids whatever they want, Islam
they're not.
absolutely cannot.
No, well, I
flourish.
don't believe that.
No. Yeah,
I don't believe that. So you believe so I'm allowed to so my Muslim daughter, whom I now am punishing, I'm allowed to tell her she's going to hell. I can tell my daughter she's going to hell because she's Muslim. I'm
Sure,
allowed to do-
sure. You're a
Okay.
parent. You're under the discretion of your kids.
No,
Kids
that's child
cannot
abuse.
control their own
That's child abuse.
learning and tutelage. That's why parents tell them what to eat, how to sleep. They educate them where to go to school. Parents control most aspects of their kids' lives.
Well,
for that
we
reason.
don't want parents having that much control. Yeah, I understand you need parental rights. You need to discipline
Right,
your children.
right. But the fact is that how do you stop parents from imposing whatever they want on their kids, other than with things like CPS and libraries and stuff, right?
Well, yeah, that's why we have them. That's why I promote CPS and libraries.
Right, and that's why I don't promote them.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is the society that Muslims are bringing us. No libraries, no child protective services.
Right. Yeah. Because those child protective. Look at the girl who got sent to the Diddy party through the child protective services. Right.
You know
Right,
how
there's a
many
video of
parents abuse them? These are rare cases. Very rarely does a child go into CPS and wind up at a Diddy party. You're more likely to be abused by your parents than by a CPS worker. You need CPS. Yes, this is.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
everybody
true.
listen,
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's
you're
true at
on
all.
here,
That seems
listen,
totally false.
Muslims want to take away CPS and libraries.
You know, all the
Just
children in the
listen.
world came from families, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
So what do you mean all like the parents are more likely to abuse their kids? Yeah, of course.
Yes,
Like
they are.
that's a non-essential point.
It is. Look, CPS exists
People
because
who
people
abuse
were
the
abusing
kids-
their children.
Parents have more access to kids throughout history than CPS does. So obviously that would be a factor.
Okay, well, we need because there were such horrific abuses going on in the homes. We needed CPS. You cannot function in a healthy, modern way without CPS.
Yeah, that seems like a very bold statement.
Yeah,
And,
CPS. Okay. Well,
Well,
you know what?
nobody's
healthy
saying
and
you
modern.
Okay, well, I would love to move to a Muslim country and be a polytheist and let everyone in the community know that I was telling my child it's going to hell because it wanted to read the Quran. I want to see how well I would be treated in that society.
Well, no, you're acting as if you're living in a society where parents get to choose what their, you know that that a parent can impose whatever they want on
That
their
would be
kid.
considered child abuse in a Muslim society. If I told my child they were going to hell for reading the Quran, that would not be considered kosher.
Right, but the problem
Okay,
is
but you're allowed to do it in your country, but
so
we
in
can't do it in ours.
so in your society where your
I
parents
said
tell
your
the kids
society,
that
no,
they get to
Muslim.
be whatever they want, how are they not imposing that on their kids?
Say that again. In my society, where kids can be
In your
whatever.
society where the parents raise their kids to say they get to be whatever they want, how are they not imposing that on their kids?
I'm allowing my child to choose their religion.
Right, you're allowing them is a key word, right? So you're the one
Yes.
imposing it on them.
I'm not imposing. I'm allowing them to have the free choice.
Right, it's because of your tutelage that you're telling them that all religions are the same. You
No,
can
I
choose
didn't say
whatever
that. I
religion you
never
want.
said that. I never said that they were all the same. All I said is that these are different
Yeah, but
religions.
it's clear.
Here's mine.
It's clear that you're biased. You're going to educate your kids with your bias against Islam, aren't you?
I would, but if they became
Okay, so
Muslim-
so
but
why
I
wouldn't you
force
just
them. I wouldn't
No,
force
hold on,
them.
hold on,
I wouldn't force them.
No, hold on,
I
Vincent.
wouldn't
Hold on.
force
You just
them.
contradicted yourself. Why
No, I
would you?
didn't. I'm allowed
Why
to give
would
my
you?
children my
Why would you
opinion.
influence your kids to be biased in one way against
Because
Islam if
I
you're
do,
letting
well,
them
yes, there's
figure
a
it out
difference.
on their own?
Okay, so now I'm not allowed to give my children my opinion, but allow them to do what they want. My father gave me his opinion.
Well, I'm
but
allowed to
didn't
give
force
my
me.
kids my opinion too. Why isn't everybody allowed to give their
But
kids their opinion?
there's a difference between giving your opinion and forcing it on the child. Those are two different
Sure.
things.
Sure,
There's
but
two different things. Your argument is very weak. That's saying, oh, just because you gave your opinion, you're controlling your child.
no, but you said you allowed them to be. You didn't
Yeah,
say
I
you just
did.
gave them your opinion.
An opinion.
I
Yeah,
allowed.
when you talking about opinion,
Allowed. Okay.
you allowed
my
them.
child,
You taught them.
Yes.
Yes.
I
What's wrong
I
with
didn't
that?
teach them Islam. I didn't teach them Islam.
Right. You taught them. You said you will inform your kids with a strong bias against Islam. What's wrong with you teaching your kids whatever you want to teach them?
Okay, that's different than telling them they can't practice Islam. That's a
So you
different.
agree. So you agree that I should be
No,
able to.
I don't agree with what you're
from-
saying. No, I don't agree with what you're saying.
Why not?
Giving my opinion
I should
is
be
different
able
than
to influence
forcing.
my kids with my bias as you are.
I didn't say you couldn't, but I'm saying that you couldn't stop them from practicing polytheism if they wanted to.
Well, it depends what kind of society you live in, right?
Well,
You just said that,
in
right?
our society that which we are not going to allow to be taken over by you. Yes, in a society like where yes, we don't. I want to live in a society where if a child wants to be a polytheist or a Muslim.
Do you think that the kids can call CPS on their parents if they don't allow them to get sex hormones? Do you believe that?
That's a different story.
Do you believe that? Answer the
But
question.
wait.
Answer the question. Now you answer a question. Answer a simple
On
question.
sex
What do you
hormones? Well, I don't know about sex hormones, but we're talking about religion. We're not talking about mutilating your body. We're talking about a spiritual conviction.
believe? By the way, I just want to let you know, Vincent, I'm very much aware of your work, and I'm a huge fan of your work. This is the Machine Lives. Blessings to you, sir.
Okay. Well, I don't know what work. I do lots of different kinds of
I'm
work.
talking
but-
about the Noahide laws. I saw you on Adam Green. Blessings, sir.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much. But the look, it was done to me. I don't want it done to anyone else. I was a polytheist child. Nobody forced polytheism down my throat. And when it was found out that I was a polytheist, I was treated horrendously. I do not want that happening to anyone else. Muslim or Christian or Jewish.
Of course, I'm sympathetic to that point, but I'm also sympathetic to the point that no outside institution should be allowed to influence your kids to teach them whatever you want to teach them, right?
No, not anything. Anything, or you must have limits. I mean, they're not allowed to teach them to kill people. Obviously, there's limits to what you're allowed to teach your children. Everyone has limits on what we allow people to teach
How
their
about-
Well,
children.
Vincent, do we have
Yeah.
the right to teach kids that this artificial womb stuff maybe isn't the best way to bring humans into the world?
Yes, but I'm saying everyone has limits on what you are allowed. Even the most strict Muslim society has a form of CPS. There's a certain degree of things that you cannot teach your children and cannot do to your children. Every society has this. Every Muslim societies too. You think children don't get taken away in Muslim societies?
Right, but you think that's a good thing?
No, in certain circumstances, children should be taken away. Yes.
So then Islamic society's right for that, you think?
What? I'm just saying that everyone has limits on what every society has limits on what you can teach children.
I agree. I agree with that point.
And so it's just, where does that limit end? Like, do you have a short fuse or a long fuse of what can be taught and not taught? Like, but everyone has their limit. Every society, even Muslim societies, have a break-off point where it's just, no, you cannot do that with your children. So it's just a matter of degrees. And yes, this is what I want people to hear this. A Muslim America would be no child protective services, no libraries, this kind of stuff.
I don't know why you think there'd be no libraries.
He said there would be no libraries. He said there would be no libraries.
I never said that. I never said that.
No, you said that in your
I
society
never
there would be no CPS or libraries.
Nope, I never said that. Rewind the tape. I said kids are allowed by their parents to rent the books they get from the library. That doesn't mean there shouldn't be libraries. I never said that. So you need to listen more carefully.
You did say that. I did hear. You're changing your story now.
Vincent, you're reading a little bit.
No, I asked him directly if we would have no CPS or libraries, and he said yes.
Well, that's different from my opinion to what society's laws are, and what. And
okay, that's your private opinion is that there would be no CPS.
There should be no public institutions. Yes, that's my opinion.
No public education.
My platform is called The Machine Lies. We advocate for a low-tech society, sir. So that is our platform. Yes.
Well, Islam will help you with that, because wherever Islam goes,
sure,
technology collapses.
Exactly. Bingo.
No, thank you. Listen, Carol.
Bingo. Okay, your technological society that's transforming kids into transgender, and taking them away from their kids. Yes, we will stop that. The onslaught of the medical tyranny in the home. Yes, we will stop that.
Okay. Wake up, America. Listen to this man.
And the kids getting jabbed.
So now you're anti-vaccine too.
100%.
All vaccines. Do you think all vaccines should be gotten rid of? Hello?
Well, I don't want to shut down Claire's channel, but you get the picture. I already answered the question. Right?
Okay, so no vaccines, no schools, no hospitals, no libraries, and this is all going to be facilitated by Islam. Okay.
Sure, that's my opinion. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, listen up and be forewarned. Forewarned is forearmed.
Be forewarned about the library and the CPS taking your kids away and giving them sex hormones.
Okay, we're not talking about sex hormones. That's a totally different subject.
Well, it's just interesting you couldn't answer the question.
I did answer your question. I said it was a different matter, and that
you didn't.
I said I don't necessarily believe that young children should take sex hormones. I did say that.
Yeah, but the question.
Okay, I answered your question. I did answer it.
The question is about CPS and the parents and the entire procedure.
I said that I don't think children should be taking sex hormones. I said that. I answered your question. It's answered.
So you believe that parents should be allowed to restrict their kids to do that?
Of course, I do believe in some level of parental rights. Yes.
Of course. Okay, so that's good. So do I.
Okay, but not like absolute psychotic levels. No.
Yeah, I believe that the state, should not encroach into the family. I believe the health of the state is based on the health of the family. If you have good families, you have a good state.
Well, and some families are not healthy, and so you need to intervene.
Well, we're not going to tear down all the families because some of them are unhealthy, right? Right, Bruno? Right, Vincent?
Well, no, but there needs to be intervention into families that are not healthy. There
Okay,
needs to be
so
intervention.
now you want to intervene in my family life if I tell my 9-year-old kid, I don't want you reading pagan books, right?
If it's become their religious conviction, and I do believe in children's spiritual rights, I do, because it was taken away from me, and I know what that did, and yes, I do believe in children's spiritual rights. Yes, I do. Kill me.
Kill you?
Yeah, what are you going to do? Like, oh my God, Vincent Bruno believes in children's spiritual rights. What an evil. How do we stop this curse?
You
Stop.
always do this, like you flip out and then you
Stop. What's wrong with children's spiritual rights? What's wrong with that?
They should be their parents' moral standards until
No.
the kid is old enough to live
No,
independently.
no. If you have a spiritual,
its parents.
if you have a spiritual conviction, you cannot spiritually rape children.
Nobody's
The way I was
raping
I was
anyone. It's sort of like
spiritually
if you want
raped.
to live with
I was
mom and dad.
I was spiritually raped, and no child should have to go
What
through
does
what I
that
went through.
mean?
That means that I was shut away from the other children. I was not allowed to play with the other children. I was told that I was demon possessed. I was told that I was not going to make it into paradise. I was told 100 million things that this was going to happen. I wasn't allowed to be around other people. I had to hide because all the adults were scared because I was demon possessed. You don't do that to children.
Well, Jehovah's Witnesses do.
Well, you're not exactly, and they should have their children taken away from them.
Oh God.
But don't
They
you
should have
think parents should have some rights over their
Not
children?
not spiritually.
What
Some
does it
rights,
mean
yes.
spiritually? But children
If your
get all kinds of
child-
weird ideas.
If my child came to me and said, I'm going to be a Muslim, let me wear a hijab and read the Quran, I think it should be illegal for me to take their Quran away from them.
Well, legal or not, if you're a parent who hates
Wait a
Muslims,
minute,
you
wait a
probably
minute.
threaten them.
Wait a minute. You think it's illegal for a parent to
take away their child's Quran, yes.
take away their child's Quran and to tell them they can't wear a hijab, right?
Yes.
But it's okay for CPS to come in the house and tell that Muslim kid, you don't need to read the Quran and you don't have to wear that hijab.
Where's the CPS coming in and doing that?
Welcome to California.
Where can you show me a single case where CPS went into a house because someone was raising their child Muslim?
Raping their child Muslim?
Raising.
Oh, Vincent, we had quite a problem in California of the Muslim parents not getting their kids back from CPS.
Well, what were they doing to their children?
I don't know.
Were they just raising them Muslim, or were they abusing them in some way spiritually?
Well, I think some of them hit them because they were from countries where they think it's okay.
Oh, okay, well that's different. I'm talking. Can you show me a single case where someone's called up and said, "Excuse me, my neighbors are Muslims. The children need to get out right now." And CPS came and just took the children out because the parents were Muslims. Can you show me one instance where that happened?
I know of some. I know of one.
Oh, really? For Muslims. So CPS went and said, "You're raising your children Muslim, therefore you lose your children." That's what CPS said.
Vincent, you're talking so fast, I can't even hear every word you're saying. What did you just say?
Are you saying that CPS is going around removing children from houses because the parents are Muslim?
They're removing kids from Muslim houses because the kids are complaining about their parents at school.
So, and what are the parents? Is it because they're Muslim or because they're abusing the children?
They want to dress like these other kids. They don't want to wear their scarves. They're going to change their clothes at school. It's poor me. I'm with these Muslim parents. I don't like it. I want to have a boyfriend. They think isn't a correct way to bring somebody up. So all of a sudden you get CPS at your door. What about that, Vincent?
Well, if you're forcing your children to be Muslim, then yes. Yes. Okay, I don't believe in forcing. If your child has told you, I do not want to be a Muslim and I want no association with it, then you don't have the right to force it on them. No, I don't think so.
Vincent. People either live in their parents' home or they don't.
No, well, parents don't have absolute rights. They don't have absolute rights.
You don't let anyone finish. Okay? You have to understand parental authority. If you're living in somebody else's house under their dime, you have to follow their rules. Just like if I go live in my
not all of them, not every single last one.
Listen.
Not every rule do you have to follow. Not every rule.
Listen, if I go in my dad's house, right, as a Muslim, and my dad says you can't pray here, right? Do you know what I have to do as a Muslim?
You're an adult in his house, and you can leave his.
Listen.
You're an adult. Talk like you're a child, not an adult. Don't give me I'm an adult. Give me I'm a child. And I can't escape the house, and I want to pray to Allah, but I can't leave, and my father won't let me pray. What is?
Your dad won't let you pray. Okay,
yeah.
So technically, in Islam, if you want to lay your salat, you have to have permission of the landowner. Okay, so I had a situation where actually I was praying down the street in a vacant lot for a while. Okay, so that was me. I was an adult, but I didn't have my dad's permission to pray in the house. So I went and prayed down. I actually never asked him, but I didn't want to get into some big fight about why I wasn't Catholic and all this. So I prayed in a lot. Now you're saying the 9-year-old girl, she's been told she can't pray. You're trying to tell me somebody can't pray if they're alone somewhere?
Okay, okay, or read the Quran or whatever her spiritual practice is. If you are robbing her of her spiritual practice, then you are abusing her.
I don't think so, Vincent. I think you're not getting the full picture here.
No, especially if you're telling them, especially if you're spiritually threatening them with hellfire for. No, you don't do that.
You just didn't like religion. Okay, but if that's their parents,
I am religious. What do you mean I don't like religion?
Listen, that's the parents' opinion. You said parents can say their opinion. If the parents' opinion is the kid's going to go to hell for that, I mean that's kind of a rough way to talk to a kid. But I don't agree with this type of approach necessarily. But you're born in a household living on somebody else's dime. You're going to have to conform to the rules of the people.
Oh, really? Who asked them to have you? That's it. Like, I just dumped you out of my cunt, so therefore you have to listen to every single last fucking thing I say.
If somebody comes and stays in my house, they can't tear part of a wall down.
No, well, you're talking about unreasonable things. You're talking about things that don't have to do with personal conviction. Tearing your parents' wall down has nothing to do with what God you pray to.
Personal conviction does not end if somebody doesn't got you permission. Okay? So if let's say that doesn't change somebody's personal conviction. If somebody's telling you can't have that conviction, it's not going to change just because someone tells you.
Okay, but what if it's a practice? I wanted to engage in pagan practice as a child. I didn't want to.
Like what? Give me an example.
Well, maybe I wanted an idol. What if I wanted an idol in my bedroom?
You can't go get what it's going to look like. Is it going to look like a doll?
So now I have to hide it. So I have to hide it now.
Welcome to the real world, Vincent.
No, so you think that Muslim children should have to hide their Quran. So you think that they should have Qurans, but they have to hide it.
I think they need to understand, first of all, that they're living in a family. They have to follow the rules of the family by the fact that they are not adults, are not self-supporting, and not functioning as adults in society.
Okay,
they need to learn to follow this authority. So the abuse that people need to call up for is like if somebody's trying to have sex with that kid in the house, or they're actually starving them to death, or this kind of stuff. Not over whether or not the parent believes the child should be able to read this book. There are some books, I know people, not me, but I do know some Christians who wouldn't let their kids read Harry Potter. Okay? This
Yeah,
is
I remember.
Harry Potter's not a religion.
Yeah, I
Harry Potter's
remember.
not a religion.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid. You know, and my parents told me what to do. You know, and they said, you can't do this and that, and this thing, and you can't go to the mosque at this time, and you shouldn't keep a beard and all that stuff, and you're becoming, a little bit too Islamic. And my parents are Muslim, right? And they were concerned that I was becoming too radical, right, in terms of my Islamic approach, right? So, I remember telling them that, Abraham, he thought that his parents worship idols, and he smashed the idols that his parents worshipped.
Yeah, well, that's just not what, children shouldn't be smashing their parents' idols. Parents
No,
shouldn't
of
be
course
smashing
not.
their children's
Of course
idols.
not. Of course not. But
Nobody should be smashing anyone's idol.
I'm just showing you that not every Muslim household is as you picture it, right? But yeah, you know what I mean?
Well, no, there's general trends inside monotheistic households. Yes, there's general trends. Of course, are there Mormons who drink tons of alcohol and get fucked in their ass? Yeah, there are. But is that the general? If you enter in a Mormon household, is that generally what you come across? No.
Yeah, I get it.
There's generalities. I mean, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I know there's Muslims who are gay and who snort coke and all this other kind of stuff.
We're speaking in grave generalities, and
Okay,
Muslims
but
are like most people.
I get it.
There's
I get it.
types
But
of people within the
most
group.
Muslims, Islam is not about being gay or snorting coke.
Of course, it isn't. Yeah.
Okay, well, but there's.
Vincent, let's say there's a Muslim family. Let me ask you this example. And you're saying, oh, they need to be able to practice whatever religion they want. And part of that religion is they're going to use wine as a sacrament in the house. Why does a Muslim parent have to facilitate that?
The wine is a sacrament in the house. Well, they wouldn't be allowed to drink the wine.
But it's used in some religions. So I'm saying is, why can't a Muslim say?
Well, nobody's drinking it. Wait, so what's wrong with not drinking it? You're not drinking it, so what's the problem?
Not me. I'm talking about the kid. The kid's
not drink. Is the kid drinking alcohol?
They could. The kid could be becoming Jewish, and let's say you're in a Muslim household. The kid, instead of becoming pagan, decides to become Jewish. They're going to bring alcohol into the house. So
what Jewish ritual demands alcohol? What Jewish ritual demands alcohol?
Shabbat dinner.
It doesn't demand alcohol. It doesn't demand it. There's no demand in the Bible for alcohol at Shabbat dinner.
Vincent.
There's no demand. Give me a religion where it demands children drink alcohol. I want one religion.
Vincent, at the synagogue, there was a couple that wasn't 21 yet. Okay, so they couldn't buy alcohol. They were married. They were Christians. They were young. They were married. They got married at 18 or something and converted to Judaism. They had to do their Shabbat dinner with grape juice because they weren't old enough to buy the wine. Okay? So now here the state.
I'm looking up if wine is mandatory at Shabbat dinner right now. Wine is not required for a Shabbat dinner. But it's a common practice. Okay, so you're giving me something that they don't even have to do. You're not even giving me a real world
I'm giving you a real world one. This kid wants to practice Shabbat exactly the way Chabad does. They want to have wine at their Shabbat dinner. The parents say you can't bring the alcohol in the house.
It's not necessary. It's not even a necessary practice.
No, I won't listen to this. This is Shabbat dinner is a big wine thing. Okay. So the kid wants to do that. So I can limit the kid's venture into this religion in some ways, right? I can tell my kid, no, you can't bring it in here. The kid says, but I believe I must have this wine. Okay, so that's the kid's spirituality. That's what the kid believes about the religion. We have freedom of religion in the United States, right?
Okay, but children aren't allowed to drink wine. It's a moot point because it's illegal for children. Okay,
it's a legal thing. So the state can limit the kid's religion practice.
Well, no child of any religion is allowed to be served alcohol by anyone but their parents.
Vincent.
No child in any religion is allowed to drink alcohol as part of that religious practice unless it was given to them by their parents.
the
So
state
it's a moot point. We're talking about,
decided that, right?
well, because alcohol has negative side effects.
It doesn't have a negative side effect if you don't drink enough to get drunk and you're not drinking a whole bunch. No, I don't think it does.
Well, okay, well, it's just,
I don't think it
you're bringing up a point. Okay, your child would not be able to get alcohol from anyone except their parent.
well, they get alcohol from all kinds of places, Vincent.
Well, they're not supposed to be drinking unless they have parental permission.
They're not
That's
supposed
the
to be
law.
drinking at all.
Okay, well, no, come on. I mean, parental permission, if you want to give your child a glass of wine at dinner, like a third of a glass of wine or whatever, and they're 12 and you want them to acclimatize them to wine, that's not illegal. It is not illegal for a parent to serve their 12-year-old child wine.
Vincent, in America, we have freedom of religion, right?
Not for children.
Let me finish. You got to listen to this argument here. You have freedom of religion. But what about the freedom of religion of the people in the house who's paying for everything? Why does it?
You know what? If you wanted slaves, don't have children. If you want slaves, buy slaves. Don't have children. Children aren't your slaves. I don't throw it on the children. I pay for everything, so it's all my rules. That's disgusting. I wouldn't do that to my child. I pay for everything, so it's all me. You know what? Is that why I had you? So I can control everything that you do? Is that why I had you? If I wanted a slave, why didn't I just go?
Listen, a 10-year-old is not an adult.
They have spiritual rights, though.
They're not an adult.
They have spiritual rights, though. Children have rights.
That the kids are going to dictate what is allowed or not allowed in the house is undermining parental authority.
Well, some parental authority does need to be undermined.
The kid doesn't get to decide. We have a society right now where the kids are deciding what they're wearing. They're deciding everything and their parents have no say. This is wrong because these other people are not going to support that kid or help that kid into the future.
A lot of parents don't help their children into the future. You act like every parent out. Well, a lot of them don't. Well, you did good for you, but a lot of parents don't.
I would not allow someone to come in and build a pagan altar inside my house. If I'm going to be pagan now, I'm going to put the pagan altar up, Mom, and I'm going to do this. Now, my personal view is if you can read a book, you can read the book, but not porn. Okay? That's my personal view. And I never told my kids they couldn't read a book, but they certainly never had access to porn. All right? So I don't know what to say about this. I don't know about.
My position is that parental rights need to be controlled a little bit. It's not like 100%
controlled by
absolute.
who? The state?
Yes. Somebody.
Okay, parental rights. Okay. The state telling parents what they can or can't do with their own kids is undermining parents' parental authority.
Good. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Good. I'm
not seeing these kids being better off when they've undermined their parental authority. Not the majority of them.
I do. I would have been better off if I had been removed from my house.
One person.
Okay. Do you think that I'm the only one who experienced this? Do you think I'm the only person in the world that thinks like this?
You think most kids came from such abused houses that you came from, that they're all like this? No.
I think a lot. Enough did. It was enough. It was enough of them. It doesn't need to be every single last one. Enough of them. It's like,
that doesn't mean you destroy the structure of the family.
Yes, you do.
Because you got a few that were abused.
Not a few. It's not a few. Don't say few. It's way more than a few.
You're saying everything's abuse now.
Well, because yes, humans are abusive and humans are evil, and so they do evil things to their children. Yes.
Well, I don't think the state is better than the parents.
Well, I do.
I don't have a problem. I don't see a problem if somebody's Catholic. They're bringing their kids up Catholic. Kid grows up, and then they decide they're not going to be Catholic. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Okay, well, if they are spiritually rebelling as a teenager, then Spiritual rebellion is different than, mommy, I want to snort coke. They're not asking to snort coke. They're asking to have their own relationship with God.
How is anybody going to interfere with somebody's own relationship with
Well,
God?
what if I need an idol in my practice? If I wanted an idol in my practice, I should be able to have an idol in my practice.
Hide that idol. You're going to have to grow up and hide it.
Nope,
Yeah.
that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Children
There
shouldn't have
it
to hide Quran.
There it is.
So you think children should have to hide their Qurans, hide their Bibles, hide their Torahs, hide whatever other monotheistic paraphernalia that they have? They should have to hide it.
I think you have to look at this entire picture. Parents have a right to have some rules. The kids,
Some.
all the parents do, unless they're criminals or something. Other parents have a right to have their rules in their home, their standards of behavior.
Not in every domain. It's not absolute. No, you don't have an absolute right. No, you don't.
They
not
do
absolute.
have a right, because they do.
Absolute right, or some? You mean they have some rights, but not absolute rights?
I said unless they're criminals, or actually.
Okay, so some rights, but not absolute rights. Some rights, but not absolute rights.
I think they should have more rights than what you think they should have.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but
there are like, to be fair, there are some absolute rights. Like, for example,
no, you don't have absolute rights. No, you believe children have.
No, for example, a parent is responsible for his kid's livelihood and his health and all that type of stuff. A good parent, we would expect that their kids, are healthy and taken care of and all that type of stuff, right? So they have duties towards their kids, right? And that constitutes some level of control, absolute control, right?
These children never asked you to have them. It's like they never asked you to have them, and you're like, well, I'm paying for it. Well, who the fuck asked?
Of course, the kids never asked you to feed them either.
Yeah, so they didn't ask you to be. They didn't ask to be your slaves. So you cannot make your children are not your spiritual slaves. Spirituality,
right, but
they're not your spiritual slaves.
But until kids are 6 or 7, right, they can't even get food for themselves. They have to be fed, right, sat down, right. And the fact is that most of their behavior is going to be controlled by their parents, right? Absolutely.
I agree that most of it, but there's certain limits to what.
So at what age does that end?
It depends on what the thing. I think a child's spiritual rights begin as soon as they can formulate a creed. If they can formulate.
Right. So what age would you say that a child can sufficiently formulate a creed?
If they're able to say, I've read a little bit about Islam and I know the 5 pillars.
Right, but I asked for an age because this is going to be
whatever age they can demonstrate a coherent creed, whatever age that is.
So 3, 5, 7.
If they can make a coherent creed, I guess.
So if a 3-year-old kid can make a coherent creed for a religion, then their parents should not be able to impose any religion on them, and CPS should be able to intervene.
If they're that advanced, I mean, you would have to be an advanced 3-year-old.
That is ridiculous. That's ridiculous, sir.
If they can make the, if they can make, ridiculous. How did they even? If you were
that's not only impracticable, it's ridiculous.
Not ridiculous.
A 3-year-old, you just said, can formulate their own creed.
I know a Muslim who knew that he didn't believe in the Trinity at 5. He was raised Christian, but at 5 years old, he knew he didn't believe in the Trinity.
That's anecdotal.
Okay, but he was Muslim, and
that is anecdotal evidence, sir. We cannot accept that.
Why it happens?
That's anecdotal evidence that some kid was 5 years old and he rejected it. Come on, we're talking about something that's going to be imposed by the state. So we need a specific age that kids can formulate a creed. This is the standard that you're referring to.
I said
or it could be practicable.
As soon as they are able to formulate a creed that another adult can understand, then yes, I would say that if they make that creed, then the parents cannot harm the child they cannot take retribution on the child. They cannot punish the child for having that creed. If you punish your 3-year-old because they say, I don't believe in the Trinity, then yes, the child should be taken away. What are you going to do? Spank the baby because it said I don't believe in the Trinity?
What if you just tell them that the Trinity is ridiculous?
No, I'm talking about a Christian family.
Well, answer the question. What if you just tell them that? What if you just say, "No, kid, the Trinity is ridiculous," and you tell them it's
That's your
ridiculous concept.
opinion. If you start
God gave birth
punishing
to
them,
himself.
if you start punishing them or psychologically and mentally and emotionally abusing them because they don't believe in the Trinity, then take the child out of the house.
Well,
Yeah.
at what level is you questioning their opinions, a 3-year-old's opinion on the Trinity, considered psychological abuse?
You could tell them, well, I don't believe in the Trinity, or here's reasons why I don't believe in the Trinity. If you spank the child for not believing in the Trinity, then yes, take the child out.
So physical harm. So physical harm.
And mental and emotional. If you tell it's going to hell, if you scare it, if you tell it demons are going to rape it. So you think if I told my 3-year-old child that demons would rape it in the night because it didn't believe in the Trinity, I shouldn't have it taken away from me?
It's just a little ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. If it can form, if you punish your child for expressing a creed,
it's really bizarro to think that a 3-year-old can formulate their own religious creed.
I'm not saying that this would ever happen. I think you're being ridiculous by thinking a 3-year-old could even do that.
No, I mean, I'm not the one formulating the scenario.
You're the one who's ridiculous. You're ridiculous for thinking that this would ever even happen, that a 3-year-old would be able to express
I asked you what age.
Creed.
I asked you what age.
I said at the age that they were able to articulate it, and obviously a 3-year-old would not be able to articulate that.
Let me intervene.
So not 3, higher than 3.
No, I said whatever age they can articulate it.
And I asked you 3, and you said that's a perfectly fine age.
If they were able to articulate it, then yes.
So yes.
I said yes if they can articulate it only.
CPS has legal guidelines they have to use. Okay, they're going to have to. They will use age because it's too subjective.
It doesn't just have to be age. If you can articulate a creed, what's so subjective about articulating a creed?
They have to have guidelines they go by, and
yes, and the guideline would be the child has articulated its creed.
Vincent, it would be subjective to say for someone to say the kid has articulated a good argument or a bad argument. That's subjective. Why? Just because a kid can't.
So what if the child can recite the 5 pillars of Islam and said these are my?
Listen, Brennan, you're not listening to me. Just because a kid can articulate a creed or can't doesn't change the fact where the child is spiritually. You're basically saying that a child can have a spiritual freedom as long as she can articulate or he articulate the creed. But if they're really bad at doing it, then yeah. It's okay.
But no, either it's a coherent creed or it's not.
According to who?
Well, if all they can say is "Mama, Allah," that's not a creed. If they're just saying the word Allah, that's not a creed.
Who says it's not?
How is saying the word Allah a creed?
It's a freedom of religion.
How is it a creed? That's yours, right?
Allah, that's it. Allah is my creed.
If they were able to
law
demonstrate,
doesn't work that way, Vincent. Law works on rules and it works on guidelines, and these social services people come in and it's very subjective when they start deciding what is and isn't abuse. They have overreach in their jobs.
Okay, first of all, none of this would even come to anyone's attention until the child reports it. So the child would have to be old enough to have articulated a creed, to have then been punished for it, to then report it. They have to be old enough to do all those things.
My mommy won't let me go to that pool party, so I'm going to go tell.
That's not a creed. That's not a creed.
Okay. My mommy won't let me go to the pool party. They won't let me go to her birthday party over there, the pool party. And I'm going to say I'm the same religion as that girl because I want to go to the party. And
okay, I've talked
to her before, so I know. So I'm going to go talk to these people, and I'm going to say I don't want to be the religion my parents are. I'm the same religion as those people over there, and I believe in, I don't know, Joe is God, and that I should be able to do what I want because my religion says I'm 7 years old and I can just go to that pool party. That's my creed right there, Vincent.
That you can go to. So the child made up their own religion.
We have freedom of religion in the United States.
Well, I mean,
People absolutely can make up their own religion and
is
kids.
it a recognized religion
Why does it have to be recognized by who?
by the state?
Why does the
Well-
state get to decide what religion somebody has? We believe in freedom of religion in the United States.
We
Okay.
do, but you have to. But wait, whoa! You cannot. If you want to medically neglect your child to death, you have to be in a specified, organized, state-sponsored religion to do that. If you are,
look, we're not talking about that. We have
yeah, we are.
in the United States.
Yes.
I have the freedom to be Muslim or not Muslim as I see fit. I
Okay.
can follow it as much as I want, as long as I don't start going out and issuing hudud laws out in public on people or killing, the neighbor's dogs or whatever, right? So you
Right.
can make up your own religion in the United States. So if an adult,
But it's not state. No. But in America, you do not get rights unless your religion is recognized by the state.
but you can make one up and give yourself those rights.
But not unless it's recognized by the state. You do,
No,
like I
the
said.
state doesn't get to recognize it because
Yes, it does.
You have to prove your case.
You have to prove that you have a recognized religion.
I don't have to prove I have a recognized religion.
Okay, well, in America, there are
They
two
made
classes.
Islam illegal in the United States, right? I'm still
Okay.
going to be Muslim.
No, but here's the difference. Let's say I woke up tomorrow and I said, some alien came to me last night and said I can't give my children medicine anymore. If I did that, my children would be taken away from me because it's not an organized religion. It's not officially recognized by the state. However, in some states in America, if I was a Christian Scientist and I read Mary Baker Eddy and I attended the Christian Science church and my child died from medical neglect, I would get away with it.
No, not anymore.
No, in certain states, yes. In certain states, it's still on the books. Children still die from Christian Science.
Well, not everywhere. And the point is that in a country of freedom of religion, you can practice as much in general, as much or as little of a religion as you want.
Well, no, look in France.
I'm a little kid. I'm going to now be a Christian because I want to go to that pool party and my mom's keeping
But that has nothing to do with Christianity. You would have to prove that going to that pool party was a Christian sacrament that you had to do. You would have to prove these things that under Christianity.
I'm going to that pool party because I believe in doing baptism every time I go to a pool.
Okay, and where are you getting this from?
I don't know. I got it from this book that my daddy said I couldn't read. That I've been hiding.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to get your
I wrote it myself.
You're gonna have to get your get it recognized, right?
Religion, what would it be?
Okay, well, then get your book recognized by the state, and we can help you.
No. I have freedom of religion. The state doesn't get to decide.
Okay, in America,
The state does not get to decide to define my religion.
Okay, so then why are there different rules for people in organized and disorganized religions? Why do we have different laws?
I believe they're unconstitutional myself. Okay.
So you think that the state has no right to register religions?
I think they have. What is the reason to even register? What are they doing registering a religion?
Well, ancient Rome was a pagan society, and they allowed, whenever they would conquer a people, they would bring in the gods, but they would not allow all the gods because they knew some of the gods were destructive, like incest gods. They did not allow the mother-son Syrian incest cults into Rome.
Well, we're in America, and I don't know what they're doing, and I think in America you can have an incest god if that's what you want to believe. You just can't go do incest.
Okay, well, the point that I'm saying is that even in religions,
the point is you're saying you want to.
No, I'm saying even in tolerant pluralistic societies, there were certain gods that were not registered in the Roman registry.
That's their problem. I'm in America.
Okay, well,
my founding father wasn't Julius Caesar. Okay. In America, we have freedom of religion. Let's look at the laws where we live.
Yes, and I did, and I gave you an example of how organized religions get rights and disorganized religions
we have a
don't.
constitution. So what we're really talking about here, we may have an area that needs to go up for, brought before the Supreme Court if you can find someone who's damaged by this. Okay? How can the state tell me how I have to practice my own religion and tell me my religion is not recognized? I don't believe they do have that right, Vincent. I don't believe they do. Okay, so
Well, but then anyone would be able to make up any destructive religion they want.
I can make up a syncretic. I can make up a syncretic Muslim religion that takes on the ideas of Christian Scientists. Combine it, make this syncretic religion, and say that's my religion. I'm not. That's it. I'm going to cure my disease with a prayer. I can do that. I can do it tomorrow. I can make a website. I can create it. I mean, I can't make websites.
Yes. Well, okay, but if you did it, if tomorrow, if you set this up and you medically neglected your children, it, depending on what state you were in, you wouldn't get away with that.
California, you're stuck having to do all of it. Pretty much, it's gotten to the point. The vaccines. They're just keeping you out of more and more public things, right? Medical neglect. Yeah. California, yeah, they're going to slap you in jail, but I believe it's constitutionally wrong. Okay, so there's always this point where states and stuff start doing things, but actually it's against the Constitution and it hasn't been brought up. And then the court's going to say one thing or the other. What we have going on here is they're giving adult authority to children when they're not adults. Okay, so
it depends on what.
Kids cannot take care unless you go get legally emancipated. You are not allowed, if you're under 18, to you're not allowed all adult rights. Okay, and a big part of that is because they are living off of other people. People who have rights have to be exercising their full responsibilities, and children do not. Children do not exercise full responsibility in bringing themselves up, paying their bills, or anything else. Okay, so let's say I'm Catholic, my kid comes home with a Quran. Yeah, I'm probably, and if I don't like it, I'm probably going to say, get it out of the house. In fact, I'll get it out of the house for you. Right? That's my right as a parent. It's not my right as the state to come in there and say, you must let your kid read that Quran. Why? No, they don't. They do not have that right to do that. Some 10-year-old kid wants to become Muslim by themselves. They start talking to me. I said, you need to deal with your parents and talk to your parents. I can't. I'm not going to help you do this. All right.
I'm not saying adults should go in and try to influence children.
CPS is adults coming in and implementing whatever it is.
Only once the police.
Right.
CPS, that's only once the child has been abused and a phone call is made. CPS is not going in and barging into Muslim homes and handing out Bibles.
They're going into Muslim. Teachers are telling Muslim kids they don't have to be Muslim when they grow up. Is this right?
Yes, you don't have to be Muslim when you grow up. That's a fact.
They're doing
That's
this.
a fact.
They target them. They're not talking to the other kids in the class like that.
Well, excuse me, I was spoken to like that as a Jehovah's Witness. They didn't like my religion either.
Well, what do you really think that's a teacher's job?
It's one thing to say you shouldn't be a Jehovah's Witness versus saying when you grow up you can make whatever choice you want, and if you don't want to be a Jehovah's Witness, that's up to you.
I'm going to pat you on the head. You don't have to be a Muslim when you grow up.
You don't have to. It's true. That's a fact.
No.
That's a fact.
I'm not going up to other people's children because I believe in parental authority and telling them you don't have to be this religion when you grow up. You can be.
That's true.
I'm not going up to other people's children and doing that because it's undermining parental authority. If they don't want to have a Quran in their house, they don't have to. Okay? They don't. The people who own the house do not have to let that in there. I do not have to let a pagan altar come into my house. I don't have to let the kid have any toy in that house unless I think it's okay. I don't have to let them have an idol in the house if I don't like it. I don't have to start bringing in boxes and boxes.
Okay, well, and that's when the child is taken away if it's a pagan. If your child formulated a pagan creed and you were forcing it and you weren't allowing it to practice its religion, then yes, the child would be taken away, yes.
They can't practice it in my house.
Well, that's why they would have to be taken away. Yeah.
Well, there's no reason for that, because all you're going to do is have a situation where you're having kids saying they're going to be these other religions because they want to get something. It's not
What do you mean?
real.
How do you get something by being taken out of your house and
Listen,
going into
listen,
foster
listen.
care? You're not getting anything.
This is what you get. You're born in a home. You get some parents. You learn how to deal with them. You grow up. You go out of the home. You learn
Absolutely.
how to deal with society. You can't keep letting children decide what they will and will not deal with their parents unless it's really something horrible, right? Telling a kid they can't read a book on paganism is not the end of the world.
If it's their
Okay.
spiritual creed, it is.
No, it's not, because the kid can still think on its own. It can still
How would it learn to think? How if
it's learning to get along here. They cannot be
no?
allowed to override and take over the authority in a family. Children should not be allowed to have that kind of authority in a family. They're not adults. If
They
you're an
need to be
adult, you have
protected.
adult
They are in
rights.
the most dangerous place to be on earth. They need rights. They need protections. They're in the most dangerous place
Well,
for a child to be is in its
being
family.
taken, I think being taken and putting in those holding places for juveniles is way more dangerous than being in most parents' houses. I'm sorry.
Well,
It
I
is.
think
It
that
It is. And being put in foster care with people, that is actually open to more abuse than being in people's homes. Now, it may not be for a particular individual, but it is opening the door to abuse, because some foster parents, and you seem to think because some do things that you need to get rid of the whole authority thing, some foster parents do molest
yeah,
them.
and they're viewed by the state, and if the child reports that foster parent, they'll be taken out of the house.
Not before they're abused.
Well, if it does happen, I mean, it's just look, whoever's
does
house that the
happen.
child is, and they
It
need
does
children
happen.
need okay, fine, children need protection from all adults,
Okay, and so the protections are they need to be fed, they need to be clothed. They do not get to decide what kind of clothes they're going to get.
They get to decide their
Force my
religion.
daddy to go buy me a Gucci blouse.
No, but they can decide what religion they are.
They can decide what religion they are, and they can follow the rules.
And you don't have the right to punish them. You don't have the right to punish them for their religion.
Well, they're going to have to learn how to get along in the world, Vincent. They're going to
Well,
have to.
yeah, but you don't. That's injustice. No, you don't allow injustice. You don't. You allow injustice. I'm not allowing injustice.
No, listen. You're allowing injustice to parents, and you're creating a scenario.
No, the parents are unjust. What do you mean injustice to parents?
That is unjust for kids to think they have authority over a household that they
Not authority over themselves, over their own spiritual destination. Yes, they have
are
choice.
not adults. Over their own spirituality. I told you, there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do about what somebody's thinking. Nothing.
Yeah, but you can punish them for being religious.
Well, then maybe the kid needs to learn the very adult skill of shutting up their mouth.
Nope. Sorry.
Yes,
Nope.
They need to learn this. They need to learn when they can or can't.
Not injustice. You don't be silent in the face of injustice. You don't.
That is ridiculous, Vincent.
You don't be silent in the face of injustice. Nope.
Your kids.
Child or adult, you don't be silent in the face of injustice, and you don't allow other people to practice injustices either. I'm just not accepting it. I'm not just for parental authority, for any other authority. I'm not just allowing injustice.
I think it's gross injustice for the state to come into a family and tell them what religion is going to go on in that house. I think that's gross injustice.
Well, we are in
because
different opinion.
They are not taking care of those kids. They don't love those kids.
Neither do the parents.
Well, Vincent, that's unfortunately.
Oh, God, don't. You know what? If you're doing that to your child, if you're punishing your child for believing in a different God than you, then you don't love your child.
Most people aren't going to punish someone for that. They would talk to them. They would.
Okay, well, if you're punishing them, I said punishment. I didn't say you're not allowed to express your views. I didn't turn against my congregation because they said, well, you know what? We don't really believe in idolatry. We think it's wrong.
Vincent, the abuse, Vincent, isn't what religion you're practicing. It's that they were whatever this was they were doing to you. That's the abuse that should have got you removed from the home. Not that your parents were trying to make you Jehovah Witnesses. The
But
abuse
they
itself,
abused me for not wanting to be one.
You're going to force pork down somebody's neck. That's the abuse. You're going to beat someone up with a stick and put them in a closet. That's the abuse. And that is the abuse CPS needs to focus on and take kids out of the home.
Okay, but if you're doing this to your children because they've changed religion, that's abuse.
I say that's like talking about hate laws and stuff. Listen, it's just getting ridiculous. The abuse is the action they take against the kid. That's where the abuse is.
That's what I'm saying. That
if somebody is beating a kid up with a stick, locking them in a closet for 2 days, forcing pork down their knee and making them urinate on themselves, that's abuse. The why of it doesn't matter.
So you're not allowed to hit your kids?
I didn't say that.
I'm asking anyone. It was a question.
It depends. I think it depends on what you mean hit them. Like, you mean like when you have a toddler and like a little spank on the butt emotionally hurts it and so it knows not to do it? Or what's hit? Like what level of hitting? Like, what do you mean, leaving bruises or what?
I'm talking about all levels. So, okay, we're past the swat on the butt that I'm assuming you're saying that's acceptable, right?
Well, obviously, if you're leaving bruises on your children, then no, right. I don't think you should be able to.
You can't hit anyone to the point of causing a bruise. I believe Muslims will make that claim about wife beating as well. The white Muslim woman who I want to hear her answer on it, she said something about hitting with a stick. I got hit with a stick as a kid. My mom would get a switch. We had this damn elm tree out back, and it left little knots on the switches. I remember we didn't clean up our room once, and then I laughed at Mom when she said, "You better clean up that room." I started laughing. She went and got a switch, chased me and my brother around, and missed my butt most of the time, hit me right on the hamstrings. And that was back in the 70s when shorts were actually short. It hurt like hell. But I wouldn't think that would rise to the level of abuse. So that's always the thing with rights and, religious rights versus individual rights, parents' rights versus children's rights. Where do you draw the line?
Well, these things are complicated. I mean, my parents didn't hit me. That's not how they punished me. And
okay.
But I don't. They punished me in other ways that were just as, you could put your child, send it to its room. You could take things away from it. You could take privileges away from it. There's things you could do besides hit it. There's other ways to discipline your children. And then you could only hit them for so long. I mean, when they start getting older, it's, you would really have to really beat them in order to, get them to listen to you. And, so, I mean, the older they get, the more harsh these beatings need to get. And like, when does it stop?
Sure. I remember my oldest brother was like 15 or 16 and my mom went to slap him and he caught her hand. I thought her head was going to explode. She's like, "You let me slap you when I want to slap you." But it depends. Like, if you're 15 years old, first of all, a father would have to, in order for corporal abuse to work at 15 years old, it would have to be pretty harsh because, what are you going to do? Just spank a 15-year-old with your hand? And that's not going to do anything. Right. You
would have to actually physically really, beat the child. So no, no, obviously you don't. It's one thing to spank a toddler's bum. It's another thing to whip your 15-year-old child. I think those are two different things.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks for your answer. Machine, do you have an answer? Or the white Muslim woman? Where do you draw the line at what is corporal punishment and what is abuse?
Well, I don't think you need to beat people up. I don't think you need to beat them up. Okay, I don't think you need to beat them up. I don't think you need to lock them in closets. I don't think you have to make a kid urinate on themselves. I don't think you should be doing any of that kind of stuff. You don't need to starve a kid. kid doesn't like dinner, refuse to eat it. Well, yeah, I mean, if they want to go to bed hungry, they can. But to just sit there and say, okay, you're not going to be anything, and we're just going to put that one piece of pork on you in front of your plate to you. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in doing something like that.
Okay, but wait. First of all, most parents, like most people like you, believe the children should eat whatever the parents put in front of them.
I would agree with that.
What do you mean most parents like you?
Most monotheistic religious parents want their children to eat what's put in front of them and not complain. And first of all, I wouldn't look.
think there's decorum and manners at the dinner table. If someone's going to be disruptive at the dinner table, maybe they need to eat at a little table by themselves.
That's not what we're saying. Look, I'm okay. First of all, I believe
parents. I think parents are under.
Okay,
Oops.
I believe parents should. Okay, here I believe that unless the child is allergic to the food. I mean, I had to eat food I didn't like as a child, and I wasn't. Okay, there were certain foods that I was just like. Okay, if I ate tomatoes, I would throw up. I could not eat tomatoes, so I wasn't forced to eat tomatoes because I was so revolted by them that if I swallowed them, I would vomit. And so, I didn't eat that. But generally, anything that was put in front of me, whether I liked it or not, I had to eat it. And I said the only time.
Okay, look, somebody asked me. I'm sorry, I keep getting bumped off here. I don't know why. I don't think any parent is under an obligation to buy their kid foie gras or sirloin steaks if they're having hamburger for dinner. I don't think they have to do that because the kid doesn't want to eat it.
Neither do I.
Okay, so they're not under an obligation to provide gourmet food for a kid.
I didn't say they were. I didn't say they were.
The kid is stuck eating what their family can provide.
Yes, but
Yep.
but I said there should be exceptions. If my child became a Muslim and said I cannot eat pork, I think
I'm
that I
not
wouldn't.
under obligation to facilitate anybody practicing any other religion, Vincent.
Okay,
Right.
well, you're.
I'm not under an
children. Well,
obligation
this
to
is the
do
difference
that.
between. I believe children have spiritual rights.
Well, okay, then spiritual rights kid can go get a job and go to the halal store and
No,
buy their own meat.
no. You don't get to take away your children's rights just because you have all the
They
money.
don't have a right for me to provide sacramental anything or go buy some meats from some store. I mean, I'm not obligated.
Okay, nobody's asking you to. Okay, first of all, nobody's asking you to pay for the child's religion. They can check out a Quran at the library. It's not
We're
like.
talking about food right now.
Okay,
Right.
well.
Obligation.
Okay, well,
to provide unusual food for my family that I think is unusual. I am not obligated to do that.
Okay, but you don't have the right to force your child to eat pork if it's against their religion.
I don't believe in forcing somebody to eat anything. You can.
Okay, well, some parents, if you did, the child would be taken away. If you forced it to eat pork, it would be taken away.
Well, I'm not doing that.
Okay, well, we're talking about parents that would force the child to eat pork.
You're trying to talk about people who do abusive things and equating
Like
it.
forcing their children to eat pork. Like forcing their children to eat pork when they're Muslim.
You are equating abusive activities, and then you're trying to give a reason for it. I'm saying it's the abusive activity that CPS needs to look at, not why the parent was trying to do that. We're not playing group therapy with the parent. If somebody is locking a kid up in a closet, making them urinate themselves, forcing pork down their neck, whatever reason that is.
Wait, first of all, it's not, no. It is not illegal to tell your children that they have to eat what's put in front of them.
Okay, but you can't force feed them, Vincent.
I didn't say force feed them, but if you have a Muslim, if you go to the Muslim child and say you will eat pork or there will be consequences, then yes, that's abuse.
I go to a Muslim child and tell them to eat pork?
No, if I'm a pagan and I have a Muslim child and they say, cannot eat pork because I'm Muslim, if I say, if you do not eat your pork, there will be consequences for it, then that's abuse.
I don't, that's such an old fashioned kind of parenting.
Well, it happens. It could happen. It's not like it would never happen.
Well,
If I'm giving the child, if I'm telling my child, if you don't break your religion, there will be consequences, that's abuse.
Well, the kid has to start being smarter and not do that. And try.
No, well, no, you fight for the side of
I
justice. You don't tell
don't
people to
have
accept
no, no.
injustice.
The idea of justice is, Vincent, that I don't have to have the state or anyone else telling me
That's not
to
justice.
practice
That's not
religion.
justice.
Yes, it
No,
is.
no,
Yes, it
just because you had a child doesn't mean that you're a good parent, doesn't mean you have right over the child, doesn't mean anything. Anyone can have a child. Anyone.
is.
You don't get automatic rights over your
Conflating-
children just
you're
because you have them.
conflating different things. If somebody's abusing a kid, okay, they need to get arrested for abuse of the kid, for what they're doing to the kid.
Including forcing them to eat.
Don't let anyone finish. It's the same thing with these hate crime laws. It's ridiculous. Hate crime law? No, you don't get a worse sentence because you hated somebody. Obviously, if you beat someone up, you didn't like them. Okay, this is an attack on thought. Thought. Okay, I don't believe in thought crime. Okay, but I do believe that parents are allowed to decide what reading materials come into the house that their children are exposed to.
It depends on the reading material. If it's religious,
It
it's
does
different.
not. It's
Yeah,
up
if
to
it's
the
religious, it's
parent.
different.
It's up to
You have religious rights.
No, I'm talking about anything. Okay, I'm not going to let my kid read porn if I have a little kid.
I know, but that's different. I'm saying that's a different classification of literature.
Well, you're not getting the point here. Is I have
Yeah, I am. I'm giving you a difference. I'm saying there's a.
If I'm a Christian and I believe Islam is a bad thing to have my 10-year-old reading about, I have the right to not have that book in the house. Okay,
Well,
because
that's what we're
the-
trying to change. That's what we're trying to change and to take
Why?
away.
I don't know why. Because
Because children spiritually suffer in these monotheistic households when they have a religion that is different from their parents, and then they are abused
Here you go.
for having a different religion.
So the problem is you believe in monotheistic parents being regulated, what they do in
Yes.
their house. But what about
Yes.
pagan parents?
Yeah, I told you the same thing. I
What
said the
about
pagan parents.
gay parents? What about
I said it goes both
you
ways.
specifically
I said it
just
goes
said
both ways.
monotheistic.
what
No,
about
But you
I said it
specifically
goes
said
both ways.
monotheistic.
No, come on. I said it goes both ways. I said, didn't I say at the very beginning of this that if my child came to me and said, I want to be
Right,
Muslim.
but just now you said monotheistic only.
Yeah, you said monotheistic.
I know, but because she said monotheistic. Before I said 100 times if my child became a Muslim,
Okay,
I wouldn't
yeah,
have the
for
right
sure.
to spiritually terrorize it. I said that
Who's
100
spiritually
times.
doing this? Okay,
Yeah,
if you're
but what
abusing
is
a kid,
spiritual? Like, I
everybody
guess I'm.
agrees. If you're abusing,
Okay, if my child said, I want to be a Muslim, and I said, that's it, you're not allowed to be around any more children, you're not allowed to be around anyone, you're demon possessed, and you have to stay in your room because you scare people, then that would be abuse, yes.
okay,
Yes, it
is
would
that
be.
abuse? Isn't that abuse?
Yes, it is abuse.
Okay, so what are we arguing about?
Okay, to have consequences for your spirituality is abuse. If the consequences are you're not allowed to go out anymore, you're not allowed to have friends anymore, you're not allowed to have toys, you're not allowed to watch television, you're not allowed to do this because you're a Muslim, then
You think parents can't decide which kids their kids can associate with?
no. If you socially isolate your child because it's Muslim, that's abuse.
Yeah, you're lumping in, you know, parents telling their kids what what religion to follow with social isolation. So you're simply just conflating the two things. Social isolation is abuse on its own. Hold on a second. Social isolation on its own is abuse without imposing religion. So
I know,
that's
but
just
if
abuse.
you do it, okay, but if you, let's say you only did it for the religious purpose, then
How's it
it's
change
abuse.
it? It's still abuse.
Okay, fine. Then if you isolate, if you do any consequences on your child for their religion, it's abuse and you're removed. No matter what kind of abuse it is, whether it's social isolation, rape, I don't care what it is, the child is out. If you put negative consequences on that child for having a religion, then the child needs to get out of the house.
think, listen, I think, you know, you keep talking about these abuse things that people should get arrested on, no matter what reason they're doing it
No,
for.
I know, but I'm just saying that if you there's any, okay, fine, like let's say it's something very simple. Let's say that my child becomes a Muslim, and I say, well, you know what, you want to be a Muslim? Well, that means that you only get the bare minimum of food. I'm going to count the calories, and you know, your other brother and sister, No,
Oh,
I'm
you
not
just-
starving it. No, not starve. Let's say I'm not starving it. Let's just I let the other brothers and sisters have ice cream, cake, cookies, whatever they want. Buy them toys, but you, because you're this, no dessert, and you're on just whatever calories. I'm going to weigh you, and whatever the index says, the number of calories that I have to give you is what I'm going to give you. So I can't be accused of abuse. But you know what? You're not going to be able to do with the other. It's not abuse to tell your children they can't have toys. But what if you're taking away their toys because they are religious?
What if the dad just went and threw all the toys out of the house because he said you guys aren't
Okay.
doing enough?
Okay, but not for what if you just want what if you okay, I'm saying what if you just if you said, well, I'm taking all the toys out of the house because you looked at porn on the computer, and you said, I want to take all the toys away because you looked at porn. That wouldn't be abuse because, you know, whatever. But if you're going in and saying, well, you're not
kids should be allowed to look at porn.
No, oh my God. You know, I don't even want to talk anymore because you people misconstrue everything I said.
I mean, it's just very strange example.
I just
You're
said the
saying-
opposite. No, I
you're
just said the
saying-
opposite of what he accused me of saying. I said the very opposite.
Right. He said that if the kid watched porn and you took their toys away as a punishment for having committed that act, it's not abuse.
Yeah,
Whereas
that's
he's
exactly
saying
what I
If the
said.
kid comes into a Christian house with a Quran or something, and the father says, okay, you can keep that book, but I'm taking all your toys away. You know,
Or
that would be-
you can't keep the book either.
and
Yeah.
take the book too. Right.
Yes. Then I'm saying that spirituality is a very specific type of right.
Right. So like even like prisoners, going back to the food analogy, sort of, prisoners sue to get halal food, right?
Yes.
You can't put a plate of pork in front of the Muslim prisoner every day and say, well, that's what you got to eat.
Correct.
They have to actually get halal food. And so your child is kind of like a prisoner in your home.
Yes.
Like you say, you pay for everything. So shouldn't that same right be extended to him? And back to, I think what he's kind of saying is a recognized religion, right? You can't just make up Festivus and say, I'm not coming to work on the 23rd because I'm celebrating Festivus. Now pay me, you know, or
Yeah, there has
Prisoner.
that.
it has
Yeah,
to be
I
a-
mean,
a-
I mean, I'm saying
well,
in-
say
in
a
a-
kid. Well, say a kid has, say a kid says it's my spiritual right to draw pornographic images and to collect pornographic images.
Well, I told you they would have to. This is when we went back to what is your organized religion, your state recognized religion that says this. Where is it? Where's the state recognized religion? That's
They
you
don't
know.
have to recognize it.
Okay, in America, you do. Under the law right now, there's different rights for people who are in organized religions versus people who are in disorganized religions. They don't have the same rights in America.
right. To have the protection of the state given to you, your religion has to be recognized, right? So like
Yes.
there's, you know, Jehovah Witnesses, I think, sued
Yeah,
Burger
I
King because the girls wouldn't wear pants, right? Or maybe they were Mormons. Or
Well, okay, like
And
here,
so-
okay, Jehovah's
something.
Witnesses
And
are
Burger King
good.
had to come up with skirt uniforms for them
Yeah,
because that's
what-
a recognized religion. If I go in there and say, hey, I'm the God of Mike. My religion says I don't wear pants at all. I'm gonna walk around with my
Look,
penis
we could look at 100 different hypothetical examples, right?
Sure.
But the fact is that
Not
what is a
hypothetical, these are real
what is a
examples.
clear what is a clear definition of quote unquote spiritual rights or spiritual abuse?
Okay, if you are in a recognized religion, if you are practicing a recognized religion, and you are in some way being punished for that inside your household, then that's spiritual abuse.
So the religion has to be recognized by the state.
Yes, it
Yeah.
does.
sure. Like there were
Okay,
Muslim.
so that's already false, right? Because why
No,
does a
it's not.
religion have to be recognized by the state?
Yeah, there you go. It's unconstitutional.
Well, who said it doesn't
Like-
have to be? Give me one state that doesn't have a registry of recognized religions. Is there even one state that
There's for example, in the United States, there should be separation between religion and state, right?
I think you
Look,
guys.
the
getting
thing
the
is,
point.
okay,
you
now
agree with that?
you're trying to undo laws in order to make your
Do
point.
you believe?
The point.
Do you
Let's talk.
believe
No, but
that?
can
Do
we
you
talk
believe
about the
that
way it
historically
actually
speaking?
works?
Well,
Can we talk about the way
do
this
you believe
actually
that
works rather than
historically speaking?
hypotheticals?
Do you believe that historically speaking, religious traditions have been established through through the state?
It depends a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. And
No,
pagan
once,
and
No,
once
that's
they're
false.
pagan
established, the state has to recognize them in order for you to get
and
protection from the state.
pagan societies, cults were recognized by the government, and not all cults were. Even in polytheistic societies, not all cults were recognized by the state.
Right, right. And for example, Christianity was a religion that wasn't recognized by the Roman Empire, but then it became instituted there.
Which can happen, yeah. So they were persecuted before they were recognized, and then when they got recognition, the persecution stopped.
Yeah, so persecution sometimes is done by the state based on which religions they recognize.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, well, it's
So,
okay. Well,
so what are you talking? So how is this a program that you're talking about less abusive or less
well, there's usually reasons why the state bans a certain religion. That's why. Okay, I think that Christianity should have been banned in the Roman Republic.
It just
and they should
sounds
have all
like
been
you're saying that
killed.
we should go with state authority instead of religious authority, but you haven't established why that should be the case, right?
Well,
Well, why should
the
religious
United
authority be
States-
this case?
Just a minute. The United
Well,
States.
I mean, I'm
in the
not saying.
The United States in the Constitution says, the freedom of religion and all that stuff. It has to do with the centralized government. States were allowed to have religious. They did have some state constitutions that talked about religion in them, but the issue is the state trying to say they're going to recognize different religions is government interfering in freedom of thought.
Yeah, that sounds like Noahide laws. Like honestly.
Okay, no, look,
Yeah.
if you're here's the thing. I could start a religion tomorrow, and let's say I did.
Why not?
And okay, yes, listen. And I write my scripture, and I go out and I preach my word, and I get a bunch of followers, and then we go to the government and we show the government what we're preaching, and it's not violent, and it's not hate, and it's not this, and it's not that. And they say, okay, fine, we're going to recognize your religion. Now, if I went out and I said my religion is to punch people in the face, well, the state is not going to recognize that religion.
The state I don't believe, should even have the authority to even. This is a bunch of malarkey. It should be taken in front of the Supreme Court and outlawed across the nation. The state does not get to decide. I don't believe should get to decide what is or is not a religious to a person. That's spiritual abuse.
Okay, well, it happens in Muslim countries. Jehovah's Witnesses are banned and jailed in
I'm in
Azerbaijan.
America. I can't.
Okay, well, I'm saying even under your system, the Muslim state don't recognize certain religions.
What systems? Vincent, I'm an American. I live in the United States.
Okay, but we're talking about Islam right now. Not all Islamic countries recognize every religion inside the country.
You're just jumping. You're gish galloping, and you jumped into another subject.
No, but I'm saying that it's true. You're a Muslim.
Okay.
You're a Muslim, and I'm saying under your system, certain religions are not recognized.
What do you know about me?
You're Muslim.
What makes you think that you know everything I think about my religion?
Well, I'm just saying that many people who are like you do not recognize every religion.
What is like me?
Okay, well, who am I going to look for an example of how a Muslim state would work? You or a Muslim state?
Look,
I can tell you this: if a bunch
we're talking about America right now. You're talking about spiritual abuse. You gish gallop and come up with these horrible examples of abuse and then say they should be removed from the whole. I think everybody here talking to you agrees. If somebody's being force-fed food.
No, excuse me. We just said that if you take the toys away from porn.
Check this out, Bruno.
Whoa. I said if you take the toys away from porn, it's not abuse. I said if you take the toys away because of their religion, it is abuse.
Yeah, check this out, Bruno. Okay, so here's the situation that I want you to sort of just react to, and it might be off the topic or whatever, right? But okay. Now, Muslims ruled India for a very long time, right? You're aware of this, right?
Say it again. Wait, India did what?
the Muslims ruled in India for a very long time, right? It was like 700 A.D. and then past that it went to like until the British came up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Muslims were the rulers there, right?
They were
So
outnumbered, though. India's not a good example because they were outnumbered and they had to make concessions, and it wasn't like a total Islamic republic like where everyone's Muslim.
So it doesn't matter if Islam is ruling the state, right?
Yes, but it wasn't like a pure Muslim state in India. No.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's the thing is that even if Muslims are in the rulership position, it doesn't have to be quote unquote a pure Muslim state, right?
Well,
Right.
yes, but
And even then, they're not going to eradicate all the non-Muslims, right?
You
Or
gave me an example.
impose laws against the pagans, right?
Okay, well, wait. In some Muslim countries, there are laws. I mean, that woman got executed for witchcraft in Saudi Arabia. I mean, there are countries, and also,
of course.
I talk to Muslims who say that polytheism would be illegal under an Islamic republic. I've talked to them.
Right. I mean, to be fair, witchcraft wasn't recognized by the state there, so
no, it wasn't.
So
exactly. So in the Muslim countries, witchcraft was not recognized by the state, and it was a capital offense.
Right. So what would be wrong with that?
Do it,
under your opinion, what would be wrong with that? Because only the religions that are recognized by the state, right, are.
Well, that's why I disagree with monotheism, because it would, I think monotheism should be outlawed. I'm on the other side of the spectrum.
You agree with monotheism?
I don't agree with monotheism.
Oh, but you agree with restricting people's personal
Religious
ideas about religion.
Yeah.
You're jumping both sides of the fence here.
Yeah, you agree with it. Yeah. So now you came out as somebody who agrees with imposing restrictions on people's spiritual rights.
No. There's a difference between what I'm saying can be done right now versus there's a difference between what can be done right now versus an ideal. Do I have an ideal where monotheism is outlawed? Yes, but right now we're not talking about.
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to you earlier with the libraries thing. It's not that I feel that they should be. It's just the ideal, right? But yeah.
Okay, but we're talking about right now, right here, not my ideals, but we're talking about right here, right now, and right here, right now. I am trying to.
Your ideas on spiritual abuse is what we're talking about.
Yes, exactly. But the belief that my belief that monotheism should be illegal is beyond the topic. That's another topic, and you want to talk about.
Would you keep talking about? You monotheists, you this, and then you bring up these bizarre things that are obvious abuse, and then trying to justify it by saying
no, taking away toys is not abuse unless you're doing it for a religious reason.
It's okay to lock a kid in the closet?
I said taking away toys. I said taking away toys.
I mean, just on the face of it, that statement makes absolutely no sense. That you can't take away toys. I mean that you can take away toys, but just not for religious reasons. You can't take away toys for religious reasons. Imagine making that a law.
If you're punishing the child for being religious, yes, whatever the punishment is, I don't care. I don't care if you just, they're not allowed to have ice cream like the other children are. I mean, it's one thing if your children are not allowed to eat ice cream, but if the other children can have ice cream because they're Muslims and your pagan child is not allowed to have a dessert, then yeah, you're being abused. You're being singled out. You're being treated lesser. No, you don't. Just get out of the house. You don't, if you're a pagan, you're not going to do well being raised around monotheists.
It says who, Vincent?
Says me from my own personal experience. Thank you.
What Muslim household were you ever brought up in?
I was raised I said monotheist. I was raised in a monotheist household.
I don't care. They're all different. What Muslim household were you ever brought in that you said?
I didn't say Muslim. I said monotheist.
Well, and if the white Muslim one wants an example of abuse religiously tied to a Muslim household.
I know.
Okay, well,
abuse is going on. I'm not saying there's no abuse.
Okay, well, I'm sure that there was a child. Look, I'm not the only child who became a polytheist at a young age. I don't know personally any, I don't know that many Muslims that I can pick out an example of one that was abused for you, but I'm sure it's happened.
Sure.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
A girl in
Okay, but
Canada
you're
is
you're
cool with
asking
little
for
brothers, not
specific
with a child.
examples when all I said was monotheist. I'm lumping you all together, Jews, Christians, and Muslims.
Why don't you talk about? Look, you came from some kind of abusive background, and you're generalizing it everywhere. Okay,
All monotheists are abusive. Do you really think I live in a vacuum? You think I never met another child that was raised the way I was raised?
What I think is you can't let someone finish a sentence. Okay, that's what I think, Vincent, because you're too wound up right now. All right, that's what I think.
Yeah, because I'm talking to a bunch of dumb monotheists. That's why.
Well, I have.
Well, that's unfortunate. That's an unfortunate opinion.
Myself. I was invited to be here.
Yeah, that's snobbery.
Living
That's,
room. I did, and I'm not stalking
It's
you.
not snobbery. Are you?
it's intellectual snob. It's absolutely intellectual snobbery.
Excuse me. What the fuck
It's
does your Quran say about
It's
polytheists?
intellectual.
Your Quran hates
It's intellectual
polytheists.
snobbery.
No,
it's
your
intellectual
Quran
snobbery.
hates polytheists. Your Quran hates polytheists.
I don't care. I don't care what the Quran says. You think all monotheists are dumb? That's intellectual snobbery.
And that the Quran says all polytheists are misled and stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm allowed to believe the same thing. So the Quran is
So
snobby.
two wrongs make a right for you.
Okay, you think
I guess
the Quran preaches that all polytheists are this, that, and the other
right.
thing.
Tu quo que is your argument, right?
Well, I thought monotheists were dumb before I even read the Quran, so.
Right, because you seem
no, because I need to, and I'm around
you're smarter
you.
than everyone else.
I was raised by
but
monotheists.
You can't define spiritual abuse.
I did define it.
I haven't heard appropriate definition.
If you are being punished for being religious, that is spiritual abuse.
I didn't hear what you said, Vincent.
I said if you are being punished for being religious, it is spiritual abuse.
And then everyone asked what is the type of punishment that you're referring to?
I gave an example: taking away toys, not letting them have ice cream like the other children, socially isolating them, telling them they're going to hell.
Yeah, but kids don't have rights to toys and ice cream. So that's a stupid idea.
If it was taken away from one child but not the other.
Yes, but you see how your definition of spiritual abuse literally includes toys and ice cream.
And social isolation and telling them they're going to hell and telling them that other adults are scared of them and that the demons
but right now, but all of those things can be considered abuse apart from any imposition of any religion.
If you are punishing the child, if you are restricting the child for having a religion in some way, shape, or form, if there's some retribution, then yes, it's abuse. I don't care what the retribution is, little or big.
Right. Okay, your idea basically has an idea of equitable rights to ice cream.
No, equitable rights to your if you punish them in any way, for having a religion, that's abuse. I don't care how light the punishment is. If any kind of punishment, you can't leave your room because you're a Muslim. That's abuse.
Okay, if you're going to lock somebody in a room all the time, that's abuse.
No, but you're allowed to tell your children. Okay, I'm allowed to tell my child, you are not allowed to leave the house. That's my rule. You're not allowed to leave the house unless you're going to school or going to grandma's house. But if I have children and I let them leave the house, but then I go to my one Muslim child and said, you are not allowed to leave the house because you are Muslim, then that's abuse.
This phrasing is a little odd.
It is abuse. If I tell my child specifically, you're not allowed outside because you are Muslim, that's abuse. If I just have a rule that, well, my children are not allowed to leave the house unless it's school or grandma's, well, that's not abuse. If I have 5 children and I say, everyone can go to grandma's house except for you because you're Muslim, then that's abuse. If I say everyone's allowed to have a birthday party except for you because you're Muslim, that's abuse. If I say everybody is allowed to pick out their own clothing, but you can't because you're Muslim, that's abuse.
Most parents, Vincent, don't tell their kids you can't do something because you're a pagan or whatever.
Lots of them do.
Finish. Most of them tell their kid, you cannot do that because you are
Some
a
do.
Muslim. That's what
Some
they
do.
But this is what they do. They tell them you can't do that because in our
Right.
religion we follow this religion in this house.
No,
Right, and
some
some
do. No,
CPS
some.
sell the kids into child trafficking.
That's
Yeah,
a different.
I mean-
Why are you
Some
bringing?
of them do. Some of
why
them
are you?
do.
Okay, but that's a different. That's abuse
Some
too, but
do.
that's- okay, well, I'm not defending that. I'm not defending that. You're acting like I'm defending that somehow. I never defended that. I think that's wrong too.
Good to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pointless, like, you know, I'm just trying to say this is abuse. If you are putting specific punishments on a child for being religious, it's abuse.
No, Vincent, this started out.
Well, I'm sorry, but it is abuse if you are punishing the child.
Kid, and they need to be able to bring idols into the house.
Well,
You just kind of expanded it out and expanded it out. That
look, we're going to win this war, and you're not. I'm going to make sure we win this war. You're not winning this war. You're not winning this war.
I decide what house plants come in my house.
You're not winning
I
this
decide
war.
what boys can come in here.
You know, you've heard
I
enough people.
decide
You have enough. Your
if
own
you-
children come after you.
You're in a war. You're in a war with the state to impose medical tyranny on the children.
Monotheists turn their own children into their enemies. You abuse your children, and then they come back to haunt you. That is what's happening. Many Muslim children are going to come out of those households and are going to turn on Islam. You are going to see, especially in this country.
They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
expect
There's over.
retribution.
I got news for you, I got news for you, Vincent. There's over 1 billion Muslims. You will never stop Islam.
Retribution.
Nope. It's never gonna die. Islam will never die.
It can be hurt.
Nope.
Yes, it can be hurt.
Islam is destiny. It can't be hurt. What are you talking about? Where is it going to be hurt? It's growing like by the millions. Like, what are you talking about? It's being hurt. Like,
well,
what are you talking about?
What? You have a little bit of success right now, but I wouldn't like bet on that.
We got huge success. We got huge success. The people that are trying to impose CPS laws to impose transgender rights on their kids, they're losing.
Don't count your chickens.
They're losing. They're losing every time they go to a school board and say, "Oh, it's spiritual abuse to tell your kids what to be." They lose. People are
really.
Not with
Is that why everyone's complaining about how much power they have? Is that why you're complaining about how much power they have because they have no power?
I'm not complaining about anything. What are you talking about?
Well, lots of people do complain about their power. It's happening,
lots of people. That wouldn't be me. That wouldn't be me, sir.
So you don't think that the gay lobby has any power in America?
I think whatever they're trying to impose is losing. All right, look at how they, the liberals lost this election. They're going to continue to lose. It's an untenable ideology.
Okay, well, what just came in is Zionist, not Muslim. Muslims.
Of course, I'm aware of that.
Okay, well,
I'm aware of that.
Zionists and Hindus are in control of America now, not Muslims.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that.
Okay, well, you're not top dog.
So why do you think? So why do you think that those people? So why do you think that those people being in control of the CPS system and all these things should be in charge of people's kids?
I think that there should be certain rules and regulations.
Why are you a bootlicker for the system that is controlled by Zionists?
It doesn't have to be controlled by Zionists.
I know, but right now it is. So do you oppose the system as it is right now?
I oppose who's running the system, not the system.
Okay.
I don't oppose CPS. I don't want Zionists in control of CPS, but
yeah, me either. But they are in control of it right now, and you're saying that they're not abusing it. And you're saying that they're not abusing it.
I don't oppose CPS, but
yeah, but do you agree that the Zionists that are in control of the CPS today may be abusing it?
Hey, Claire's got this up on the screen. The point is that religious people are more likely to be married parents, properly parenting their legitimate children, than idolaters who are more likely to die childless, gay, or transgender.
Okay, so she says, she says Hindus are all a bunch of idolaters. They're all socially conservative. I was a Hindu for 10 years. I was sick at how homophobic, misogynistic, family-oriented, having children they were. They're doing very well in America because they're family-oriented people. So I don't really buy that idolaters are a bunch of fucking whores and AIDS-ridden, childless gay people.
Don't they
I don't-
abuse their kids?
Yeah, Hindus do not are not praying to the idol. They don't believe that the idol is the god. By the way,
Well,
so
tell
that's
Claire that. I've been telling Claire that, and she doesn't listen.
Yeah.
I don't think Hindus are idol worshippers, but she does.
well. It's just to understand the idea about the avatar and how those personalities. Because I've spoken to a Hindu. We've done a full presentation on our show about Hinduism with the Hindu. A woman that I know, and she's a
Right. No,
specialist on the
you're
topic.
preaching to the choir. I know it's not idolatry, but Claire doesn't. So in Claire's mind, they're idolaters, but they would work against her
Some of them.
theory.
Well, some of them are, because some of them follow like satanic form, like there's satanic forms of Hinduism that are like idol worship. I mean,
Like what?
like for example, like a lot of like for example, the Bhaktivedanta Institute saying that they pray to Vishnu. And right, we were talking about how that's actually not real Hindu doctrine. So a lot of the stuff that the Bhaktivedanta Institute teaches is not original Hinduism stuff. For that's coming from Vivekananda and Ramakrishna, and stuff like that. That's invented by the Freemasons. Right, so there's a lot of wrong forms of Hinduism too. Right, so that happens too. That
Well, they're still monotheists.
Hinduism. Well, it was
Vai-
hijacked by the Theosophical Society, right? So there's a lot of encroachment.
Vaishnavism is monotheism.
Well, there's a lot of Hindus that disagree with that, right? But yeah.
Well, I would like you to introduce them to me, because I was a Hindu
Of
for
course.
10 years. And
Oh,
I
of course.
couldn't-
Yeah, we had a whole presentation on my show about it.
What
I'll
state
send
are
you the
you
link.
in, Vincent? Again, I forgot. You're not in California. I know you're somewhere else.
I'll put
What
the link
state are
here in
you
the private
Vincent?
chat.
What state is Vincent from?
New Jersey.
Okay, so are you gonna ask New Jersey if these religions are recognized or not?
Well, it would have to be, in order for them to get rights, they would need to be recognized, yes.
Okay, so are you gonna ask? Is this Vishnu or whatever? Is this recognized?
It is Hinduism. Hinduism is a recognized religion in New Jersey, yes. Hinduism is.
Okay, so why can't anyone just take any religion, create an offshoot from it, and say that's my religion? Anybody can do this in America. Anybody.
Okay, we'll get it official. If you're not going to.
I don't have to get it officially recognized by.
In order to get rights, yes, you do. In order to get rights, yes, you do.
But I think it is constitutionally improper.
Well, this is the way it works. But this is the way it's working.
It's not okay for a state to have a law that's against the Constitution, but you're going to have somebody who's able to bring it up, a case in front of the Supreme Court.
Okay, and it's never happened since the inception of America. We've always
you have
had
to prove damage. That's why somebody has to have damage. Okay.
Okay, and how do you prove damage if your religion? You would look. The way it works now. You're saying it. You don't like it, but the way it works right now, we have the protections of religion.
My kid belongs to a religion, and she believes she should be totally nude all the time, and she wears.
Okay, well, where's this Okay, well, get it recognized. We'll see.
No, I don't have to.
Okay.
I found it.
Okay. Well, your child can't do it unless it's a recognized religion.
Well, I'm saying this needs to be changed, Vincent, and this is what
okay. Well, then you know what? Why don't you go get the nudist religion recognized?
If you want to promote what you want to promote, you're going to have
nobody. Okay, that's the point. That's the point why we have it. Okay, this is the point. This is the point why we have recognition, because anyone who said children should walk around naked would not get state recognition of their religion. That's why we have.
The reason you have recognition is because the state is breaking the Constitution and infringing on people's civil rights.
Okay, so then in your world, I could say my religion tells me to walk outside naked, and I could do it because it's my religion. In your world, I'm saying is in your religion I could. In your worldview I could. My religion tells me to walk outside naked. I have no organized religion. I came up with it yesterday. I'm going to go walk outside naked because an alien space god told me to do it. I can do that? You think I should be able to do that? Hello? Where is everyone?
Yeah, sorry, I threw that in the back there. The presentation I'm referring to. All right. So
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna go.
Sorry,
Make a
I just had a phone call from a doctor's office. That's why I had to go off.
I'm gonna watch this thing on Hinduism that you sent me.
yeah, I got like it's part of a very, very long series where the girl Annapurna comes on a bunch of times. But yeah, she's an expert on Hinduism, and we were looking at some of the Bhaktivedanta Institute and how they're not exactly legitimate in their practice of Hinduism, right? And we were looking at a presentation by Michael Cremo, who's part of Bhaktivedanta Institute, and we were looking at obviously Vivekananda and Ramakrishna, talking about those guys, how they're not really legitimate teachers of that tradition. But yeah.
Well, I'm going to watch it because I want to see why she's saying they're not legitimate.
Well, it's
I
because
know
the Paramatman, is a supreme reality, and it cannot have, it cannot be identified as Vishnu or Shiva or one of those ones. Right? So that's the short form reason. Right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the point is that most Hindus lean towards monotheism or monism.
Oh yeah, 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 definitely monism. I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm against Hinduism too because I'm a
But
hardcore
does New
polytheist.
Jersey recognize them, Vincent?
What?
Does New Jersey recognize them? I'm just finding this. This is just too much. Do you believe?
No, wait, Carol, you can't, Carol, you still can't get away from the fact that under your system, I could walk outside naked because it's my religion.
I don't have that system.
Yeah, you don't think the state has the right to certify religions. No, you don't.
You say you people, your religion. You say this, you people.
No,
Now
your
people can walk outside naked.
no, your excuse me. So no, because you don't.
If you're going to be consistent,
No,
and
you
say,
don't want.
To conform to all religious ideas.
You don't want the state.
The Muslims.
You don't know.
In my system, naked people can't be outside.
Okay. In your system, anyone can come up with any religion, and the state would have to recognize it.
Constitution, you're darn right.
Yeah. Well, what if your religion tells you to kill people? What if your religion tells you to kill people? What the?
Kill people. They can't pass a law saying they can't pass a law saying recognizing or not recognizing a religion, but they can pass a law saying you can't run up and down the street and kill your neighbor's pets because you want to.
But what if it's your religion? Okay, what if it's your religion to not wear clothing? What if that's your religion?
Well, they're stuck wearing clothing.
Okay, so you think that people should be able?
Not everywhere because
why in India? Whoa, wait! In India, it's legal in certain festivals to be naked outside.
Okay, and in San Francisco, there were some blocks where people didn't have to wear clothes.
So then what if it's their religion to be naked outside?
They were naked outside.
Okay, well, maybe under your system it would stay that way. Under a system where religion is regulated, it wouldn't stay that way.
No. I'm talking about recognition from a state.
Yeah, I know. So am I. So if you have a religion that says I can be naked outside the state, and my system, the state could say, well, we're not going to recognize you as an official religion.
I'm saying the state doesn't have a right to recognize.
Well, it's protecting the citizens by giving the state that right.
Well, I don't believe in that. The state decides what is or is not abuse, and that's what they need to have their laws on. Not sitting there recognizing or telling me how I have to practice my religion.
Not telling you how. Just saying your religion is not recognized. You don't get the rights of a recognized religion.
They don't recognize a religion. The next step is we're canceling a religion.
Okay, the way it works right now, you don't get those rights, and they do not recognize religions that have horrible problems in them.
Oh, that's how it's written. The code have horrible.
Well,
problems.
No, whatever the code is, look, they come and anyone can start a new religion, but if you want to be accepted by the state, you can't be hurting people, and you can't be, you know, whatever it is that your religion, if it's hurting other people, causing public disruption, anything like that, then it's not an officially state recognized religion.
You
And
mean
you
there
don't
must
have
be
rights.
protections from the state?
You don't have rights granted to you from the state. Like I said, Christian scientists have the right to medically neglect their children to death. But anyway, if I woke up tomorrow and said a space
There's
alien
no
told me,
California anymore.
if I woke up tomorrow and I said a space alien told me not to give my children medicine and they died, I'd go to jail.
Yeah. And I think
Yeah.
Christian scientists will too in California.
Not in all states, and it used to be
I'm
much
talking-
worse.
These are state laws. That's what I'm telling you. States get into this thing about religion a little bit, but the federal government can't. Okay, so the state, but I don't believe the state can recognize my religion, tell me how to practice it, what I
They're
think.
not telling you how to practice. They're just they have the right.
They can't look at me and say, "You're not a Muslim," if I'm saying I am. Okay.
No. That's not what they're saying. They are just saying you could call yourself a Muslim, but we're just not going to recognize your religion. You can call yourself whatever you want. Call yourself the Queen of Sheba. You know, say whatever you want to say, but your religion's not recognized.
What's this got to do with anything, Vincent? Anymore? I just don't even know. You just keep jumping and jumping and jumping. Okay, we agree on
Okay.
abusing kids isn't right.
No, but no. We don't agree on you. No. You believe that as long as the punishment is not harsh, it's okay to punish your children for being another religion.
I believe that is what is it you're saying now?
Okay, I believe that any punishment of any kind for being a religion is child abuse. You say it's only child abuse if it's hitting, urinating on self, starving.
No,
like you say,
I'm saying I'm not qualifying abuse in the way you are. I'm saying abuse is abuse, and that's when CPS gets called in. I am not qualifying.
It's not mental. Okay, there's mental and emotional abuse. Not everything is physical. There's mental and emotional abuse too.
Okay, but I am saying abuse is abuse, and I'm not qualifying it. I'm not.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not making it a bigger problem if I'm not saying it's worse if somebody's doing it for a spiritual reason or they're doing it for something else.
No, but we discussed that it's more complicated than that because it's not abuse to not allow your children to eat ice cream, but it is abuse to single out one child and say you cannot have ice cream because you are Muslim.
Whose definition? Vincent, you're getting
according
to me. How much do you want the state and the legal system to be interjected into people's personal lives?
Enough, but you know what? I don't care if the state isn't, because I'm not going to do anything to my kids that I would have them taken away.
You're not going to have any kids, Vincent.
Okay, but if I did, I wouldn't do things like this.
Okay, you're going to let your kids just do whatever you want, and
no, not whatever they want. I would just be when it came to spiritual matters. I would not abuse my child. First of all, pagans had social customs and ways of living in order to maintain society forever. Just because you're a pagan doesn't mean you believe in willy-nilly, go out, snort cocaine, fuck everybody. That's not paganism.
Did you go find out where the halal meat store is when you get your baby out of that incubator? And the kid that's going to become Muslim, because you think it's okay for people to undermine parental authority and start saying stuff to your kid and giving them books.
I didn't say that. I told you not. No, I said don't involve other adults. I'm talking about a child who came to this conclusion themselves. Don't involve other adults.
What 9 year? Listen, your example was a 9 year.
I did it. I fucking did it, you bitch. I was 9 years old and decided to do that. No adult came into my life, gave me a book, said anything to me. It was me. It was me. You're an idiot to think that a young child cannot have a spirituality.
Relax, my friend.
No, she's a fucking idiot.
No, that was wrong.
What 9-year-old child comes to a religious conclusion? You couldn't do it because you're a fucking dumb bitch. When you were 9, you were as fucking retarded as fuck and couldn't have your own religion. You're too stupid to think that a 9-year-old can have a creed. No adult handed me that book on paganism. I went and took it off the shelf myself.
Man, I go to make another drink and all hell breaks loose. That's too bad. I was going to try to see if I could moderate between the two of you and get some just agreements on baselines. You know,
I was in the kitchen too.
I know, but I'm dealing with people that were too stupid at 9 years old to have a spirituality. Well, I wasn't as dumb as you at that age. I was a little bit more advanced.
Right, but isn't that snobbery?
And where has it got you?
Good. I want to be snobby. Yeah, if you're fucking too retarded to have a spiritual creed at 9 years old, then stay the fuck away from me.
Well, not everybody has one.
You're dumb. It means you're dumb. Okay. Yeah. You're dumb. You're too dumb. You were too stupid.
Where's
Wait. When did anyone? What about that Muslim boy? What about what's his name? What the fuck is his name? The black guy that comes on, Claire. The black Muslim that's kind of like a Freemason too.
Mr. Palu.
Mr. Palu said that he rejected the Trinity at 5 years old. No one said, how can a 5-year-old reject the Trinity? No, because he went Muslim at 5 years old, it was okay. But because I went pagan at 9, therefore, children don't have, the ability to come up with these kinds of spiritual things on their own. But a Muslim, you can reject the Trinity at 5, but you can't become a pagan at 9. Mr. Palu rejected the Trinity at 5 years old.
What does that prove anyway?
It proves that children have spiritual qualities.
Well, they can believe or not believe stuff, but I mean.
Okay, well, the point is that young children can come to spiritual conclusions. Mr. Palu did it. Nobody questioned him. No Muslim.
Vincent,
yeah, okay, but I'm saying that.
I believe this rather than that, but they can't prove it.
Okay, well, Mr. Palu he rejected the Trinity at 5. So what? I'm not going to go to him and tell him he didn't. I'm not going to go and tell him that he couldn't have done that. I believe him. I'm not going to spit on his beliefs just because he was 5.
Well, it's too late for you to do that, even if you.
I'm just saying that no child should have their religion spit on. No child should have their religion spit on. I would not have gone to Mr.
I could have children. Children are mad.
I could have told Mr. Palu. I might have told Mr. Palu. If Mr. Palu came to me, first of all, I'm not Christian, so I wouldn't have cared if he believed in the Trinity or not. But if I was, maybe if I was his parent, I would have been like, well, I believe in the Trinity because of this, that, the third thing. I might show them in the Bible why I believe in the Trinity. I might do all this stuff, but I wouldn't be like, you're not allowed to play with other children because you don't believe in the Trinity. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be in a position to be a parent anyway.
Oh God, you know what, Claire? Can we talk about the reality of the situation? I wouldn't do it to a child, even if it wasn't my child, even if I was a foster parent.
You wouldn't have the authority to do it if it wasn't your child.
Right, but
if I was a foster parent, I could become a foster parent, Claire. You don't know. I could become a foster parent. I could have my own child. The only reason I don't have children is because I don't have money, not because I'm gay. I don't have the fucking funds to have children.
So can I say this? I think it seems a little strange that I understand why Vincent's making things personal because he has had a personal experience with things. But when you say, well, he won't have a child, so that doesn't mean anything. The whole idea of laws and society is we are a community, right? Now, I'm an atheist, but I'm fairly conservative, especially when it comes to money, but even on some social issues. But the idea is, why do we have a child protective services, right? Some people beat their children. So, okay. I think we all agree you can remove those children from those homes. The government, the force of the government, of the society says, yes, parents, you have rights. It doesn't mean you can beat your children to within an inch of their lives.
Yeah,
So
but
we
Vincent
remove
is
them.
saying that just because you disagree with your child about its made-up religion, you're being abusive.
No, I
And,
didn't say
and the kid
disagree.
has a
I said
right
if you punish, I don't want to talk anymore because you're
Yeah.
just twisting what I said. I said if you take retribution on that child for having a religion, yes, that's abuse. I didn't say disagreeing with it. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Oh, what? How can a parent show disapproval of the child's religion other
Just
than
show,
to?
just say, well, that's not what I believe, and here's why. And you can tell it why. I didn't say you can't tell it why. I didn't say you couldn't try to convince it. But as soon as you say you're going to be punished because you don't believe in the Trinity, then yes, that's abuse.
Well, we could be disinherited. Well, if I were Christian, I'm not. I'm going to maybe. Well, it's within your rights anyway to disinherit
Sure.
any child of yours who takes on a different religion to you.
And I don't
Okay,
think
that
you
happens
came
when
up
you're an
with
adult.
out of will.
I'm talking about retribution in the child's life right there and then.
I'm cool with that.
What?
That's fine. A parent has a right to show disapproval of anything.
I didn't say
or
not this. I said take retribution. I didn't say show disapproval. I said take retribution.
Yeah, short of beating it, the parent has a child to say, "Well, I don't approve of what you say."
I don't care
And
if
this is-
you can disapprove of it, but when it comes to spirituality, you don't have the right to punish the child for having spirituality.
So, Claire-
what you're saying is a child has a different view to its parent.
If a child, not in everything, I'm saying when it comes to spirituality, is a special case. If the child has
Why are you
formulated
so fixated on your spirituality that you claim your parents abuse when, well, you no longer even believe the things that you
Yes, I
used
do.
to
I'm
believe?
still a polytheist.
And what do you worship?
I worship many gods. I don't worship your God until you say I don't worship.
Say what your God is.
I have 5 fucking idols in my room right now.
And what are they?
What? So why? So
Are they all recognized by the state?
I'm sure they don't even go with each other. Like
no, I know their names. I don't want to give you all their names. I have idols I have idols in the house of different gods that I pray to. Don't take that away. You can't tell me just because I don't believe in Allah, I don't believe in God, or I have no beliefs.
Well, I have no beliefs, and I still don't think you should punish your children for them having different beliefs than you have. I'm not sure what Vincent's personal idols' names are has anything to do with the discussion.
Thank you.
But weren't you as a child told off for having wrong beliefs? Not necessarily about religion, but it could be anything.
Okay, but I said spirituality is a special
and your
class.
parents don't agree and they mocked you or something.
Okay, sure. I think spirituality is a special class. It's not, oh, I don't like this or I don't like that. Spirituality is a special class. Here's another thing I don't think you should be able to do to your children. The earth is round. If you tell your children they're going to hell because they believe the earth is round instead of flat, I believe that's abuse. If you are you distorting scientific facts and telling your children they're going to hell for not believing in science? Then no, you don't deserve your children.
Well, Vincent, you're not in a position to make these decisions. It's just
I don't need to have my own children. I don't need to have my own children to believe in these things.
No, so it's just your opinion. Everybody has an opinion.
Well,
but
you know what?
Other parents, actual parents who are allowed
okay,
to
well,
express
Claire, don't take it. Claire, you never know. I could still, if I got the money, I could still have a child. So don't. And there's plenty of people who don't have children that believe the way you think, but you're not going to. You don't have children. What say do you have? When they agree with you, it's okay to not have kids. But when they disagree with you, all of a sudden it's all about, oh, you don't have kids. There's people who have kids that disagree with you, Claire. What do you say about them? What if I did have a kid? What would your next excuse be? If you couldn't use children on me, what would your next excuse be? Oh, but you're a Christian. Oh, but you're that. Oh, but you're this. Oh, but you're that. You have no right to discuss on this because you eat meat on Tuesdays or whatever it is that they do.
Well, you think that people should have secular laws imposed on them because they're religious.
Yes, I do.
Right.
Yeah, but that secularism is your religion.
Okay, yeah, so it is. Yeah, okay, it is. And then I'm pushing it on you.
So you don't believe in freedom?
No, I believe your religion is bad. I told you I don't believe in total freedom. I'm the one who's been fighting against total freedom.
You don't believe in freedom of religion?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. You've been saying that you believe in that the whole time.
No, my personal conviction in a utopia, would there be freedom to be monotheistic? No, but we're talking about right here, right now. I'm not talking about imposing my fictitious legal system on people right now. We're just talking about the way it is right now, using the system as it is at the moment, not my system.
Right. The system right now that's run by the Zionists, right?
Okay, just because I think the Zionists need to be removed from power, but that doesn't mean the whole system needs to be collapsed.
So the people who run the system right now need to be removed from power.
Okay,
right?
but the system does not need to be collapsed. Maybe the Zionists at top of it
that's
need
not
to be
exactly
removed.
decided. Once you change the order of power, it's not exactly predictable.
Okay,
how the
look,
system will be
let's say I opened up a cafeteria and I was running this cafeteria, and the cafeteria was running really well and it was making really, really good food. And then let's say all of a sudden, let's say I gave up the cafeteria and I gave it to another group, and let's say they elected a Zionist to run the cafeteria. I would try to get the Zionists removed. I wouldn't blow up the cafeteria.
Sure.
Yeah, I would just get the Zionists removed. I wouldn't go after the whole system. I wouldn't be like, this fucking cafeteria needs to go.
Yeah, don't
Yes,
throw out the baby with the bathwater.
but you would though, right? Because you think that monotheism should. You think that secular laws should be imposed on religious people. So you should.
We're not talking about my ideal system.
No, but hold on a second. Hold on a second. You would want
about my ideal system. We're not talking about my ideal system. We're talking about the system right now as it is. And I didn't say that people
just now.
I didn't say that and I didn't say that people can't practice their religion. All I'm saying is if you put retribution on your child for being a religion, it is abuse. I don't like Islam. However, if I told my child you are not allowed to go out and play with other children because you are Muslim, I think my child should be taken away from me. Yes.
Right. So I think it all falls down the lines of what we're defining as abuse.
Exactly.
Talking about
exactly. That I don't think it's been defined yet.
I said any retribution. Look, it's not abuse to tell
the
your
examples
children.
You gave were taking toys and ice cream away.
Yeah, I said any retribution, light or small, whatever the retribution is for the. If you say I'm taking this ice cream away because you are Muslim, then it's abuse. Not I don't let my children have ice cream because I don't let them have sugar. That's not abuse. If you say, well, you know what, the other children are allowed to have ice cream, but you can't because you are Muslim, that's abuse.
Okay, so you consider that abuse? Machine lies. Would you consider that abuse to isolate let's say you're Christians? Well, you're a Muslim. Let's say you're a Muslim and one of your kids, it's like, I don't know if you all saw the movie Life of Pi, where the one kid says he's a Muslim one day and a Christian the next day. But anyway, so say your middle child says, Dad, I read this book about this Jesus guy and this Trinity, and I believe that. And you say, well, son, if you believe that, you don't get any dessert for the rest of your life and you're going to hell. I'm not sure if Vincent would consider that abuse to say they're going to hell.
He would, yeah.
I would.
Yes,
think so,
I
yeah.
do. I think I was spiritually terrorized.
Yeah, he said it earlier. Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah. I don't believe in spiritually terrorizing your children with hell and demon rapes and stuff like that. No, I don't believe in doing that.
Understood. I think it's bad too, but I'm an atheist, so I don't get a say in it.
No, not according to these people. You
don't. I don't get a say in it either. But,
yeah, right. Because we have no children, we can't identify abuse because we don't have kids. But meanwhile, if we had children and we said the same thing, they would have to find some other reason to negate us. They'll just find whatever reason they can to negate you.
Vincent, it's just ridiculous. If you're an atheist and you don't believe in God, then any number of monotheists saying you're going to go to hell should be water off a duck's back. You don't believe.
No, you don't do it to your children. 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 You've gotten me so worked up. I have a whole blog on this. It's called thechildcult.blogspot.com about getting children out of religious households. Like you just I've neglected that blog for a while, but it needs to I need to do something because you people can't have power over children. You just can't have it. I'm not going to allow it. Not anymore. Why are you complaining if you have so much power? We have the power now. We take the children out of the household. And you are complaining. The state, liberals, seculars, You know, people who are not Muslims
Oh,
are coming in. All
liberals, right,
all you do
right.
is complain. All you do is
Yeah,
complain
yeah,
about how
because
much power they have. And then whenever I say,
you're
yes,
not
we do
even a
have power, you
parent
say,
and
what
you're
power do
saying
you
this
have?
and that.
they can't even impose these rules in the school boards.
Look,
You know, in Hamtramck and stuff, you know, when the Muslims came in, they couldn't do it. So what are you talking about?
so then you shouldn't complain about any gay or trans power in America if there is none.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they will never have a significant amount of power because it's
They
not.
already have a significant amount of power.
It's not a good way to run society to have the children belong to the state.
I agree with that. But can I get back to my scenario real quick? So machine lies. Let's say you have 3 children. Your middle child comes to you. They're 12 years old, says, I want to be a Christian. You respond by saying, no, son, you can't be a Christian. If you do, you're going to hell. And you take away his toys. You don't let him play video games. You start treating him totally different. Let's say he has a twin brother. You treat him the exact opposite as the twin brother, right? You don't let him leave the house. You don't let him, right? You don't let him on the internet because who knows where he got this Christian nonsense stuff from. Would you consider that abuse?
So do you think it's wrong for parents to pick favorites among their kids?
I know they do. I would think they try.
You
not
know
to,
that.
yes.
So
But
all parents.
again,
you're
okay,
assuming.
this
So
is
you're
a
assuming that
reflection
all
of-
parents. So you're assuming that all parents pick favorites among
Well,
their kids.
again, and this is why I think Vincent keeps clarifying as is religious, right? If one of my kids is fatter than the others, I might not get them the ice
Do you
cream.
think
I give
that's
them
their
the-
right? Do you think that's their right for whatever reason that they can pick favorites among their kids? Do you think that's the parents' right?
Yes,
Okay,
except for the reason of religion.
except for religion, you think?
Yes,
Okay, so
because that's a
so
protected
Well,
right
and
by
we're
the
not
state.
talking. No, we're not talking about picking favorites. We're talking about
Well,
retribution.
he's trying to make an equation.
No, but
yeah,
you have
exactly.
to
I'm
add.
trying to make a
you have
moral
to add-
equivalence there.
Yeah,
You have to add retribution in there. You have to add not just this one's my
But police
favorite. And
retribution-
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
So-
Yeah, sure. People, parents pick favorites among their kids,
Sure.
and they have subtle forms of retribution. Let's say the most subtle forms of retribution. For example, taking away ice cream and toys, right? Okay, from a kid that they deem less favorite than the other kid. You know, do parents have the right to set up meritorious systems among their children? I believe absolutely they do for any reason. And I believe that if it's imposed on kids for the reason of religion, then that's subjective, all right? You know, that's just as subjective as any other measure, all right? You know, because it's based on that parent's own ideal, you know,
Okay.
religious ideal. Different parents have different religious ideals, all right? Even in the same religion.
Due to the sensitivity of spirituality, it's different. Just like sexual abuse is different than verbal abuse. Like sex is so sensitive that it's a special class. Okay, it's a special. Sex crimes are a special class of crime. If you hit a child, you don't go on an offenders list and everyone doesn't know about it. If you sexually abuse a child, you go on offenders list, everyone knows about it. It's a greater crime. So spiritual crimes are greater crimes than just I don't like my child because spirituality is such like sex is so sensitive that
how is spirituality like sex? I'm not.
They are both
at all.
People have been persecuted for it. People have been killed over it. People have been enslaved over it.
Yeah, but sex. Yeah, but sex is a you know, an activity, right? And religion is a belief system.
Okay, but yes, but
they're not similar at all.
There's so much persecution that has been evolved around spirituality that is a special case. It is not. I'm not talking about. Well, I favor my one child.
So what? There's been persecution against poor people.
Okay, well, you know, I'm just saying. If you say, well, I like my one child because they're more athletic, there is no long-running, long-standing abuse system that hurts unathletic people. There's no there was no creed that said we need to go after all the unathletic people and kill them. There are creeds against pagans to kill them. You have to protect. The spirituality needs special protections. It's not like other forms of thought. It's not like other forms of activity.
Have you ever heard of the country of the blind?
No.
Okay, so in a village, right, there's a mountain, right, where everybody there doesn't have eyes, right? So one day a man, and it's hidden, right? So one day a man goes into the village, right, and he falls in love with the most beautiful woman there, right? Except for he has to follow the marriage customs there, and they feel his head and they see that he has eyes, and they consider him deformed, right? So he has to choose to get his eyes removed to join the society.
What does that have to do with anything? I don't get it.
Is that wrong or right?
That's an adult making a personal decision.
What about all the people who live in that society and grow up in that society without eyes? Do you think it's wrong for that society to impose blindness on their people?
Were their eyes taken out, or were they born blind?
Sure, both.
You shouldn't be taking out children's eyes.
Here is that, yep.
If you're taking out children's eyes, yes, I'm against that. Yes. If you're taking out children's eyes, I'm against that. Yes.
Right. So do you think that somebody who, let's say everybody in the society freely agrees to be part of the society, then is it
when
wrong?
They're adults, like when they've become an adult and they get their eyes taken out when they're 18?
Well, you think kids can decide?
I don't think, no.
So what do you mean only adults can make decisions? What are you saying only adults can make decisions? You don't believe this yourself.
Okay, well, first of all, I agreed with you that I don't think children should be taking hormones. So I also don't believe that children should be taking their eyes out.
Right, but what if they all decide when they're kids that they should take their eyes out? Do you
they
think
can
it's
do
right?
that when they're an adult. That's a physical operation. That's a little bit different.
No. They don't have to be adults to do it. They could decide when they're kids. You said
that you're physically deforming your body. The same thing with hormones. You know, it's like that's different.
Should they be allowed to do it?
You're talking. No, I said no.
Even if they choose.
No, I don't think a 4-year-old should be able to poke their eyes out. No.
And join a society of blind people.
When they're 18, yeah, they can.
Why when they're 18?
Because it's a physical deformity that'll be there for the rest. You can change your spirituality in 1 second. If you remove your eyes, you can't undo that. It's a permanent decision. It's a physically permanent decision that changes the way your body functions. The spirituality can come and go. You know, spirituality doesn't
well, I can say the same about sex and spirituality. Those are two different categories. One has to do with your body, and one has to do with the something you could change in a second.
Okay, well, but right now we're talking about whether children should be able to pluck their eyes out.
Right, but see, I painted that example to go back to this example where you're saying, right? So I'm drawing a parallel there, right? Or do you not see it?
I don't see the parallel. No. I told you I don't believe children should have access to hormones. I don't think they should be able to rip their eyes out. I don't think they should be able to cut their limbs off. No.
Right, but sexuality in terms of body and spirituality in terms of something that can be changed in 1 second. That's the parallel I was drawing, right? So.
Well, sex doesn't deform your body.
Sure, it can if you're getting hormone treatment.
No, I didn't say. I said let's leave hormone treatment because I don't believe in that. Let's talk. If you have sex once, you're not permanently destroying your body.
We'll see. This is the problem. You're switching from an ideal world to the world we're in whenever you want to during this discussion. Do you notice you do that?
I've always been talking about this world right now.
Well, this world right now, CPS is imposing transgender laws on kids. So you say that that's not an issue, but it is an issue.
I didn't say it wasn't an issue. I didn't.
Okay, so it is an issue. So right now we have to talk about the world we're in right now.
Spirituality. It's different from spirituality. Giving children hormone blockers is different.
Okay, so it's different for sex than in spirituality. That's exactly what I wanted you to say. You just said it should be similar.
No, I said they're similar in that they're both special cases, but they're not like 100% equatable to each other. They're both.
Of course not. Of course not.
They're both, but they are both unique cases. I'm saying, okay, just like sexuality, even if you're not having sex, sexuality is a special case. So if you are discriminating against your child because it is gay, that is abuse. If you are discriminating against your child because they tore down the curtains, that's not abuse.
Vincent, do you not understand that allowing your child to change, to take hormone blockers and have...
Can we not talk about... I agreed with you. Why are you bringing this up 100 times when I'm on your side on this? Stop talking
Yes,
about
but
hormone
I'm
blockers.
just going to add that
Ugh.
sexuality also has an effect on what kind of lifestyle you choose. And since you are particularly concerned about being parents, that your sexuality has a bearing on whether you'll even become a parent, right?
No, well, no, I'm sorry. No, you don't have the right to discriminate. Like there are certain special cases: religion, sexuality, gender, these different kinds of things. I don't think that you should be able to punish your children for being too short. Okay, I don't think you're allowed to make fun of your children. I don't think you should be able to tell your child they're not as worthy because they're short. I don't think you
Okay,
should be able
but
to do that.
I don't think any parent is going to blame a child for something it can't help.
Okay, yeah, well, you can't help your sexuality, so,
Well,
you know,
I think
just...
maybe you can, because
No, you
okay.
can't, Claire. Claire, when did you sit there and be like, I
Hear
like
me
both
out. I'm
boys?
not saying about being gay or straight. I'm saying that even if you're straight, you would want. I'm sure lots of married people, even happily married people, might form the desire to have sex with somebody other than their spouse.
Well, you know what? Get over it. You don't have a child and then expect it to be everything you want it to be.
But shouldn't you at least be directing
unreasonable
your child
expectation.
to doing something that might make it more likely for you to become grandparents? If you
Okay, well,
care
maybe,
about that sort
if
of
your
thing.
child doesn't want to have children, well, then too bad for you. Get over it.
Okay, but then but you would have done your best in asserting, parental pressure, social pressure.
No, not
And
that.
if
Not
they
on
decide,
that.
well,
Not on that.
I'd
Look,
rather be gay, then fine.
if you wanna make sure your children are not eating too much chocolate, that's one thing. If you're gonna say I'm punishing you because you're gay, that's another thing. Those are two separate things.
Yeah, so you're saying it's okay to be gay, but there's a whole bunch of people who don't agree with you that it's okay to be gay.
Okay, well, that's why we're fighting. That's why this
Yes.
this whole civilizational debate is going on, and why it's going to take more force to get rid of you people. You need to be gotten rid of.
Okay, so
Which goes
you're
into the
declaring
ideal.
war on
Yes.
heterosexual people.
Not all of them. Not all of them. People like you.
Originated because you wouldn't be
People like
around
you.
if it
I
hadn't been
didn't
for
say
your parents having
heterosexuals.
sex.
I'm talking about monotheistic assholes. I didn't say heterosexuals.
Well, ethical
Sounds pretty
monotheists
hateful.
believe.
Oh, and the Quran isn't hateful of polytheists? Would you like me to
So
show
what?
all the hateful?
Yes, because
You're hateful too.
polytheism is less efficient.
Hate is good. You just said, right?
Okay, well, yes, the hate goes both ways, so don't be like, oh, hater.
Right. The hate goes both ways. As long as
Yeah,
the hate is
and
there on
who
both sides,
came
it's fine.
Who came up with the hate first? You did. Who made the line between monotheists and polytheists?
Oh, so
Monotheists
the
did.
hate depends
You
on who came up with it first.
No, you came up with the division
The quality
first
of the hate
between
depends on
monotheists
who
and
came up with the
polytheists.
hate first. But Islam started in 700 AD, so
And you copied
they
Jews
definitely
and
didn't
Christians.
come up with it
You
first.
you copied Jews and Christians. You just copied them. Yeah, you didn't come up with it. You're too fucking retarded to come up with it. You have to steal other people's shit.
Well, I didn't come up with anything, and neither did you come up with anything. You're too
whatever the
fucking
Arabs
retarded to
came
come
up
up with your secular laws yourself. You just think that this should be imposed on others, but no society on earth has ever followed that law. So you're too fucking retarded to find a society that actually imposes the laws that you want to impose. Your laws are too fucking retarded. Nobody wants to follow your fucking retarded laws.
America is imposing the
Yeah, but
laws
nobody
that I
wants to
want them
follow.
do right
Yeah,
now.
but how come nobody wants to follow your fucking retarded laws?
What law is that nobody wants to follow? What law did I promote?
That kids should belong to the state.
I didn't say kids should belong to
You
the
did
state.
fucking say that.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you said that
the
monotheistic
state
people
needs
should have their
some
children taken away. That's what the fuck
Okay,
you said.
that's
Come on,
an
dude.
ideal
Come on, dude.
world.
You did
That's
fucking
an
say that.
ideal world.
You're a
That's an
hateful
ideal
motherfucker.
world.
You're a hateful motherfucker, and you think
talk
that
about
your
this
laws
world.
should be
I
imposed
didn't
on
talk-
everybody.
okay.
Your
I'm
form
not
of
talking-
hatred should be imposed on others. You're a hateful motherfucker.
I'm not talking about my ideal system right now. I'm just talking
I
about.
don't care if you're talking about your
Okay.
ideal system.
Okay, but there's a difference between ideals versus what I'm actually proposing. Those are two different things. In an ideal world, should monotheists be killed? Yes, but am I talking about? Is that what I've been?
Ideal world.
Yes,
Is that
your
what I've
ideal.
been promoting? Is that what I? But I've not.
How
I'm
come
not
nobody wants to follow your retarded
I-
form?
They
of life.
already are. All of Europe
No,
and
they're
America
not.
and
No, they're
Australia
not.
and New Zealand.
No,
So-
you're crying. You're crying that you need to defeat all the monotheists. You're crying
No,
about
we
it.
need more defeat. You're already
Right, you need more
secularism has
defeat
already
because you're
put you.
losing badly. You're losing badly. Nobody wants to follow
Oh,
your retarded
is our
way of life.
government
And
a
children
monotheist
get
or
taken away
is
by
our government
CPS because
secular? Is Europe
nobody
secular?
wants to
Is
follow
Australia
your retarded
secular?
way of life
All secular. Why
because
did you move to
children
a
get to
secular
choose
country?
their sexual identity at 11 years old, or they get taken away from their parents. That's
Well, it's already happening. It is
well,
happening.
no, it's
It's
not.
happening. If you abuse your gay children in certain states, they can be taken away.
In certain states. So on the whole,
well,
you're
it's
losing.
happening. It's only growing. It's just started. How is
Yeah,
it?
but nobody
we did
wants
not-
to follow your retarded way of life.
Okay, then where's the rebellion? Why aren't they stopping us?
What do you don't think so
Why
monotheists
aren't they
are rebelling
stopping us?
against
Well,
your way
then
of life?
stop-
What are you
then
opposing?
stop it. Then
What are you
then show
opposing?
your
What are you
power.
opposing then?
Show your power and stop it.
What
Show
are you
your power and
opposing?
stop it. I've told you what I opposed 100 times. Show us your power. Stop us from.
I mean,
from
you believe
doing
the
all these
system
things.
should stay the way it is, and you don't believe anybody's stopping it.
No.
So, and you're living in your ideal world, pal. I'm
not living in my ideal world. We're far from it.
Your system right now that's controlled by Zionists, it's fine. You're winning.
No,
That's what you're saying. You're a bootlicking scumbag, and you think your forms of hatred should be imposed, and that's it.
I'm not right now. We are not talking about. We're not talking about secular paganism right now. We're talking about the state having the right. The state right now has the right to take your children away for multiple reasons. In some states, it's because if you abuse them for being gay or whatever, and depends right now. And this is all new. It's not like it's been around and fading. It's all brand new, and it's just like crescendoing. But do I just want more of that? Yeah, I want. I don't want.
Right. So you don't believe that parents should have. You believe parents should have less right over their kids, right?
Less. No,
so they should be more in control of the state.
Not totally in control of the state. Not totally in control. I don't believe in total control by the state. There needs to be regulations for parents. Yes.
Well, I think there already are. I think you might be pushing the line a little too far left.
Yeah, right.
For most of us. Obviously, physical abuse. It would be interesting.
Okay, I'm just adding spiritual abuse onto it.
Right,
that's it.
right. And that's what I was going to say. It would be interesting if a 12-year-old called DCF is what's called in Florida, the Department of Children and Families, but Child Protective Services, whatever. And they called them and they said, hey, I'm on a spiritual journey to become a Muslim, and my parents are Pentecostal Christians, and they're telling me I can't. They're,
if they're taking retribution, if they're
taking retribution, right? They're taking retribution against me. They're doing this, doing that, blah blah blah. Would the person say, "Well, have they done anything physical to you?" And they said, "No, it's all emotional, and they're withholding privileges from me that my siblings get." Blah blah blah. I don't think that goes to the level of the state should come in. I mean, you could maybe send a person there to talk to them or something, but I don't think that elevates to removal of a child.
Well, this is the whole thing. I promote children's spiritual rights. I think children have spiritual rights. I do. You don't agree, but I do.
Okay. I think they do have spiritual rights, but if the parent is pushing back on their spiritual journey, I don't think that equates to the level of removal.
Well, it depends on what do they do? Are the parents just saying, well, that's not what I believe, and here's why, and suggesting, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about actual, like, you're not allowed to play with other children, you're not allowed to go outside, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that, you can't do this, you can't do that. Like, just making them suffer. If you're making the child suffer for being religious, that's abuse.
Yeah, I agree. If they're locking them in a room, not allowing
not
them
just
to
locking, any kind of retribution. I don't, it's like, it's like,
dude, you don't let people finish your sentence. The crazy white chick. I mean, I'm trying to draw some lines. So I start with one, I'm going to another one, and you right away start, that's not that.
Yeah, Bruno, you got to chill, dude. Yeah, for sure.
We'll get to where the line is, hopefully. obviously you're drawing the line, like I said, far to the left of the rest of us. Now, I'm not a monotheist. I don't have children. I'm an atheist. I don't like Islam. I go on Dawa channels all the time. I get banned. I tell them I don't like Quranic law.
Except
I don't
for
like
mine. He doesn't get banned from mine. So.
That's right. The machine
Yeah,
lies made me a moderator. Lets me say whatever I want when I'm drunk late at night. He always comes on at 9 o'clock at night. I'm already drunk. I couldn't even stay up last night. But anyway, so I understand what you're saying. And just if I can keep rambling, like Machine Lies, when he talked about witchcraft and you kind of laughed and said, well, that's not a state recognized religion. So
not in Saudi Arabia.
Right. And the whole state recognized religion isn't that you can't have a religion. Like in Florida, we have the Pastafarians, right? We have the flying spaghetti monster. They put up a nativity scene every Christmas at the Capitol, because the ruling is once you allow a nativity scene, then you got to allow the menorah, and any religion can come do it. But if I said I'm a Pastafarian high priest and my house is my church and I don't have to pay property taxes on it, they're going to say, no, that's not a state recognized religion. If I say I need to wear a colander over my head while I'm working, and my employer, I'm trying to sell cars, says, yeah, you look like an idiot. You can't do that. I can't say that's a sincerely held religious belief and the state backed me up. So that's the whole state recognized religion thing. Can I be a Pastafarian? Sure. I thought about actually joining them. It's like $10. They also have pirates and stuff because I'm a Buccaneers fan. So
even pagan societies, even polytheistic societies did not accept every god because what if your god said to murder babies? Like,
sure. And I think we all understand human sacrifice would not be protected freedom of religion. Female circumcision's an interesting topic.
No, I don't believe that should be possible. I don't think you should be allowed to do that.
I don't either, but Muslims have certainly argued for it. There was the one case out of Michigan. I think it got thrown out on a technicality. They were flying in girls from Minnesota and stuff, removing their labia and the clitoris, and it's a sincerely held religious belief. Many Muslims say that is not mandatory, but
it's not in the Quran. It's not actually a law. It's actually
an African practice.
African custom. Yeah, it's African custom.
Well,
so you need to be more careful when you talk about something as an Islamic tradition. If you're false about that, then nobody's going to take you seriously when you're talking about Islam, right?
Well, so why do they do it in
not
Indonesia?
Protected. It's not a protected practice, and that's the thing. Not all religious practices are protected.
Why do they circumcise females in Indonesia then, if it's an African thing?
I think it's probably because they think, that they have fashion of practices.
No, it's in hadith.
Yeah, cultural traditions can spread. I mean, I don't know. I don't see why that has to do anything with Islam.
It's not in the hadith, though. I read in hadith that Muhammad said, "Don't do it so harshly."
Do not cut so deep. Yes.
Yeah, he said, "Don't cut so deep."
A woman from Medina, when they conquered Mecca, who was known to do female circumcision, Muhammad said, "Are you still doing that?" And she said, "Yes." And he said, "Don't cut too deep." So even the Muslim head of pediatrics in America said, well, we should come to a compromise because a lot of Muslims do have this as a sincerely held religious belief to do a clitoral.
Yeah, I don't care if the head of pediatrics is not an Islamic scholar. He's not an official about Islamic law. He does not get to talk about Islamic law. And if he's talking about an African custom or practice as an Islamic tradition, well, maybe you shouldn't believe him.
But it's in hadith. It's not just. It was in hadith.
How about
lots of things are in hadith. Right? That doesn't mean
it's not
like an Islamic practice or it's part of the Islamic religion. You know what I mean? The hadith, the hadiths and hold on. If somebody makes a law, like for example, right? If somebody makes a law against something, right? Does that mean that the up to the limit of that offense is accepted by most of society? Of course not. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, no, but the point is that it's whether it's a weak hadith of hadith or a strong hadith or whatever, they're getting this out of hadith. They're not getting it out of African folklore.
Yeah, there's hadith about lots of medical practices. Doesn't mean that they're imposed on society as a whole, or that
Okay,
they're,
but yes,
regular.
but people are not. These Muslims that are getting these this female mutilation, it's not. They didn't make it up out of nowhere. It didn't come out of nowhere. It's in hadith. At least some of them believe it enough.
But what I'm trying to explain, that not all of them got it from hadith. Some of them got it from their cultural traditions. So
But
you're
it's
wrong
okay,
about
but
that.
it's
You're wrong
in
about that.
hadith. But it is in hadith.
So what?
I'm
Okay,
just saying, I
and
don't think the
Muslims
Indonesians will get it out of Africa.
Muslims
Yeah,
who
so
practice-
what? So what? There's lots of things in hadith. Doesn't mean that it's
Okay,
accepted
and
on
Muslims
society
who
as a whole. Like
okay,
for example, a divorce is in hadith, but it's looked down upon.
Okay, no.
So,
no
so
Muslims,
what are you talking about? That just because something's
No, I know.
mentioned in
No-
in hadith, it's a societal custom.
No Muslim says I wanna do female circumcision on my daughter because of African folklore. She says I do it because hadith talks about it.
Well,
She doesn't say-
how do you? Well, is that a fact, or did you just make that up out of your ass? Did you just pull that up 100% out of your ass? Or?
I've seen Muslims who do believe in female genital mutilation use hadith. I've never
I don't
seen them
believe
use
you.
African folklore. I've never seen them use African folklore to
What
promote it.
Muslims are you talking about? Can you name them?
Machine Lies, the woman.
I've met them
in Michigan
online.
who's-
Where? Yeah, who are they?
They were Muslims that I was talking to.
Yeah, right. What are their names? What are their profiles? What are you talking about?
What?
I don't believe you at all.
So you think that Muslims use paganism to practice female genital mutilation?
What are you talking about?
Okay, if it's in the hadith, that's usually where they're getting it from, not African folklore. A woman in Indonesia.
That is where the source of most of it came from.
Okay,
It
no,
was
but
not.
it's
It was
fine,
not.
but
It was
it's
not.
in the hadith now.
Now
it's in the
like
hadith.
for example, I've met hundreds of Arab women. I've never met one with their clitoris cut out.
Okay,
It's
well,
like
it happens, and when
98% in Egypt.
So there's evidence against what you're saying. If anecdotal evidence counts,
that's not what I'm
then you're
saying.
wrong. Then you're wrong.
I'm not wrong by saying that.
Well, I've met hundreds of Muslim women who haven't had that done. to
Okay,
them, so
now
I
that,
don't know.
but those who do have it done reference hadith, not pagan Africanism. That's not what they're not saying. Well, my pagan
So
African
what?
ancestors.
So what? That
did
doesn't
it.
mean that it's justified to be a societal practice through the hadith. That doesn't mean that.
Okay, well, and those who do, I said those who do it use hadith, not folklore.
If you read Islam QA,
Yeah, you have no proof of that. Yeah.
if you read
I have no proof that they're using
IslamQA.com,
hadith
You have
instead
no
of African
fucking.
folklore.
Yeah, you provided zero fucking proof for that statement.
I could show in the hadith where it talks about it.
Yeah, but I just told you about the hadith are limitations of things.
Okay,
For
but
example,
no-
there's things that are frowned upon in the hadith. So
Okay,
I don't know what you're talking
yeah,
about.
I know,
Maybe you
but
missed
no,
my
I
last
said-
point that I made completely,
No,
or you
I
ignored
said
it completely.
those who do. I said those Muslims who do practice female mutilation.
Right. And those people who believe that children should have they should belong to the state and not their kids. Some of them believe that you can have hormone treatment for the kids.
It's coming from the hadith. That's the point.
Yeah. Some of your belief about giving the kids hormone reassignment surgery. That's
I told you
coming
I don't
from
believe in
your
that. I
secular
don't believe in
humanist.
that.
Your
I told
secular
you I don't
humanist
believe in that.
doctrine. It's coming from
I
your
told you I
secular
don't believe
humanist
in that.
doctrine. So what?
I told you I don't believe in that.
So what? It's coming
Why-
from your secular humanist doctrine. So what?
I
You don't
told you I
believe
don't
it?
believe in
It's
that.
coming from your secular humanist
You're
doctrine,
just
though.
chimping out because the hadith.
No.
says this. Yes, you're
No, I'm
chimping
showing
out
you.
because
I'm
the
showing you.
hadith does say
I'm
that.
applying the same treatment to you as you're applying to
No,
me.
I'm not. I'm saying.
Yes,
no
I am.
Muslim-
Yes, I am.
No Muslim
Yes, I am. You
says-
believe. Yes, I am. You believe in a hateful way that children should not belong to their parents, and that
I didn't say
and
not
that they should have,
belong. I
and that they
said
should have
that they have
gender
rights.
reassignment surgery.
No, I never said that. You're just throwing
Yeah,
things at me. I
but
never
your way of
said.
life promotes it. So what? Your way of
I
life
never
promotes
said
it.
that. What
Your
way of
way
life?
of life
What
promotes it,
What
and that's
way of
enough.
life? What is
Your
my
way of life promotes
What
it.
is my way of
Your
life?
way of
What's my
life
way of
promotes
life?
it, and
What
that's
is
enough
it?
for me to condemn
You
you.
can't even answer what my way.
Your
you don't even
way
know
of
what my
life,
way of life is.
secular
You don't know
humanism
what
is
it
your
is.
way of life. It promotes children having gender reassignment surgery.
No, you don't.
And
You can be secular without that.
And
You
I
can be
think
secular
that,
without
and I think that it's totally wrong.
Can you show me? Can you show me where in the book? Wait,
I
can you
think
show
it's
me
totally wrong.
where in the book? Where in the book of secular humanism does it say that to suggest to do that? What book of secular humanism? Where's the official guide to secular humanism that says you must provide trans surgeries for infants? Where does it say that?
Oh, I could provide you several references.
Well, where's this book of secular humanism, the official guide?
You've never read feminist commentaries on
Where's
laws
the
and
official?
ethics?
No, the official guide that everyone points to that says this right here is the law.
So now you're saying the Hadith is an official guide. You're wrong.
Okay, where is
Official from who?
centralized book? Some hadiths are strong.
Where's the centralized book in Islam? What the fuck are you talking about?
Ranked.
Where's the centralized book in Islam?
Quran is the centralized book in Islam.
Okay, so you're wrong about female circumcision then.
Okay, no, the hadith.
You just cited the Quran. It's not in there. It's not in the Quran.
I didn't.
It's not in the Quran. You're wrong.
They're coming
You're wrong.
from the hadith.
It's
the
not in the
hadith is
Quran.
not
So you're wrong. You just
100%
lied.
Followed.
Hey, you
It's
just lied
followed
about
enough.
it. Hey,
It's
you said
followed
the
enough.
central authority.
I never said.
You
no,
said
you
central
asked me what
authority, then you said the
You
Quran.
asked me what the
Did you just
centralized
cite
book-
the Quran
No,
for female
I didn't.
circumcision?
I didn't. No, I didn't say that. You're such
So
a
what the
fucking
fuck are you
monotheist
talking
asshole
about?
idiot.
So the central authority that allows you to give.
drops your
Hey,
IQ
can you
point
shut
by
the fuck
50
up for a
points.
second?
It
Hey, is
drops
this guy
your
just gonna
IQ
talk
by
over
50
people?
points. It drops your IQ by 50 points.
This
You have,
guy
like,
cannot
such
even
low
engage in
IQ.
an intelligent discussion.
Oh, so you just called me an FAG and you call other people hateful.
I didn't say that at all. You just made that up.
What did you just say? What did you just say? This what can this? It sounded like you said this FAG.
Man, you're hearing things. I think
What
you're
did you say?
spurging out
Well,
and
I'm
hearing
asking
things.
you. What did you say? You said
You
this.
can't allow me to
way.
finish a single statement because you're afraid of what I'm going to say. Because
I'm
you
not-
just
you're
totally
stupid. It's predictable.
yeah, you're
And
a
you're
moron.
putting
You just
words in
said
my
that
mouth.
you just said
You're
that the
putting
central
words in my
authority.
mouth. I never.
Yeah, but
I
you're a
never said.
moron. Yeah, but you're a moron and you don't
I
listen
said the
to a single
central
fucking
authority of
thing.
Islam is
Hey.
the Quran. That's what I
Hey,
said.
hey, is
It's
this
the
guy gonna let
Quran.
anybody else talk, or is this guy a total fucking moron? Hey, can I
didn't.
talk? Can I talk in this conversation, or are you gonna talk over me every single time I talk?
There's
You
nothing
cited the
meaningful to
Quran
say.
for a central authority, but it does not impose
Not on
female circumcision.
Not on
he
female
couldn't let
genital
me finish.
mutilation.
He couldn't let me
Not on
finish.
female
He
genital
couldn't let me finish.
mutilation.
He couldn't let me finish.
Listen,
He's
do
fucking
calm
total
down.
retard. Total fucking retard. Calm down. Hey, buddy. You cited the Quran as a central authority. The Hadith are not central authority within Islam. Now you're citing the Quran as a central authority for female circumcision. You're absolutely wrong about that. Can you respond,
I
please?
never said that. I never said the Quran
So
said.
what? So what
It
central
was
authority
two-
are you
You
citing?
don't know how to have a conversation. It was
So
two
what
separate
central
things.
authority are you citing?
I didn't say the Hadith is a central authority. I
So
said
what the fuck are you
those-
talking about?
No, I said those Muslims who do practice female genital mutilation use Hadith as the excuse.
But
That's
it's not
what I
a
said.
central authority.
Okay, but they still use it as the excuse.
Yeah, but you asked me. Yeah, but you asked me what central authority in secular humanism says the thing. So you're not even
Okay,
quoting a central
what-
authority for Islam. You're not
Okay,
holding.
what is-
You're holding double standards.
What is the body? Okay, what
You
body
just
of
proved.
literature?
I just proved
what
that you're
body
holding
of
double
literature is
standards. You
secular?
fucking retard.
Show me any body
No,
of
I
literature.
just proved. No, I don't have to. I
that
just
is
proved you're
the
holding
rules
double
and
standards.
regulations or
I just
sayings
proved
of
you're
secular
holding double
humanism.
standards. I just proved
I
you're
don't-
holding double standards.
Okay, you have Hadithic traditions which promote female
I
genital
just proved you're
mutilation.
yeah, and they're not central authorities, so you're wrong.
Okay, well they are.
The things
they're
I cited, the
influential
things I
enough.
cited, so I could
They're
cite what
influential
the state does in the form of secular
They're
humanism. It's
influential
not
enough.
okay.
That's
So the
not-
laws that the states make in the form of central, in the name of secular humanism, those are not central authorities either, according to you. So what is a central authority according to you? It's totally ridiculous. You're retarded.
Okay, you're acting like the Hadiths are just shit on by Muslims and they're nothing. That's not true. The Hadiths are respected by Muslims.
Nobody said that. You
Okay, well,
failed
okay,
to prove that. You
respected
failed to
literature.
prove.
A
You failed to
respected
prove that they're a central
literature.
authority. When somebody criticizes your
Respected.
secular humanist beliefs, you
It's a respected
failed to claim
authority.
that. So let me get this straight. Your secular humanist beliefs have no central authority behind them.
No, they don't.
So how do you impose them on others?
They're just objective. I mean, they're just
So they can't be imposed on others. So they have no force.
yeah, they can be.
whatsoever.
There's no book of central. There's no book unofficial or official. Of
So
secular
how do you
humanism.
impose those?
Well, people come up with rules and then they impose them.
Through what means?
But you don't. Not everyone
There's
needs
no
a book.
central authority in your system.
N-
So through what means are they going to
Yeah,
impose
but
a
not
rule?
not everything works on like authority like that. Not everyone works on your system.
How are you going to impose the rules in your system without central authority?
Okay,
Is my
are
fucking
we
question.
doing it? We're doing it right now without central authority. We've been doing it for centuries without central authority.
What are you talking about? No, we're not.
Secularism has
There's
been
central authority right now. It's called the state.
Secularism has been imposed without a book of secularism or a guide to secularism or
What are you
any-
talking about? It's been imposed through this autocratic state. What are you talking about?
Okay, what's the central authority? Maybe, okay, if you want a central authority, maybe for American secularism, maybe the Constitution, but like...
I appreciate you having a back and forth with me, by the way. Thank you.
Maybe the Constitution is, but look. The point is that Muslims who do practice female genital mutilation reference Hadith. That's what they're getting it from.
Right. So, what do the people who want to impose secular humanist laws, because you said they must be imposed, right, on society in order to work, right? Through what authority do they impose those?
Through their own, through just collective human bargaining.
And why do you think that works?
Because it's given the West its life for the past 200, 300 years.
No, they've used police, they've used military.
No, collective human bargaining. Yes, collectively.
No. I totally disagree with the fact that the Western society has been run through quote unquote collective human bargaining. That statement does not have sufficient meaning.
Enough in Western societies. Enough people agreed on the same amount of rules that large majority were able to impose them on society.
Right, and who imposed them? The central authority.
The elected leaders.
The central authority.
It's not. There's no central.
Do you believe there's no central authority in America?
There's no central authority of secular humanism.
So where does secular humanism exert its creed that it imposes on people? There's nowhere where it does it.
Well, in America, it does it with the Constitution.
No. You just said that. You just said that it's not America.
No, I said that America has a central authority in its government. There's no central authority of secular humanism.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. But you said America is secular humanism. Yeah, but you said
no,
America.
I didn't say it was secular. It's secular, but maybe it. I don't know if it's
but you said that you said that. Look, you just contradicted yourself. You said there's no central authority in that opposes
secular humanism.
Collective bargaining is just collective bargaining within Western society, and then you claim that America has a central authority.
No,
so what are you talking about?
No, America, the government has a central authority. There's no secular human central authority. Show me the
right. So I'm going to ask you again.
Handbook of secular humanism.
Right. So I'm going to ask you again. Who imposes the central authority of secular humanism, since there is no central authority?
Just each government comes up with their own version of it.
Right, but no government has. So you're talking about something fantastical.
Wait, no, America does have a secular government.
No, you said it has a central authority, so it doesn't.
Yeah, which you can have both. It could be secular and central.
What?
You could have a secular central authority.
But the reason why that's a contradiction is you said that secular humanism has no central authority. So how can you have a secular central authority?
Okay, there's a government that's running on secularism. That doesn't mean secularism has a central authority.
That makes no sense at all.
Okay, so you think that I'm saying a government can run on secularism.
Mike, does that make any sense? I mean, I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay, Mike, does it make sense that a government can run on secularism, but secularism itself does not have a central authority? Does that make sense?
Sure. And back to the book of secular humanism that doesn't exist. Secularism, to me at least, in my humble opinion, as they say, is simply a separation of church and state, religion and governance. I think we should move it to that.
But there's no authority of secularism.
Correct. There's no Ulaman of secularism.
Yeah, and
no Sanhedrin of secularism.
Yeah, so what you're claiming then is that secular society has no authority.
No, it has authority, but
through what means does it oppose authority if it has no central
through an earthly government? Through an earthly government, not a holy book. It has an earthly government.
Through social consensus.
Yeah, through social consensus.
But they create laws, right? They impose rules, right? So what authority do they use to impose those rules?
Human authority.
human authority through secularism, right? So secularism has a central authority that imposes rules.
No, not A. Has there's a
What the
government.
fuck? I'm sorry.
There's a-
What are you
There's a
talking about?
government running on secularism. Well, look, Mike
Right,
already
that
said that what I
imposes
said
laws,
makes sense.
right?
Yes, there is a
Yeah, but
government.
secularism does not have a central authority.
So
You
how is
can run on-
secularism separate from the government that imposes the laws of secular humanism? You're failing to
Okay.
describe.
Mike, do you understand what I'm saying, Mike, or no?
I think so. Sorry, I was chatting in the back with Claire there on her.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, he-
yeah. How is the
So secularism creates laws through social consent.
and those laws have authority, right?
Absolutely.
only because the
So
state
so then
behind
it does
them.
impose authority.
No, in
Of
America,
course,
but not
all
everywhere.
governments impose
Okay,
authority.
all governments impose authority, but
Right.
secularism does not impose authority.
But there isn't a
Yes,
book
it does.
of secularism.
Okay, so it does now. So secularism
No,
just
if
like every
you're
other form, it
operating,
imposes
no,
authority.
if you are operating on secularism, then the authority is going to impose secularism. Yes.
So go back to my original question. How can secularism not have a central authority, but secularism
It-
impose authority
Yeah.
through central government?
Can I jump
Okay,
in?
he's dumb. He's a monotheist. What do you expect?
Yeah.
He's too stupid.
It's not that you're dumb. It's just
Yeah, it's just that you're totally contradicting yourself. You're
No.
too retarded to
Well,
realize that your
Mike thinks
secular
you're dumb,
system
but he
has
doesn't think
authority.
you're dumb, but he
You're
knows
too
you're
retarded.
wrong.
You're too retarded to see that you
Let's
just
go,
contradicted
guys.
yourself.
Okay,
Your
there's two people
secular
in here
system
that know
has
you're
authority.
being an
Now,
idiot.
let's not get back.
No,
into
you're a
it.
fucking moron, and you don't understand that. You just contradicted yourself and says your secular system
No, you're so
imposes
stupid. You
laws
think
through
I
central
did.
authority. No, you're too
Okay,
much of a fucking moron.
guys,
You don't
here-
understand that.
So
That the secular system imposes central authority, and you just admitted it. You're a fucking moron.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you're a fucking
Let
moron.
Mike talk to you, you idiot.
Yeah, okay.
So you mentioned secular humanism, and Bruno said, "Tell me the book," right? Because well, first you were talking about the Hadith, right? And then you said that's not central to Islam. The Quran is central to Islam. And then you brought up secular humanism, and then Vincent. So I think, and Vincent can hopefully jump in at the end to correct me if I'm wrong. He's saying, look, because I say this as an atheist all the time, there is no book of atheism, right? So that is a lack of a central authority, right? There is no book of secular humanism. So that is a lack of central authority. And then you get into, well, there's a central authority because there's a government. So you kind of switch gears within the conversation. So I think what he's saying when he's saying there is no central authority, it's like there's no codified book to be the central authority. But obviously there has to be a government, and the government is the central authority. How do we get to the laws that we want? Is through social consensus. And I think you were saying that, right? We all come together to agree. Like, not to bring up the female genital mutilation or female circumcision again. You say that's not in Islam. Yes, it is an African custom.
It's a
And
Hadithic custom too.
and it is an Arabic custom. I mean, I think they say 98% of Egyptians are circumcised. So again, you discount anecdotal evidence when Vincent brings it up, even including himself as he was raised. But then you say, well, I've met hundreds of Arab women.
No, I was simply demonstrating that if he can use anecdotal evidence, so can I.
Okay,
That's a retarded standard. That's a retarded standard of proof. You know, that's what I was pointing out.
No, I don't think anecdotal evidence is retarded. I think it's not.
It's not the highest standard of proof. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Obviously.
Okay, but
that's
all
all I
I need
was
to do
pointing
is
out.
prove. All I need to do is prove that one Muslim person circumcised their daughter due to Hadithic practice. That's all I need to show.
Right, and all that. Right, then all I need to do is that say that one parent abused their kids by having transgender reassignment surgery.
No, we're talking about. Look,
Yeah, but Mike
we're talking
disagrees.
about
That's the
people
same
were
standard you're
appealing-
using. I just
okay,
applied.
People who circumcise their daughters
It's
are
the same
appealing
standard.
to
I'm just
Islamic
applying the same
theocracy.
standard to you.
Okay, it's appealing
And
to
you're too
Islamic
retarded.
authority.
And you keep saying other people are retarded, but you're too retarded.
What
to see that
authority am I?
you're
Okay,
you have the same
No,
exact
no.
standard.
okay. What authority? Someone who gives sex operations.
Okay, I guess
children-
I can't talk
Wait,
again. Yeah, it is what it is.
Someone who gives their child sex operations.
Yeah, I'll just wait for you to
are
stop
they appealing to?
talking. Yeah.
What? Yeah, you can't give me an authority that they're appealing
You
to.
you won't stop talking, so I can't even answer.
You
I don't
weren't
know
even
what your question
talking.
is.
You weren't talking.
Oh yeah, I wasn't talking this whole time, dude. Yeah, sure. Are you deaf?
what authority, this is what I'm saying, when a Muslim person sends their child to go get a clitorectomy or whatever it's called, they appeal to an Islamic source, the hadith. When a secular parent allows their child to get a sex change surgery, what authority are they appealing to? Can you name me the source? What book are they pointing to? An authority on secular thought are they pointing to and saying, this is why I'm doing it?
Feminist books on feminist ideology.
Okay, it's not an organized authority like that. The hadith
Neither is the hadith. Neither is the hadith.
The hadith they are ranked by how good and strong they are, and the hadith is used in Islamic law.
Not by a central authority. So our feminist ideology is ranked by their strength and efficacy.
Okay, well, if it comes down to it, there's no central authority of Islam either. So there's no central authority of Islam except for there's a centralized book. But there's
so you agree with that?
No,
so
there's a centralized book. There's a centralized book, but not a centralized authority.
So you agree with that?
Well, let me ask
where's the leader of the Ummah?
And that book does not say anything about female circumcision, so you just lost.
I didn't say it did.
Yeah, but you just said your whole example was about female circumcision.
My whole example is that
you just lost.
Okay, well then the hadith are connected to a central authority, which is the Quran. We don't even have that centralized book to try to refer to.
Who imposes the central authority goes back to that question.
Well, you have no central imposed Islam.
Good point. So what the fuck are you talking about?
That the point is that when people do get their children circumcised, it's because they are pointing toward hadith. That's all we're saying.
Right. And when people get their children gender reassignment surgery, they're pointing to feminist
ideology. Now you're getting into what about?
You can't let me finish. Yeah, they're pointing to feminist ideology. I mean, stop spurging. I mean, it's the same standard. You're
and what like? First of all, you're acting like the hadith are equatable to a book written by a feminist. The hadith are held in higher regard than that. It's not just some book. Muslims don't view hadith.
You just said that the hadith are ranked. So what are you talking about?
They're ranked. I did say they were ranked. So what?
So they have different orders of strength and authority. So what are you talking about?
Okay, but they're not like, it's not like just some other book on the shelf. It's not like just some random person wrote the hadith and we don't really.
Do you think to a feminist book on feminist ideology is just another book on the shelf? They think it's the most progressive book in the world.
Okay, what these books are they appealing to a central authority like the Quran? Are they appealing to a central authority like God, the Quran, one God, one book, one government?
Yeah, they are. They are.
Where's the one authority they're appealing to?
The state.
The one authority.
The state, the same one you're using.
Okay, what is the ideology? What book authority gives them the right to write this? What are they saying that this
Hobbes, Locke, all of those books, buddy.
Those are not central authorities.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not central authorities.
Neither. Okay, well, neither is the hadith. What are you talking about?
No, but they refer to a central authority, which is the Quran. They are based upon central authority.
So Hobbes and Locke refer to a central authority. Yes, they do.
What central authority? What's the
state?
Central authority?
They refer to the state as a central authority.
Which state?
The state that's a democratic and parliamentary state.
So which one of all the states that are like that, which one is because they don't all have the same laws, so it would have to be only one of them. So which one is it?
Wait. So you're saying that the hadiths refer to a specific state, but they were there before the Islamic State was formed.
I'm saying.
So what are you talking about? So that's not even the same thing.
I'm saying the hadith appeal to the central authority of the Quran.
Right. And the books of Locke and Hobbes appeal to the central authority of the state. I don't know why you're getting confused.
Which state? And what's the constitution of
the autocratic state? Okay. So who imposes the central authority of the Quran? Does the Quran have the ability to impose laws?
Each Muslim state imposes whatever they feel like.
So it's the Muslims that impose.
It's the state. It's the Islamic State that imposes the Quran.
And the secular state, who imposes the laws?
Based on what? What's our central authority where we get these laws?
The central authority is the state. I don't know why you're missing
this. And what document do they use?
What
What's their
document
law
does who
book?
use? The Islamics or the secularists?
What official law book of secularism does the state use in order to impose secularism? I want to know.
The Constitution.
Which one?
What do you mean? The U.S. Constitution?
Okay, so you say that the U.S. Constitution is the central document of secularism, of which all these feminist books ride upon the coattails of the Constitution in order to have legitimacy. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm
Okay,
saying is
well,
that secular laws are imposed through the state by the state authority by the Americans.
which is okay, but secularism, unlike Islam, does not have a central holy book.
It does.
What is it?
The Constitution.
Only the American Constitution.
In America, yes.
Okay, so then you need to prove to me
I think
that
you're muted. You're muted, Mike, if you're talking. But yeah.
you have to prove to me that feminists took the Constitution and then used it as their central authority to write these feminist books in order to spread transgenderism.
Yes.
Yeah, I
that's-
mean, I could definitely cite, works by Judith, Jarvis Thompson and stuff that they cite as authorities, right, for their belief system. So I don't know where you're missing this.
Okay, so you think so?
I think maybe the better argument for you is not that there's a centralized, codified book of secular humanism.
Sure, there is. There is a central codified book of secular humanism in terms of the development of the autocratic state. Right now, you could put it at Hobbes or you could put it at Locke, right? But they started an experiment in government that still persists today. And yes, many people use that system, and they cite those books as authorities in order to impose that system. Okay, absolutely, they do.
As I recall, Locke hated the Catholics, didn't he? So he wasn't really for freedom of religion.
Well, I mean, you could go from Hobbes to Locke or different people.
Right, and then you'd have to go to Jefferson and then say it's codified in the American.
Yeah, I would say the people who made the laws, they codified them through a central authority. There is a central authority.
Right. Well, and that's what I was going to get to. Was maybe your argument should be better that considering you want to create law out of a social consensus, say California has a social consensus of if your 12-year-old says, I think I'm a boy, the state can come in and grab the girl and change it into a boy, right?
Okay, but what central authority are they appealing to on that?
Well, again, we're talking about one state, obviously federalism.
Okay, but they're not appealing to a centralized holy book on this.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure they are. It doesn't have to be a holy book. It's a law book of authority.
What centralized law book? What centralized law book that all secular humans believe in?
The California, the Constitution of the state of California, the laws of California, the authority of the people who regulate the laws of California, the military, and the people who protect the laws of the state of California, the police and the military that protect the laws of the state of California. The citizens are subservient to all those people.
Okay, where in the California Constitution does it say that children have the right to sex changes if they want it?
Well, it doesn't, but that's what I'm maybe you guys are missing my point. And I'm all for subjective morality because I think we learn things and we should change them. I don't want to be stuck in 7th century Arabia or 2,000 years ago in Israel or Jerusalem or wherever. I think as humans, we're rational, reasonable people, and we should change with the times to some degree. But if you say we're subjective and we go by social consensus, then the social consensus is the ever moving, non-codified central authority, though. Right?
Yeah, it's non-codified, not centralized, not everlasting.
Yeah. And again,
none of these things.
Right. And it doesn't have to be getting hung up on the term centralized or codified. If it's the morality of the time.
Usually when a feminist let's say I wrote a book. Usually when you write books, let's say there's a book out there that says children should be able to get sex changes. They don't usually go and say, well, the Constitution, they don't usually say, like, I'm basing my authority on the Constitution of America. Like, it's not, nobody appealed to the Constitution of America in order to promote sex change. Like, and if they did, it's like, that's only one nation's constitution. There is no, like, Islam has the Quran, okay? It doesn't change. It's one thing. And the Hadith point to the Quran. The Hadith only say that they have any authority because they are in conjunction with the Quran. The Hadith does not say separate from the Quran, we have our own power. These feminists who are writing these books, they're not appealing to the Constitution. They're not appealing to any legal holy book or law book that says that they have authority because a previous order before them said that they do.
Right. Where do they learn their ideas from?
Not a central holy book.
So they organically, all independently came up with the idea of feminism.
Well, different throughout the centuries, organically, different people came up with feminism, and then it grew, and other people learned from other people. But it wasn't like somebody wrote the book of feminism and spread it across the world, and then all these feminists are like hearkening back to that one book saying, because of this book, I have the authority to write on this. You know, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, aren't we on like the third or fourth wave of feminism?
Yeah, I mean, most feminists that I've seen, right, they use the state as the authority. So I don't know where you're getting that they don't believe in any authority or anything like that. You know, I think that's completely false.
Okay, which state? What? There's no centralized state, the book, holy book, nothing like that. Nothing centralized. It was a bunch of different people with similar opinions organically writing.
Yeah, you have no holy book. You are disadvantaged morally. No codified principles, no unity of authorship.
Yeah, there's nothing in your society to prevent, women from, imposing amniocentesis on people. Right? To control the birth rates.
Well, even Claire just told you that there's no centralized holy book for this, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you have no centralized holy book, you are, not as effective as a religion with divine revelation.
Oh, really? Is that why everyone is secular and why even Muslims want to live in secular countries? Is that why?
What are you talking about?
Why don't I want to live in Muslims moving to secular countries? They all move to our countries.
Yeah, no, they don't. There's billions of Muslims outside of secular countries.
Okay, well, there's a lot of them are immigrating into the West and want to be here.
Right, that's your own. That's your wish. That doesn't mean it's happening.
No, you don't think Muslims are emigrating into the West?
Yeah, but you guys are complaining because of all these
for religious freedom.
Country. You don't like it, so you have to make up your mind.
Okay,
is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Our point is made. There's no central book of liberalism, no central book of secular humanism, and it's had this order going for a long time. It has some problems now, but it has been running. So I don't know what to tell you.
About 250 years.
Okay, well, we're having a little hiccup right now, but that doesn't mean that we're dead.
Well, you're on your way out, and the new, the next revolution will be Islamic, probably.
No, the next revolution is Judeo-Hinduism. That's the next revolution.
Judeo-Hinduism.
It is. The Jews and the Hindus are uniting together, and there's a lot of Hindus that could be used to wipe out all these armies. Hindus are just useful fodder for the Jews. It's Israel plus a billion people.
Yeah, they can't even fight. They've had a hard time with us Pakistanis. They're not going to be winning anything anytime soon.
They didn't even, first of all, India doesn't even try to go after Pakistan. It could have if it wanted to. India could obliterate Pakistan. It doesn't want to.
Oh yeah, cool.
And also because but also these aren't Hindus under their own direction. I'm talking
that's
about
like your opinion. So that's like your opinion.
I'm talking about Hindus being controlled by Jews.
You think that a country with nuclear weapons, two countries with nuclear weapons, one is going to obliterate the other? That seems totally nonsense. That seems like a nonsense opinion in geopolitics.
If they could have,
guys,
India could roll over and crush Pakistan.
So we'll have to finish. two last words, and then I
No,
have
it's
to go
okay.
to
Just go.
another
I have to
stream.
go. I have to go too. I have to
Yeah,
go
I just
too.
want to say really quickly to Vincent Bruno that I'm a huge fan of his work on the Noahide laws. I had Adam Green on my show. I thank you so much for doing that work. Even if we disagree on lots of other things, blessings. And I hope you have a peaceful day. And thank you so much for talking to me, Claire. First time we're talking. I really, really appreciate this conversation. I've been a fan of yours for a very long time. All right.
Oh, thank you. That's so
Okay.
Yeah,
nice to
Thank
blessings.
hear.
you.
Yeah, for
Have
sure.
a good
Vincent.
one.
Yeah, you too,
Okay.
Vincent. Peace. Yeah,
All
peace,
right.
brother. Yeah,
Bye.
blessings. Yeah.
Take care, everyone. Bye. Thank you, Mike, who
Did
isn't
everyone
here.
make up? Oh, I missed it.
Yes, we kissed and made up. Thank you
Okay.
for coming and moderating, and speak to you soon. Take care, Mike.
All right. You have a
Bye.
good one. Bye.